Please note that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. More details available in the description box. Hello everyone and welcome back to another trial day with me. And here we are on day, 5 of the Jason Chen trial. Thank you so much. I see there's lots of people waiting here for me. Thank you so much. Please like and share so that others know that we are live right now. If you missed day 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's all time-stamped for you. So it's going to be very easy to navigate to the witnesses that you want to watch or the evidence that maybe you missed, things like that. There's also a trial prep episode if you missed that. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. These have been long days. And thank you to everyone who's buying the moderators' coffees. I really, really appreciate that. We all need coffees. And thank you for mine as well. I've got a fresh cup right here. Look at that. All right, so are we ready to start with day 5? 49er girl, thank you for being a member for 1 month. You say hello, everyone, and hello to you. Okay, so let me show you how this day started. They're showing us where the jury sits. Look there. We haven't seen that before. There's where the jury, I would assume, the camera person was like, yes, let's look at this. Okay, so I'm like, ooh, that's where they're sitting. All right, so let's put the sound on. I boosted it for you. Okay, also, hello Grizzlies. I haven't said that in a while. All of you are Grizzlies if you are subscribed. Just remember that. Some people think they have to become a paid member to be an official Grizzly. You do not. While I appreciate all my patrons, members, all the supporters, you're supporting my work if you're just watching my videos. And you're a Grizzly if you are subscribed. So please remember that and thank you for being here. Casual Art says thank you for your wonderful coverage. Thank you so much. I hope that if you're new here, you'll expand the description box and just have a read of what this case is about. And here and there, if I have to explain something, I'm going to pause and explain. If you don't like that, okay, you got to go watch on the live court feeds where there's not a YouTuber like me sitting in the corner making commentary, okay? But where I can, I will explain certain things or whatever we're going to talk about. Lorena, welcome. Are we ready, everyone? Here we go. Well, there's not much sound here. Thank you, Loopy Girl. Thank you for your sticker. I think Mr. Chen was a little bit late today. I was just lurking, I want to see so that we time it right so that, because we like to defluff, okay? We like to defluff. So if you're brand new here, what the hell does that mean? We like to skip over coffee breaks, lunch breaks, paper flapping, long delays if we can. We like to just skip over that if we can, right? While we're watching so we can stay focused on the testimony, on, what all the witnesses are, of course, saying, on the evidence and things like that. So that's why we start later, if you're brand new here. Okay, now let's just see what is going on here. Let's go forward. Yesterday they said Mr. Chen was not feeling very well. So let's see how he's doing today. He's the defendant. He's only 24 years old. I mean, to commit such a crime at the age of 22, damn. He's accused of stabbing Jasmine Pace, who I always put the victim's picture up during trial days or my case coverage, right? This is Jasmine Pace. She was only 22 years old, and she went to visit her boyfriend, Jason Chen, who she met on an online dating app. And they'd been dating since about May of 2022, and this happened she went there on November 22nd of 2022 to spend some time with them. And her grandmother had passed away, great-grandmother. So to think that, I don't know what happened in that apartment, there's zero excuse for it. He stabbed her 60 times. And then put her in a suitcase. And then disposed of the suitcase along Suck Creek Road in Chattanooga, Tennessee. If you didn't know where this case takes place. Yeah, okay, so now we're staring at the seal again. See, here he comes, here he comes. Okay, watch the door. Thank you. Alicia says, how awful of him sitting there knowing exactly what he's doing her and making her family go through this. I know, right? There he is. And now they're going to do some sidebar. Nikki said, good morning, Grizzly, best mods and Grizzly family. Buckled up for day 5. Yes, buckled up, everyone. No lunch boxes allowed. You can bring a snack box, though. Okay, so let's, obviously the sidebar is silent, so let's just go forward. We will have a busy weekend. The state is expected to rest today. I do not know what the defense's strategy will be. They've had a few. Leaning towards self-defense, leaning away from basically premeditation. If you guys, I'm sure you know, if you don't, you must check out the channel called Courtroom Confidential. Josh Ritter is the host. I've been on his channel as a guest a few times, and he's been on my channel as a guest as well a few times. Recently to discuss the Menendez brothers case and then another case, right? Now, he is a practicing attorney, former prosecutor, defense attorney now, and he was explaining premeditation on a video that he put up, I think today. It was the most recent one. He talked about this case against Jason Chen and the defense strategy to basically admit guilt in one way, but also try to move away from premeditation to get a lesser sentence. You know what I mean? So that's the best they could do. Could be a strategy. But he did say, Josh Ritter said, it's quite a risky strategy, especially in a case like this, where the defendant stabbed the victim 60 times. You know, to say, well, that was just a crime of passion. That's difficult, very difficult for the defense to prove that, right? So he was explaining that premeditation is kind of like if you're driving and there's we call it robot in South Africa. Did you know that? Traffic light. And it's green, but then it turns yellow or orange. It goes like yellow light. And then you're like, okay, am I going to stop or am I going to go? Am I going to stop or am I going to go? That is his analogy for premeditation. It doesn't have to take weeks of planning, months of planning, the whole day of planning. It could be a moment of, am I going to do this or am I going to do that? This or that? And then, I mean, look at what Jason Chen chose to do. And that his defense attorney say he did. So anyway, let's keep going here. I can see why we started late.
A restful night last night. Friday's our big day in court for us generally, so we've got a lot done this morning. So I appreciate your patience in getting this started a little later than usual. First, as always, I'll ask to make sure everyone was able to abide by the court's admonition, not to let yourself be exposed to the media or not discuss the case among yourselves. You just nod your heads, so if you know, nodding your heads. I need to note that you decided you want to be off Sunday, but do want to work Monday. Is that correct? Again, if any one of you wants to take off Monday as well, we'll do that. If everyone wants to work on Monday, then we'll proceed on Monday. Let no one.
So you see, that's why I say we're going to have a busy weekend, because I'm not too sure if the defense, are they going to have witnesses? We don't know at this point. Is Jason Chen going to take the stand? Whew, I would love to see that. On my word. If he's going to take the stand, yeah, you tell your story. We want to hear that. That'll be interesting to just hear his explanation if he takes the stand. So the state is expected to rest at some point today, and then it will be the defense's turn, obviously, to present their case. And so if they say, no, the defense rests, well, damn, then tomorrow will probably be closing arguments. If they don't, and they've got witnesses and things, then the judge said the trial is scheduled, to last about 10 days, and he's anticipating the trial to be complete by Wednesday next week if you're watching live with me. Today would be Friday, January 17th of 2025. So we'll be working on Saturday. We'll be in court together, okay? So I hope you subscribe with your notifications on, and we're going to be doing what we've been doing every day in any case. And then on Sunday, the jury will be off. There'll be no court. And then it doesn't mean I won't be live. I might have another case to talk about on that day. You never know. And then on Monday, we meet again. Although it sounds like the judge is still saying the jury must decide, because Monday is Martin Luther King Day in America. It's a federal holiday. Thank you, Doris. So we'll see what the jury decides. But point is, we'll be very busy, okay?
The state will call Jennifer Moody to the stand.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Good morning, Miss Moody.
Good morning.
Can you say your full name for the record?
Jennifer Moody,
And Miss Moody, where are you employed?
the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do at the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office?
The capacity of my current assignment is A fingerprint technician, according to the policy and procedure, is considered a fingerprint technician.
Okay, and in your role at the sheriff's office as a fingerprint technician, what do you do?
Each morning I collect all of the police reports, accompanied by the disposition forms and the fingerprint cards from all the arresting agencies. First, they're sorted by date, and then they're sorted by agency after having checked to make sure the names match, the names on the fingerprint cards match the name on the reports. The charges are according to what the report says, and the ORI, that's original reporting incident, or the origin reporting incident, matches the agency for which the paperwork is going to go to.
Okay, and for what purposes do you have to go through all of those steps?
It's basically a quality assurance to make sure that all of the charges that we submit on behalf of other agencies are correct and accurate.
Okay, thank you. And who operates the Hamilton County Jail? What entity?
Oh, the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and when a person is charged with a crime, are they required to be fingerprinted?
That's correct.
Does that occur at the jail?
It does.
Can you describe that process to the jury?
That's correct. We use what's called a TENS machine. It's a digital machine provided by DataWorks, and they are an integrated software provider for criminal justice agencies. And so each fingerprint, if each finger is scanned digitally with a print of what they call a slap, that's the hand being placed flat, the full hand being placed flat, accompanied by a palm, just the lower palm, and then the upper palm.
And how are those records kept at the sheriff's office?
They're kept digitally.
Okay.
They're
And,
collected digitally and stay collected digitally.
okay, and do you have any other job responsibilities when it comes to the fingerprints that are collected from individuals being booked at the jail?
No.
Okay. I'm going to approach with a document. Do you recognize those two pieces of paper?
These appear to be a front and back copy of a fingerprint card.
Fingerprint card from the Hamilton County
That's
Jail?
correct, yes.
And I'm going to, is this a record that is kept in the normal course of the sheriff's office business when
That's
it comes to
correct.
operating the jail?
Yes,
And do you have access to these records?
I do.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit 212.
Well,
All right, I'm going to show these records to the jury behind you. If you could, you can use either, but I'm going to be pointing to the screen behind you. Is this first page, the page that you're looking at, which was that first print sample that you described?
That's correct. The bottom right and left-hand corners are what I described as the slap that is taken, and then the top ones are each individual finger.
Okay, and specifically, who are the prints taken by?
The booking officers.
Okay, are the booking officers required to insert the inmate's information into these print cards?
That's correct. Initially, they're entered into what's called CJIS. That's a criminal justice information system, so that they're on file for our records. And then those records are then imported into the machine prior to the prints being taken.
And who inputs the information about the inmate?
The booking officer.
All of it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you can see on this print card, there's a name, Chen, Jason. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then do you see a social security number?
Just below the name, that's
Would
correct.
that be the social security number attached to Mr. Chen?
That's correct.
And then you look down, you see his date of birth, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then can you describe to the jury what's over to the right of that, the M, the A, the numbers?
That is what's called an FBI number.
No, I'm sorry, if you'll look up to the screen, this part.
Oh, the M is the sex, the A is the race, and then the 601 is going to be the subject's height, the 170 is going to be the subject's weight, and then the BRO is an eye color, and then the BLK is a hair color.
Okay, and you were about to describe the FBI number, what is that?
Oh, the FBI number appears in that, well, it's not on that card yet. That would be, the FBI number would be in this box right here. It had not yet been assigned because prints had just been submitted, but the state control number is what's in the box to the left of the date of birth.
And how does the state control number correlate with the defendant listed?
It's an identifying number assigned by the TBI, and then the number that's not yet been generated is the FBI. Each agency gives an identifying number to each record.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And then the second page of that exhibit 212, what do we see here?
The top two dates. The top one is the date the subject was fingerprinted. The block below it is the date the date the offense occurred. Sometimes those dates will be different, depending on the circumstance.
And could it be different than a date of an offense of a crime if they are at some point charged with another crime and have to be fingerprinted again?
That could be one of the instances. Another instance is if we had a subject come in on serious felony charges that were extremely combative to the point that we had to allow a cooling down period of maybe a day before the subject could actually be printed.
Okay.
That's what would cause the discrepancy.
Okay. Are you aware in this case, and you may not be, are you aware in this case that Mr. Chen had been charged with 2 counts?
I am no, I was not aware.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then let's go down on this sheet of paper. What does this represent? 2756HS.
That is the badge number followed by HS for Hamilton Sheriff. The 4 digits are the identifying badge number for the officer that had printed, obtained the prints.
Okay. And then underneath that is what?
The charge for which the prints were taken.
Okay. And then residence is just simply what the defendant lists as their location of
That's
residence.
correct, yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
For these prints that were taken by 2756HS badge number, did you go through the quality assurance process?
That's correct.
And you do that for every set of prints?
Every set of prints.
In fact, that's your primary job, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, nothing further, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Officer Moody or Miss Moody?
I'm a deputy. I'm in a sworn capacity, so it's the deputy officer, whichever.
I apologize for that.
That's okay.
I wasn't sure if I missed the introduction. How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
Okay. And how long have you worked in the Fingerprint Division?
2 years.
And so you were working there in November of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you actually start in the Fingerprint Division?
February of 22.
Okay. And very, very limited questions for you here.
Sure.
Were there any cards that you were able to access for Mr. Chen prior to November of 2022?
Not to my knowledge.
And are you aware if he's been fingerprinted through the Sheriff's Office any more since November of 2022?
Not that I've noticed.
Okay. Is that the only record that you had for the purposes of your testimony here today?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Jury have any questions for Ms. Moody? All right, thank you, Ms. Moody. You may sit down.
And then what did they find with those fingerprints? Of course, we learned in the opening statements and with some of the other witnesses, but they're going to expand on that, I assume, today, that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag inside the suitcase where Jasmine Pace's remains were found. So that's going to be interesting hearing that testimony.
Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, State Patrol Lieutenant David Franklin.
Lieutenant Franklin. Lieutenant Franklin.
Sylvie says, you missed the judge reading the jury note at the beginning. Jury said yes to court on Monday. I did see that. I think we may have missed that because it was like a 20-second sound and then the sound went off. But what we did see together now was the judge still saying it's up to the jury, right? The jury wants to work. They want to be off on Sunday. So then they will be court on Saturday and Monday. It's going to be quite hectic, right? Monday's a busy day for Americans. But anyway, we will see what happens. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll be on verdict watch tomorrow, for all we know. We will just play it by ear, see what happens. But yeah, very dedicated jury. Of course, they sequestered. So it's not like they want to hang around, for the entire time. They don't have their electronics or anything either. So I understand why they would be like, no, let's work on Monday.
I swear from the testimony that you make the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
Please state your full name just for the court's record.
That's correct. David Franklin, F-R-A-N-K-L-I.
And Lieutenant Franklin, where are you currently employed?
The Chattanooga Police Department.
What's your current role at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm the lieutenant of the Family Justice Center.
What is that?
Family Justice Center houses our Special Victims Unit and our Juvenile Missing Persons Team, along with other roles in the city of Chattanooga. They have stuff for domestic violence and for abused children. It has our child advocacy center.
What position were you in at the Chattanooga Police Department before you became a lieutenant at the Family Justice Center?
The previous 13 years, 3 years I was in the late print unit, and the last 10 years I was a supervisor of the unit.
Okay, let's go back through your employment history with the Chattanooga Police Department. When did you join the police department?
2005,
And in what capacity were you at that time?
a patrol officer,
How long were you a patrol officer at the police department?
approximately 4 years.
And then what was the next division at the police department that you moved into?
The latent fingerprint unit,
Does that go by any other names?
APHIS unit,
What does APHIS stand for?
automated fingerprint identification system.
What are the job responsibilities of a, would your title have been investigator in the APHIS division or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are the job responsibilities of an investigator in the APHIS unit?
We receive friction-ridged skin evidence from crime scenes. We manually compare that evidence to known individuals. We notify the investigator of our findings. We write reports. At times we do process items of evidence from crime scenes, and then when necessary, we testify in court.
Okay, and at some point, did you move up into a supervisory role in the APHIS unit?
Yes, ma'am, 2012.
And what position did you move into?
The sergeant of the unit.
What makes the difference between an investigator that you would have become in 2009 versus moving up a couple of years later into the sergeant position?
I oversee all the operations of the APHIS unit.
How many individuals are employed in the APHIS unit?
Currently, there is 3.
And are all of those sworn law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 2022, what position were you in?
2002.
2022.
22, the sergeant of the unit.
Okay. How many people were underneath you at that time?
There were 2.
Okay. Let's go through your educational history and your training history. Do you have to be specially trained to be a latent print examiner at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, first of all, do you have a bachelor's degree, sir?
Yes, ma'am, criminal justice.
Okay, thank you. And can you describe, going back in time to when you first were in the APHIS unit, what training was required to be in the APHIS unit and be a latent print examiner?
Okay. For 2 years, in the latent fingerprint unit, you're basically in training. You're learning. So I trained another certified latent print examiner. That examiner was certified by the International Association for Identification. I trained underneath him. During that time, I attended a school put on by the National Institute of Justice, the National Forensic Science and Technology Center. It is in Largo, Florida. It consisted of 12 different modules, 11 different modules of instruction. And in between that coursework, you do additional coursework and assignments and pass tests, of course. I completed that school, and during my time as a latent print examiner, I completed over 300 hours of continuing education in latent fingerprint examination.
That first training program in latent print examiner training program is how it's described on your resume. That was a long training, was it not?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recall? What months?
It was a total of 10 weeks, but it was spread out over several months.
Okay. And in those 10 weeks, did you have to have training, a certain amount of hours of training in different types of subjects that deal with fingerprint examination?
Yes, ma'am. Each week was 40 hours.
Okay. And you testified that since then there's been over 300 hours of training. Does some of that training include IAI conferences?
Yes, ma'am.
You just mentioned it for the jury. What is IAI?
It's the largest professional organization in the world. It houses latent fingerprints, DNA, serology.
Do you recall how many times you've attended IAA training since 2010?
I would say pretty much since 2012, every year except the last 2 years I've attended that conference.
Okay. Has your training been ongoing from 2010 when you went to the original latent print examiner training program? Was your training ongoing through your time in the APHIS unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that required by the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, but it is required by the IAI. You have to have continued training hours to keep your certification. You have to recertify over 5 years.
Okay, so you can't just be certified and not worry about your training for 10, 15 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you just testified about certification. Who certifies you as a latent print examiner?
The IAI, International Association for Identification.
Do you have to be certified to work in this capacity at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are the other two individuals that work in the APHIS unit also certified?
Currently, one other person is.
And who is that?
Sergeant Salyers.
Salyers?
Yes, ma'am.
What are some things, what are some subject areas that your training has focused on over the years when it comes to fingerprint examination?
Processing items of evidence, determining sufficiency of latent print impressions, tell the difference in distortion, of the pressures of blood, biology of the skin, the history of latent print examination, the list goes on.
And after you were certified as a latent print examiner, were you recertified after those 5-year periods?
Yes, ma'am. I've recertified twice.
2016 and 2021?
I believe it was 2017 and 22, I believe those are the dates.
What types of cases at the Chattanooga Police Department does the APHIS unit work?
All crimes.
From burglary to a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And at whose request do you examine fingerprints?
It's when the officers or investigative units submits cases to our office.
In your years in the APHIS unit, both as an investigator and as sergeant, how many fingerprints would you say that you reviewed?
Items of evidence I've looked at for impressions, probably over 10,000 comparisons. Actually comparing a latent print and known print, well over 300,000.
300,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any type of peer review process at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, we follow a scientific process known as ACE-B, which requires verification.
So would that mean that after you examine prints, if you're able to make an identification, somebody else would have to verify that identification?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is that a nationally known procedure?
It's a standard that we follow.
Does IAA require it?
No, SWIFAST, which is Scientific Working Group for Friction Original Study Technology, provides standards, and that's one of their standards.
Okay, so the IAI doesn't even require it, but the Chattanooga Police Department still does that?
That's right.
Okay. And is the methodology that you use in fingerprint examination, is that accepted nationwide?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would tender this expert as an expert in APHIS and fingerprint examination.
Any objection?
No objection.
Let the witness be recognized as an expert in APHIS and latent print analysis and examination.
Okay. So let's talk to the jury about fingerprints. Lieutenant, just in general, before we get to the case at hand, okay? Are fingerprints, similarly to DNA, unique to each person?
Yes, we have an additional thing where DNA, if you have identical twins, you can't tell the difference. Well, even identical twins have specific fingerprints just to that person.
Nobody in the world has the same.
That's amazing, right? If you didn't know that, identical twins have different fingerprints, even though their DNA is the same. I really like how this lieutenant answers questions, very much bullet points here. He doesn't have the longest answers, but it's like very powerful. So I also like how District Attorney Coty Womp said, can you, let's talk to the jury about. That's so nice. That will get their attention. Be like, oh, okay, they're talking to us about this now. So they don't just feel like, well, we're just here observing. Obviously, they're the most important people in the room, you know. But to say, let's talk to the jury about this, I think that's a very nice way to word that as well. Thank you all for being here. I hope you're familiar with the case if you're here. And if you're here for the first time, let me know as well. I always like seeing new faces here.
Fingerprints as another person.
No, ma'am. Your fingerprints are above the womb, about 12 weeks in utero. There's numerous stresses and strain, the rise and lowering of your molar pads in your fingers, biological history. They can never be a duplicate. That's why no one will ever have the same exact fingerprint.
Okay, and what about the different prints on each of our fingers? Are any of our fingers contain the same prints?
The basic three types, you have arches that come in one side and arching out the other side. You have whorl patterns that are whorls. Then you have what's called loops, which flow in one side and out the other. So we all have those three, but your individual characteristics, what we call level 2, minutia, you may hear minutia or rigidence, those are particularly known to you.
Okay, let's talk in more detail about some of those words you just used. Minutia, what is that?
Minutia is ridge events. So, like I said, those characteristics, we look at fingerprints. So your ridges aren't just smooth, straight lines. They bifurcate, which means your ridge will go along and bifurcate into two separate ridges. You have a ridge that comes on and comes to like a ridge ending, and then as simply as a dot, which a ridge is basically a ridge event that's as wide as it is long, or a combination of those three.
Admit it, you're looking at your hands right now, aren't you? Did I catch anyone looking at their fingerprints? I always feel tempted when they're talking about fingerprints, and I don't know what, then you're like, ooh, let me have a look. Are you doing that as well? Okay.
Okay, and you just mentioned ridge ends and bifurcations. Are those well-known terms in the fingerprint examination field?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there, you mentioned loops, arches, and whorls. Are those the three most common identifying factors in fingerprint examination?
Yes, ma'am. Loops are predominantly the majority of your fingerprints. Whorls is the second, and then the last about 5% are arches.
And you sort of already answered this, but can our fingerprints change over time in terms of age or if your body changes?
No, back to when you're in utero, the molar pads recess, your fingerprints are set. They don't change throughout your entire life unless they're altered by like disease or scarring. But once you scar the basal layer, which is the basic template of your skin, that scar will replicate the rest of your life, so it's even more unique.
Okay, thank you. And did you prepare some demonstrative PowerPoint slides for the jury to help us understand this complicated field?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Behind you, I'm going to show the jury this slide, and I'm going to ask you, are there two separate types of methods to process fingerprint evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Using the slide, can you talk to the jury about the two separate methods that are used nationwide?
Y'all may have sat down, so I know something.
If you could turn this microphone.
Yeah.
Michael, I knew it.
And
We do like a presentation. Did you see how the lieutenant was humble, but like, yes, I do have a presentation. We do love that. Michael Pickle said, busted. I was closely checking each finger in the sunlight. I knew it. Kerry as well. Knew it. I would also be, but I'm on camera here, so I'm not going to sit here being like, wow. But I want to.
Lieutenant, if you would like to use this one today. Sure.
So what you see on the screen here is processing techniques, items for evidence. So depending on what kind of surface you have and what is secreted from the skin determines what kind of process you use. Predominantly what we use is basic fingerprint powder. So you'll see this here on the left. I'm sure you've seen on TV shows, CSI, and all the cool shows, this basic fingerprint powder. And all I do is adhering to the sweat and the eccrine stuff that's splotched your skin on that surface. However, we also could do a super glue fuming, which really on plastic surfaces and other stuff is more suitable for this because it really fixates the print in. So you can use that. However, there's another process on there I forgot to put up here is if it's so these are all for non-porous surfaces. If you pour water on this table here, your fingerprint residue or the water on the surface would stay on top of that surface. Same thing with your fingerprint residue. If I touch this, the residue from my skin will stay on that surface. So we use these basic to process. However, if I touch my file folder here, that's a non-porous surface, right? If I pour water on this paper, it's going to be absorbed in, so we use a chemical process to process that.
Okay, and is one of these techniques considered more reliable than the other?
Not necessarily. They're both. It depends on the case and what the examiner, what kind of surface and what is secreted from the skin. But predominantly, your cyanoacrylate or super glue fuming is more stable.
And what is what was being used in 2022 at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Both these processes.
Okay, and in the case of State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen, was one of these utilized?
Yes, we use the side rack.
Okay, so that photo on the left of that machine that none of us have ever seen before, except for you most likely, is that, do you have one of those in Chattanooga?
Yeah, we actually, this is Zack model.
Okay, perfect. I think you can sit it back down for another second, and then you might want to get up again. I want to move.
Sorry to interrupt. This is a good point. Kathleen said, now that everyone has located their fingers, please use one on the like button. Thanks. Pick one and touch the like button.
Move into defining some important fingerprint terms for the jury before we get to the evidence. You mentioned ACE-V. What is ACE-V?
ACE-V is an acronym for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. It's the process we use to compare a known print to a latent print.
Okay, and does the A, C, E, and V stand for anything?
Yes, it stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification.
Okay, and is that a term that's used nationwide by examiners?
That's correct.
Is that the official process for examining with validity fingerprint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And known, let's go to known impressions or 10-point cards. Your PowerPoint's on the screen behind you. What are known impressions or 10-print cards as they could be called?
Known impressions are the intentional recording of friction-rich skin, and this can be done a couple of ways. But the common way we do that is black printer's ink. You just roll on the finger, and you roll that nail to nail on a contrasting surface such as a 10-print card to record that friction-rich skin. Your top 10 boxes are your rolled, and the bottom boxes where we call the fine impressions where they're printed out simultaneously. Or you could use basically what we call a live scan device. And a live scan device is basically a flat band scanner that does the same thing. It just takes images instead of ink.
Do you know which one the jail uses?
The jail uses the Hamilton jail uses a live scan device.
Okay. And this basically is when fingerprints are purposefully taken
Correct.
from a subject.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, the next slide, latent prints. So this is the other kind of fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe these for the jury?
So latent prints are accidental or unintentional reproductions of that same friction-rich skin from secretions in your skin or a contaminant. Your body secretes mostly sweat, but it also has acrid and amino acids, some other chemicals. Or you could touch a potato chip bag or get a contaminant on your hand and touch a surface, and that will reproduce that friction-rich skin.
Thank you. Are some latent prints better than others?
Oh, yes.
And can you describe that for the jury?
So there's different qualities.
We're in front of the mic, makes you a little better.
Yes, sir. So every recording of a latent impression is not a true recording of your friction screen because it depends on what's deposited, how long it's deposited. Are you like me, like in the middle of winter, you'll still sweat. Obviously, leave better prints behind. And then, so there's different qualities and quantity of details present based on several factors.
Okay, is part of your job determining the value of latent prints?
Yeah, so back to the ACE-V, your analysis stage is the first stage. We'll look and analyze the print. Is there sufficient quantity of those level 2 details, those bifurcations, those ridge endings, those dots. Level 3 details, which is called edgeoscopy, which is the outer edges of those ridges aren't also, they're not smooth lines either. They actually have peaks and valleys, like a mountain range. So all that we're looking at in the analysis phase.
Okay, so would you say that there are latent prints often located that are not of the quality that can be used for comparison?
Yes.
Okay. Does that happen often?
Yes, it happened in this case.
Okay. What can affect, you've mentioned this a couple times, but what can affect the value of a latent print?
You're talking about how clear it is. Basically, what it affected is basically not how fresh it is, but if there's any slippage or how hard deposition pressure was or sliding, what kind of surface. Obviously, this table is a better surface to develop prints on, whereas like your new items, your refrigerators, your stuff in your home, your cars are basically repellent to fingerprints. They're made that you don't want to see those fingerprints anywhere.
Okay. What about liquid?
Yeah, liquid's not very conducive to fingerprints.
Okay. When analyzing latent prints with known impressions, what do you begin looking for at the very initial part of your examination?
So that's when you move from the analysis phase. So once you leave the analysis phase, you determine there's sufficient quantity of details present, then you determine that prints of value. If not, you say prints of value, you stop. So then you go into the comparison stage. I take those level 2 details, those bifurcations, those ridgings and dots, and then any scars or angioscopy, you compare that to a similar location in a known print. Then you'll compare all the latent images, all the ridges in the latent image to all the ridges in the known print.
Okay, is there a computerized system that can assist in potential matches between latent prints and known impressions?
The APHIS machine can give you a list of candidates compared to correct.
Okay. Is there any technology on a computer that you use when you're analyzing latent prints compared to known impressions?
No, we don't. We typically use just 2 loops, which is 2 magnifying glasses, or we can use like Adobe Photoshop and put both images up there that way.
So sometimes you use Adobe Photoshop.
That's correct.
Was Adobe Photoshop used in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, when you're examining prints, do you prefer to have the original print to use for examination?
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the jury?
So every examiner looks at latent print and wants the original image to look at. I mean, there's obviously, I'll be honest and transparent, there's errors out there. The Jeremy Mayfield case where they have erroneously ID'd someone because they had a copy of a copy of a copy of an image.
The quality could decrease if as copies go on.
Correct.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So ACE V, we've gone through analysis, comparison, and then evaluation. It's probably fairly obvious, but what's the evaluation?
So the evaluation stage, the examiner can come to one of 3 conclusions. He can say he's made an identification, which is basically he or she is stating the latent and the known print came from the same source. Or he can say he's made an exclusion, which means the latent print and the known print did not come from the same source. And lastly, they can say they're inconclusive, which means they can't tell one way or the other whether it did or did not come from the same source.
In your job in the APHIS unit, did you often come up with each of those 3 conclusions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last one in ACE-B, verification, what is that?
So once you've completed your analysis, your comparison, your evaluation, you'll turn the case over to another independent certified examiner who do their own analysis, comparison, and evaluation.
And that was done in this case?
Yes, done all our cases.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to this case.
Pause. Just a crazy Jen says, I have to commend the court reporters so much in these trials, so professional. I could never have a poker face for the whole time. Can you imagine me as a court reporter? That's not going to work out. I'll be like, what? The snarky brow will not be able to just stay still. So yeah, there's a different court reporter today. Shame, yesterday was a very long day, and it must be so exhausting, typing all of that, like recording everything. Sure. It must be a lot. So yes, new court reporter today.
The reason why you're here. In 2022, you were the sergeant in the APHIS unit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What were your responsibilities as a sergeant in that unit?
I was working our majority of our most violent cases. I had the most experience, and then I would also be tasked by the homicide unit to process items of evidence.
Was there, or is there still, a way that cases are distributed to fingerprint examiners in the APHIS unit at the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
So they come in, we have red lock boxes, so we kind of keep bias out, so the officers or the investigators or crime scene investigators put those cases in a red lock box. We'll go every morning, open that red lock box, take them out, sign them, and go on sign cases based on what type of crime there is.
Okay.
Ned Smith says, former court reporter here, what we did was wait until we were with other reporters and let rip. Now, I do want to be a fly on that wall. Yes, I do. I want to see that. Yeah, Stefan says, imagine the court reporter rolling eyes. Exactly. No, they keep their poker face very well.
In this case, were you asked to analyze certain items to potentially locate latent prints?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what those items were?
Yes, it was 3 black garbage bags and 2 sets of handcuffs. And I did have a chance to look at the suitcase for suitability for fingerprints.
Okay, were there also 2 vehicles that you retrieved
Yes, ma'am.
latent prints from?
And I believe a Toyota, and then, y'all may look at my notes real quick. a Toyota and a Chevy.
Okay, and jumping ahead, and then we'll come back. After an evaluation, do you issue a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in this case, did you issue a report that's specifically related to the Chevrolet, the Toyota, and the garbage bags?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's first talk about the Chevy. Do you recall what kind of Chevrolet?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually take the prints off?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Our crime scene unit processed them.
Okay. Were you able to locate any prints or did the prints that you received from crime scene, were you able to observe any latent prints that you could use for analysis and comparison?
Yeah, they submitted 4 separate impressions, lifted off the vehicle, and one of those lifts had a latent dose of value to compare to a known individual.
Do you recall where on the Chevrolet that latent print with value was?
The front passenger door,
The front passenger door.
the exterior.
Okay. And was a comparison made for that print?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a positive identification made?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that person?
It was made by Mr. Jim Cooper.
Why did so to make a comparison, you have to have known impressions and the latent prints, correct?
Correct.
Because if you don't have one, you have to compare 2 different things. Why did CPD have Jim Cooper's fingerprints?
So all our impressions are run through that APHIS database. It gives a list of candidates compared to. So you're fingerprinted for numerous reasons, for applying for a job, you might be a teacher, a lawyer. There's numerous reasons why you're fingerprinted and it's collected.
So that latent print went into the APHIS system and it came back as a positive match with Jim Cooper.
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge of Jim Cooper's involvement in this case?
No, ma'am. When we're in our late print unit, we stay back and try not to figure out who was involved.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Toyota Camry. Were there observable satisfactory prints on the Toyota Camry?
Yeah, there was 3 late impressions submitted, and of those 3, 1 was a value. Or excuse me, 2 were a value.
The Toyota Camry was Jason Chen's vehicle. The other vehicle that they spoke about was Jasmine's vehicle.
Was there also a palm print from the Toyota Camry that was of value?
That's correct.
Okay, so 2 fingerprints and a palm print were of value?
So each of the last 2 lifts had multiple impressions of value.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're correct.
And on that Toyota, were you able to identify where the latent prints on the Toyota were observed?
Yes, ma'am. The front driver's side hood and the front driver's, the second lift from the front driver's side hood, exterior.
And who did those, were you able to come back with identification on those prints?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were those prints?
Investigator Crawford.
Okay. Is it common in criminal investigations to locate an investigator's fingerprints on an item of evidence?
Yes, officers' first job is right for preservation of life. So they're trying to save someone, or they're trying to get someone in custody. Maybe an officer safety issue. They don't have time right away to put gloves on. So it happens quite frequently.
Okay. And now I'd like to specifically focus on the garbage bags. I'm going to show you, Lieutenant, what's already been identified or placed into evidence as Exhibit 185. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What's depicted in the photo?
This is our crime scene processing bay with the bags hanging out to dry.
And in fact, is that you in that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you told where the bags were collected from?
That's right.
Where, to your knowledge, where were those bags collected from?
They had held Jasmine Pace's body.
Okay. And I want to clarify something. Investigator Schubert's testified already, and it became confusing to me. The order in which the bags were numbered or identified, the 3 garbage bags have already been entered into evidence as 182, 183, and 184. However, the labeling, first of all, do you know who did the labeling in this case?
I believe she did.
Okay. One of them says that it's number 1, front most exterior. So do you know which bag that would have been around Jasmine's body?
From the documentation I received, number 1 was the most exterior bag, number 2 was the middle, and bag she labeled 3 was the closest to the body.
Okay. From the outside in 1, 2, 3.
Correct.
I just have a general trigger warning up that this is obviously educational content. It's for adults only. We are watching the trial of a murder case, and it can be very upsetting. I know it's just a trash bag that they're showing, but it's like, man, to think that 22-year-old Jasmine Pace was stabbed 60 times, and yesterday it was terrible to hear how much he stabbed her in the face, in the eye, in the neck. I mean, what? But then also wrapping her body in trash bags and putting her in a suitcase. And then I made a short today as well, if you missed my YouTube short, just clipping that part, because some people had emailed to say they can't find that, even though it's timestamped for you. That part where Jason Chen is wheeling the suitcase, out of his apartment complex. That, and then just how he disposed of her like trash. It can just be so depressing, right? It's really heavy. So I just have a general trigger warning up. If you ever feel like any case just gets too much for you, or it's just like, no man, I need a break, then please do take a break. Your seat will always be saved over here, okay? You can come back anytime. Your seat will be warmed and saved for you.
And so this one says number 2 middle, and then this one says number 3 back. It's slightly confusing. I'm assuming it's number 3, but do you know why I would say number 3 back?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, it's just labeled confusing.
Yeah, I believe so it is. That was Investigator Booker who put those back in the bags. I'm not sure how she let them. When she passed the evidence on to me, I wrote down in my notes which bag she told me was in relation to the body, and that's when I did my investigation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to locate latent prints on any of these garbage bags?
Yes, 2 of the bags.
2 of the bags. Do you recall which bags?
Bag number 1, which was the furthest from the body, had 4, and then the bag that was closest, the most interior bag, the interior of that bag had 1.
Okay. And were any of those latent prints of value, high enough quality to be examined for comparison purposes?
Only 1 set.
And what set were those?
That was lift A.
Where was lift A on the bags?
The exterior of the 3rd bag.
Okay. And can you describe at this point in any detail the quality of those latent prints that you just described as lift A on the 3rd bag?
So the quality of these images, or the latents in that case, I would consider a medium low to medium high quality. It did have some slippage or distortion at the very end, but the core of the impression was really clear. So I would, based on me looking at the prints, I'd say medium low to medium high quality.
Like they asked for water. Water! We need some hydration here. Mama Kahuna says, thank you, Mr. Grizzly, for letting us borrow Gizla for hours on end. You are so appreciated. I'm going to, let me look at the timestamp of this. I'm going to pass that on to him. I'm going to show him this message later. I will also include the cats. Otherwise, they're going to be upset, okay? Because they're like, excuse me, lady. You're just sitting there all day. They just stare at me from the side. It's quite funny.
Lieutenant, I'm going to hand you 4 photos, ask you to look at them, tell me if you recognize them. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What are those photos of?
These are photographs of the image of the latents that are of value.
From
Comparison.
From garbage bag number 3.
From garbage bag number 3, correct.
That you were able to compare to known impressions.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be collected exhibit 213.
Did you see how he mirrored me? Did you see what that lieutenant did? I was taking a sip and he took a sip.
Yes, Your Honor. Using Exhibit 213 behind you, can you describe for the jury, and you're welcome to use the laser pointer if you like, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photo with a DF number 1011A on it?
So DF1011 is my initials and my badge number, and this is image A, so we document sequentially, so if there's more images with B, C, D, and so forth. We've had scale tape in because when you take a photograph, you want a true one-to-one image of the latent, you're going to compare it. And then down here you see the two fingerprint impressions that were laid down simultaneously, which means at the same time. This has been super glue fumed, so your ridges you're seeing up here on the screen, these white, that's the actual friction ridge skin. And the black is actually the furrow, which was in between the fingerprints.
Okay. I'm sorry, was there more you wanted to identify?
Well, you also see some voids, and we explain what those voids are. That's the substrate that it's on. The bag creates voids. And there's also pockets. It's like if you have anything plastic that's crumpled up, it'll create voids in the bag.
That's what the black marks are that have no white in them?
Correct.
Okay. Second page. Actually, let me go to the I'm sorry, this is the second and the third page. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
So these are my markings where I determine the prints or the value. We'll mark the upper portion of it, and we'll put our complaint number and which number we put on it. So these are marked with our complaint number, and they're images 6 and 7. And then also in this image, it has been reversed. So previously the slide, can you go back one slide?
Yes, sir.
These ridges are white. Well, most examiners, we want to see black ridges, which are your brain's used to seeing. So we're going to be Photoshop and just invert the colors. All we did was invert the white images to the black images. If you go to the next slide, the ridges are not black.
Okay. And what's the significance of the numbers that have -06 and -07 at the end? The -07 is a little harder to see. It's right under the ruler.
0607. So we previously on the Chevy and Toyota had images or latents of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when I got the bag, this would be limited images. The latent images 06 and 07.
Were 06 and 07 what were used to make a positive identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm also going to show you, I'm going to go to a fourth slide here. This was the fourth photo in exhibit number 213. Can you, using this photo and this slide, can you explain any further about that photo?
It's the same image I showed you before without the markings. So it's just the ridges have been inverted from the cyanoacrylite to black. So the ridges are black. And this has no markings on yet. I haven't marked it yet. This is what as we photographed that day, this is what the image looked like.
I understand. I'm going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as exhibits 198 and 199. There's 2 documents with each of those exhibits. Can you look at those? Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, it's known impressions.
Okay, and I've got it on the screen here. This is exhibit 198. There's 2 pages. These are the 2 pages. Are you familiar with Investigator Martis?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he often, did he, when he was at the Chattanooga Police Department before he retired, take known impressions from individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize these as the known impression print cards that were taken from Jason Chen?
Yes, I was present that day.
You were present when Mr. Chen was fingerprinted?
Investigator Martis, correct.
Yes, okay. And you'd agree that these are the 4 cards collected from Mr. Chen on that day at the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these print cards, were these known impressions what you used for comparison?
That's correct.
Okay. So explain that to the jury. When they now see the known impressions in the same set of slides as they see the latents. So explain that comparison process.
So then we would go back to our office. We would put the latent impression on the screen and a known impression. We take those cluster, those level 2, level 3 details I was telling you about, the bifurcations, ringing dots. I would look for that in first in the latent impression. Then I would look for that in a similar location in the known impression. So then you would compare all the ridge events, all those ridges you saw the showing previously on that latent image, and compare it to all the ridges in the number impression.
How lengthy of a process is this?
It takes a long time to base and how quality the details are.
Okay. And based on your examination, you testified that there's only 3 options, that there's a positive identification, that you can exclude the known impression from being the same individual as the latent or inconclusive, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And in this case, when we talked about -06 and -07 on one of the latent print photos, were you able to make a positive identification?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 212, collective. Would you agree that this is a different print card than the prints collected by Investigator Martis
Yes, this is the live scan recording of the group scan.
from the Hamilton County Jail?
Yes.
Did you use, for your either investigative purposes or for your testimony today, did you use the Hamilton County Jail prints?
I did use it to create a chart.
Would that be a chart to help the jury understand identification?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And is this something that you often do?
For every case.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize those documents?
That's correct.
What are those?
This is the chart that I created for court purposes.
And did you create 2 charts?
That's correct.
Explain what those 2 charts are and why you created 2 of them.
So one chart has the latent impression 06 and 07 marked up with those minutiae of those ridge events. And the second chart has the prints bearing Jason Chen's prints with corresponding ridge events.
And again, why'd you do that with 2 separate prints?
So you can see for yourself how they matched up.
In 2 separate sets of prints?
And 2 separate sets of prints, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that these be admitted as, I believe, 214.
Yes, ma'am.
Stapled in. Display for the jury. The second page of Exhibit 214. So, describe for the jury here what we're looking at.
So this is a live scan image of those 10 print cards you saw, the ones that the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office took. So this is the left ring and left middle finger from that 10 print card on the screen of Jason Chen's.
Okay. And I apologize, that is just a demonstrative exhibit. This photo is the first page of Exhibit 214. Well, it doesn't have a... Our PowerPoint has gotten rid of your... One second, Judge. Might have to do this a little bit different because of how PowerPoint presentation is working, Lieutenant Franklin.
Yes, ma'am.
You need the document can.
I might have to. We'll see if this works here. Your Honor, I'll have to use the document camera. I apologize, Lieutenant Franklin. Some of it didn't show up in PowerPoint.
No problem.
Okay. Yep. All right, so here's that slide with the numbers that are going to be helpful for the jury. Can you describe for the jury in this 214 exhibit what we're seeing?
So So once again, you have the two latent impressions. You have latent 06, latent 07. Then you have the corresponding ridge features that are marked as minutiae, once again, bifurcations, red endings, dots, with red arrows going to those associated numbers. So in this image here, you have 20 ridge events that are marked.
And are those 20 ridge events what you were able to look at and then match to a certain person's fingerprints?
That's correct.
And is that certain person Jason Chen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this a common practice, a common demonstrative exhibit in your examinations?
Yes, when I testify in court, I always prepare a chart for the jury.
Okay. In every case, are there 20 ridge points? Is that the right term?
It depends on the latent impression.
Can there be less than that?
Oh, yes.
Can there be less than 20 with a positive identification?
Yes, if the scientific working group for analysis study technology has a sophisticated chart that basically gives you a guideline if your quality of your latent is better or less, how many ridge events you need to affect the identification.
How many ridge events do you need to affect a valid identification?
1983, the IEI, which is once again every body, determined there's no scientific proof for a set number of ridge events to affect an ID. Depends on each examiner's training, experience, and knowledge. With that said, certain labs or agencies will have a threshold. We do not have a threshold, but there are agencies out there that may have a threshold of 10 or 12 and so forth.
What do you feel comfortable with?
But each case is specific.
Okay, in this case, you feel comfortable with 20 ridge events.
I've never seen anybody have 20 ridge events in common that's not been the person we identified it to. There's no one's had 20 ridge events that match up.
Thank you. And then the other page to Exhibit 214. Tell the jury what we're seeing here.
So these are the known images of Jason Chen's left ring, the left middle finger, and that's the corresponding ridge events that match the previous slide of the latent impression. So you have, once again, you have 20 ridge events. That's not all 20 that match, but this is 20 that mark on the chart.
Understood. Let's go back to the report that you prepare that memorializes your findings. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you prepare a report such as that in all your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be Exhibit 215. We're going to show it to the jury lieutenant. Hopefully we can go back to PowerPoint. Your Honor, DVD. Okay. Is this part of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I didn't want to get it too small, so I separated it into two slides. So this is slightly complicated because everybody else is not used to these type of reports. So let's go through this. When it says submissions, what are we talking about with submissions?
Anything that was submitted on the case for us to look at, either latent prints or known impressions from individuals.
Okay, and you had testified that the Chevrolet, the Toyota, and the garbage bags were presented to you in this case.
That's correct.
And then the other items, real briefly, because you mentioned the other items that you also examined for prints. Were you able to make any positive identification on any of those items?
No, neither item had any impressions or latents to compare or even look at.
Okay, thank you. And then the known impressions that you have, were you able to add that to your report after positive identification was made?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the photo of the latent prints on garbage bags, you would agree it says DF1011A, A through E here.
Yes, ma'am.
But those photos showed DF1011A, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then we go down to analysis, and you can see KMBA. You've put Chevy above that. What does this represent here?
That's the lift that was a value that I compared to another individual that was off lift of KMBA, which Kristen Booker at the time, that was her lift.
And can you explain what the 22-128018-1-01 is?
That's the complaint number from the top, and then That is latent 01.
So we're using that number to identify this particular latent print.
Correct.
Okay, and then the Toyota, we see here, as you described, front driver's side hood, exterior, presented 3 impressions. And we can see that says 02 to 04 after that complaint number.
Correct.
That's because there were 02, 03, 3 prints identified.
3 prints, that's correct.
Okay, and then MJ 74585, document is being recovered off the front driver's side hood. Again, now this is 05.
Correct.
A 4th, and this was also Investigator Crawford's.
Yes, it was.
02 to 05 were Investigator Crawford's.
02 to 05 were Investigator Crawford's.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the next page when you start at the top here. Now you get to garbage bags.
Correct.
And you can see the DF1011A, which is reflective of the bag and the identification on the garbage bag.
Correct.
Okay. Document is being recovered off garbage bags. Exterior presented 2 impressions. Those are the impressions you've testified to. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then your conclusion section at the end here is where you make your identifications and you report them in your official APHIS section examination report.
That's correct.
So what you had previously testified to was the fingerprint on the passenger side door of the Toyota was Jim Cooper's.
Correct.
The fingerprints found, the only examinable fingerprints found on the Toyota were from Investigator Crawford.
That's correct.
And then the 2 prints of quality to examine from that garbage bag around the body of Jasmine Pace were made by who?
Made by Jason Chen. The prints of value were made by Jason Chen.
The prints that were not of value that you received or that you were able to extract from the other bags, they were...
They can be compared.
Okay. I believe that's it with this witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Lieutenant Fingerprint. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. How you doing?
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of things that I wanted to clarify. In this case, you have created a report.
Yes,
Thank you. You're on timing like the document came in. Showing you what's 215 here. This report was issued, I'm going to assume January 3rd, 2023, correct?
It was written then.
Okay. And who did the verification of your report?
Sergeant Salyers.
Okay. And does he have a separate report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's not included within your report. His
No, ma'am.
would be individual, correct?
Correct.
Just to draw your attention, I'm going to show you also what was marked as Exhibit 214. You've indicated that the numbers here, actually before we move to 214, still on 215, you've indicated that there is a complaint number 22128018.
Correct.
Is that correct? And down here under the garbage bag, there's the same number, 22128018, and then it has the hyphen 6 and 7. What does that mean?
It means latent impression 06 and 07.
And so that would mean prints that were picked up from the bags.
Correct.
Okay. Now, drawing your attention to 214, and I'll start with page 1. There's a number up here that is listed as 22128019-0609. What does that mean?
So 06 was the latent impression 06. 09 is a clerical error. It should have been 07 on the screen.
Okay. Is the 19 also a clerical error
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the case number? So
Yes,
that should read.
Well, you're in the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint had the correct information. This was outdated.
Okay. So So it should be 22/12/80/18/06/07.
07, correct, ma'am.
Okay. And so that would match the 2 examinations that you've performed in 215, which are
Correct.
signified as 6
Yes.
and 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were those latent prints obtained?
On the bag or
Yes, on the bag.
on the exterior most, the third bag, most exterior bag, on the exterior, not the interior, but the exterior of that bag.
So the prints were from the outside of the most exterior bag.
Correct, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the testing that you did in 214 was used with prints from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office. Or did I misunderstand that?
That was used to complete the chart.
To complete the chart. And to clarify, do you use the Sheriff's Office prints for every case or make the chart for every case?
Make a chart for every case.
Okay. And so this was typical work that you do, or that you did do while you were in the APIS unit.
That's correct, ma'am.
Did you use the Chattanooga Police Department prints or the Sheriff's Office prints for your investigation?
We used, to make the actual ID, we used the prints, the major case prints that Investigator Martis submitted.
Okay. And you were present for those prints being obtained?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Now, the prints that were used from the Sheriff's Office, were you present for those prints being obtained?
No, ma'am.
While doing your testing on these prints, did you have any instances where there was difficulty for you matching or processing the prints?
No, I mean, when we look at latent prints, we take our time. I believe the day that I got them, I think it was 2 days later before I even started marking or looking like in detail the print.
Now, is Investigator Salyers the only person that reviewed your work?
Officially reviewed, yes.
Okay. Unofficially? Did you have other people review?
Yes.
Outside of CPD or within CPD?
2 other certified, we only have 2 certified latent examiners to CPD, so we have, if we want a third person, we have to go outside CPD.
Did you use a third person in this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
Monica Batts from Brown County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And does she do an independent analysis as well, or do you send her your report and ask her to just confirm it?
No, she does her own independent analysis, comparison, evaluation.
So within CPD, Investigator Salyers, would he also conduct a truly independent, do you use the same procedure where there's no bias in a red box?
So if you have a single latent fingerprint, which means just one, we would do a complete form blindness test. We wouldn't even allow you to see the notes or anything else. When we ID multiple prints, the secondary examiner gets all my case notes, gets everything, because his job is to prove me wrong.
Okay. And was Monica Dats, sorry.
That's okay.
Was she the only individual that also reviewed your work?
No, I sent it to a companion that works in Omaha, Nebraska.
What was the purpose of sending it to 2 other people outside of your agency?
So when you get a quality latent, they're really high quality, right? There's no concern. When they get a little less quality, and you've looked at it over time, to keep bias out, you want other opinions, no other downside to your process. You want more than one person looking at it. Make sure you're not being biased.
Did you have concerns of potential bias in this particular case?
No, ma'am.
Did you have concerns of uncertainty
No, ma'am.
related to the prints?
No, I did a thorough analysis, comparison, evaluation. I came to one and one conclusion on these prints were made by Jason Chen.
Okay. Now, you mentioned also the handcuff and the suitcase being submitted to you for potential prints. Did you formulate any kind of report based on those pieces of evidence?
No, Investigator Booker asked me to look at the suitcase to see if it was suitable, and we agreed that it was not suitable for fingerprints based on the texture of it. The handcuffs I did, and I did create a report for the handcuffs.
Okay. Now, that's not any of the reports that have been presented today, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
While you've been testifying, we've not seen that report.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Has that report been provided to the state of Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Investigator Franklin, Exhibit 213 behind you here. The signifiers here, David Franklin badge 1011.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the A stood for, this was
My
lift
my first slip. So when each investigator processes an item of evidence based on that complaint number, you start with A. So any image, any lift you take, that would be your first one, and then you go sequentially to Z and then to double A and so forth.
And is there a report that shows what A is?
Yes, my official report.
So the official report is what can tie those two together.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is the exterior of the bag that's listed under -06 and 07.
Correct.
Both of the prints come from this one.
Correct.
Did you have any usable prints from bag 2, bag 1,
What is your definition of usable prints?
that you were able to test?
I did develop other prints, but they were not of value to compare to someone else.
Okay.
So you have to be the fresher of being of value. If there's not sufficient quality of details in ridge events, I can't compare to someone. So we stopped the process.
At any point were these bags reprocessed, or did the
They
fingerprints
were.
get worse?
So we use cyanide first. Actually, we do a sequential processing. So we look at the bag visually, use alternate light sources. Then we go to the next step, which was super glue fuming. We photographed the super glue. And then I did additional tests of basically applying a dye stain, which is a chemical that fluoresces under different wavelengths, and you use barrier filters and goggles to see those. We used that process, but it didn't make them any clearer.
And just to clarify, you at CPD, not you necessarily, but CSU rolls and ink, correct?
Yes.
When you're talking, you used the term earlier, live scan. Is that like a copier where somebody goes in and basically puts their hand down?
It's basically a flatbed scanner that's taking images of your friction rich skin.
And I have one more.
Lights are on now. Yes, Adelaide, that's what I wrote down too. 2 of the bags. Bag number 1 had 4 prints. Let's see what I wrote down. Wait. Bag 1. Outside bag, 4 fingerprints. Inner bag, 1 latent print. And it was the innermost bag that had a match to Jason Chen's fingerprints. That's what I gathered as well.
Lieutenant Franklin, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You redirect. Does the jury have any questions for Lieutenant Franklin?
Ooh, jury questions. We love those. Sidebar before the jury questions.
Morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
The jury has a few questions for you. I'm going to ask them if you can face the jury when answering, please.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the process of how latent prints are looked for? Is it done over a large area, i.e. the entire trash bag or the entire car hood, or a smaller targeted zone based upon a visual inspection to naked eye?
So examiners would look for the entire area. So if we had a car, for example, we'll process the entire car, from front to back, the interior. They tend to key on areas where they think it's more of a touch. Obviously, the middle top roof of SUV, more likely it's not going to be touched, but areas to the door, the front, the back. Obviously, in this case, we process from the hood of the vehicle. So the garbage bag is a smaller item. I process the entire bag. All 3 bags, interior and exterior. When you run cyanide or super glue fuming, any prints or any residue on that bag, it will attach to.
Do you recall if Investigator Crawford ever shared with you the occasion in which his prints were made on the Toyota?
No, he didn't. I ran those prints. We run all prints before we know any information. I had no idea those were Investigator Crawford's prints. So,
You may need to refer to your notes for this one if it's helpful. Can you please confirm the number of the bag fingerprints of value were found on? Is it bag number 1 or bag number 3?
yeah, bag number one I had labeled the most exterior bag was the one on the exterior of the bag, not the interior. The exterior of that bag is the 2 prints that were identified as Jason Chen.
And just so the jury's clear on that, we'll make sure
It's weird because they said in opening statements and they said earlier it was from the innermost bag. Now he's saying bag number 1, the exterior bag. So I don't know. Like it changed, but okay. At least one of the bags had 2 of Jason Chen's prints on it, latent fingerprints.
there's a outer bag, a middle bag, and an inner bag. There's an exterior and an interior each bag, correct?
Correct,
Can
Your
you
Honor.
just explain that?
So each bag, also you have outside the bag, and there's also the interior of the bag. So those prints are on the 3rd bag, which is the furthest from her body, and it was the exterior of that bag, not the inside of that bag.
See, now he's saying the furthest from her body and the exterior of the bag. Is anyone following? Southern Calibre says, trying to confuse us. We are not having it, sir. But they do ask really good questions. I really am impressed with the jury's questions, right? Yeah, she will say, I believe they are going to be confused on the reports, especially because I mean, the opening statements are always the first impression. They were very powerful. And the district attorney said that Jason Chen's prints were found on the innermost bag. So, if you're confused, don't worry. So is the jury. So are all of us, because it's contradicting what was said. But we'll have to follow the evidence here and listen to what Lieutenant David Franklin is saying. I think the important thing is that 2 of his fingerprints were found on the trash bags in the suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's remains, but they didn't really find valuable evidence, fingerprints on the bag, and not really on the vehicles either, which just tells me that he cleaned a lot and used gloves. I don't know about you, but that's how I would speculate, right? Yeah, just a crazy Jen said, one of the bags has his prints, I know that much. Okay, so let's go here.
Were fingerprints found on the handcuffs?
No, we have a new process of the recovery system. So we use copper and gold to process things. I used a recovery system, and there was nothing of value. The handcuffs were very pitted and weren't very good, were suitable for fingerprints.
Any redirect based on the jury's question?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant, you testified that there was an official APHIS report related to the other testing that the jury has not seen
Correct.
of the handcuffs.
Correct.
Are you certain that you gave that to the state of Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the CDI submitted.
Do you have that with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
May I? Will you pull it out?
Actually, it's not on the CD. The CD that I submitted to you was the only one. I've got the photos of the bags.
Okay, and so in that report, the handcuffs were tested, the suitcase.
Suitcase was not tested. We did a visual exam, but it was not tested.
What in the other report was tested?
Only the 2 handcuffs and the 3 garbage bags.
Well, the 3 garbage bags were in the report that we saw today.
Okay.
Is there another report that reflects the testing of the handcuffs?
Yes.
Only the handcuffs?
No, it has the handcuffs and the. So when you do a processing request, when you do process items of evidence, Crouching In will do a document saying what they processed, how it was submitted, what process was used. So I did that report. I submitted that report. And then the second report is only prints that are of value we looked at. That would be the APHIS report. So the crime scene report and the APHIS report.
1 second, Your Honor.
Forrest Nelson says, lucky to find any prints. He was doing his best to hide them. And then you say, stinker. So, I mean, the fact that his prints weren't on all the bags, I still wonder. Did he put gloves on? He must have, right? Or what? How are the prints not everywhere? There's only 2 prints found on one of the bags in the suitcase.
I want to be clear about something. Oh. So what I'm showing you is the APHIS report that verifies the fingerprints from the bags were Mr. Chen's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you saying that there's another report like that?
No, ma'am. This is official APHIS reports. There's two separate reports. The crime scene does a report, so when I process out of the evidence for crime scene, I am part of crime scene. So they I would do a processing request saying every technique I use, how I process it, what time it was processed, what sequential processing I do. So I'd write that report. Since there was no prints of value, there was nothing on the handcuffs, would not go in the APHIS report because there was no prints developed.
Do you now understand where the confusion lies
Yes, ma'am.
in that exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no official APHIS report for anything else
Correct.
because there was no identification.
There was no prints developed on the handcuffs.
Nothing further, Judge.
No further questions, Robin.
Any questions, Ms. Juror, based on that exchange? All right, thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Secretary, we got started a little late today, so we'll try to go until 12:30 for one of your lunch to be here good time that time.
Hopefully we can get through one more witness in that time period, Judge. The state would call Sergeant William Salyers to the stand. Hello, Sergeant Salyers.
Hello,
Will you state your name for the court's record?
Sergeant William Salyers,
All right. And Sergeant, where are you currently employed?
Chattanooga Police Department.
In what unit do you currently serve?
I am in the APHIS unit, which is our latent fingerprint unit.
Now we're going to have to ask Uncle Google. How do we spell Salyers? I wish they would ask them to spell out their damn names. It helps so much, right? Jeffy, I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't think so, but who knows? Some people in chat are saying that. I would hope not. I hope that gets cleared up, right? Okay. Misty, they didn't name each item, like the 10 items, very well. I was making a list. I made a list twice, and I just couldn't write them all down. You know, it was fingerprints of Jasmine's mother, father, her toothbrush as well, and a few other items as well. So, yeah. Sylvia says, your face, Grizzly. I'm just like, Salyers. Yeah, this is, I would have guessed like this. Sergeant William Salyers. So I just called him Sergeant William for now. Oh, dear. Okay.
Let's go back through your history at the Chattanooga Police Department. Your Honor, may I have that DVD? When did you begin your service at the police department?
In 2006,
In what capacity?
I was a patrol officer.
For how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Approximately 3 or 4 years.
Okay. And then at some point, did you move to another unit?
Yes, in 2010, I moved to the crime scene unit.
The jury's heard from a couple of crime scene investigators, but can you describe your responsibilities when you were a crime scene investigator?
Well, I would respond to scenes, and I would document those scenes with notes, photograph, video, collect any type of evidence, and report all that stuff to the case file when appropriate, testify in court.
Okay. And at some point from the crime scene unit, you moved to APHIS, is that correct?
That's correct. January 2015, I moved to the APHIS unit.
And when you began in the APHIS unit in 2015, what was your role?
I started on entry level to examine fingerprints and report all those case findings and to the case file, but mostly training as soon as I got up there because I didn't have any kind of training in fingerprints. So I trained under a certified latent print examiner for over 2 years, and since then I've attended over 500 hours in specialized training, and I've attended the IAI conference as well as the IDEMIA conference every year since then.
Is it common practice that when an individual moves to the APHIS unit at the Chattanooga Police Department, they have got to be trained for a certain period of time?
Yes, we typically train for 2 years, and the IAI certification board says that you've got to train for at least 2 years if you have a college degree before you're even eligible to take their certification test. So we kind of hold to that model as well.
And sir, do you have a college degree?
I do.
And what did you get your degree?
Business management.
All right. Who did you train under at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I trained under Lieutenant David Franklin.
And you testified that you have been certified. Are you required to be a certified latent print examiner at the Chattanooga Police Department?
It's not a requirement, no.
What did you have to do to become a certified latent print examiner?
So I had to train, like I said, for over 2 years under a certified latent print examiner. And I had to have at least 176 hours of specialized training before I was eligible to take the test. I have a 4-year degree, so I could take it after 2 years. And then you have to pass a written as far and comparison certification test to be certified.
Were you certified by IAI?
Yes, I am.
And was that in 2021?
That is correct.
So when would your recertification be coming up?
2026.
Now you are in what position in the APHIS unit?
Currently, I am the sergeant over the APHIS unit as well as our digital forensics unit and photo lab.
As the sergeant at this point in the APHIS unit, do you now actually train other individuals?
Yes, I have 2 other individuals that are employed under me, and I train them as well.
Similar to the way that Lieutenant Franklin trained you?
That is correct.
Okay. You mentioned 500 plus hours of training. Are most or if not all of those hours in latent print examination, APHIS related?
Yeah, that's correct. All of those hours are pertaining to APHIS and fingerprint related courses.
Are some of them trainings that happened over a period of days?
Yeah, sometimes you would have a week-long 40-hour class, 3-day classes, sometimes just a few hours, but there was just a wide variety, but there was quite a few classes that were 40-hour classes.
Does IAI have an annual conference?
They do.
Are you required to attend it?
Not required, no.
Do you attend them?
Yes.
How long are those conferences?
They are a week-long conference.
Did you attend the 101st IAI conference?
Yes.
What about the 102nd?
Yes.
What about the 103rd?
Yes.
104th, 5th, 6th, 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, 108th. Looks like the last one in 2024 was 108.
That's correct.
Okay. But outside of that, hundreds of hours of training and fingerprint examination.
Correct, yes. Our fingerprint vendor, IDEMIA, who have our latent workstations through, they do an annual conference as well, and we attend that conference too.
Have you testified in court before as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
3 or 4 times, and from juvenile court, sessions court, criminal court.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender Sergeant Salyers as an expert in fingerprint examination and APHIS.
The witness be recognized as an expert in APHIS, latent print examination.
No objection. Thank you, Judge. All right. Sergeant Salyers, as you know, should probably just pass him in the hallway. Lieutenant Franklin's already testified in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. So when you were you working in 2022 under Lieutenant Franklin?
Yes, I was.
And did he ask you to review his findings in the case of State versus Jason Chen?
Yes, he did.
At that time, were you often asked to review his conclusions in a fingerprint examination where a positive identification is made?
That is correct.
Is part of that role the V at the end of ACE-V?
Correct. That is the verification portion of the ACE-V methodology.
And is this always done at the Chattanooga Police Department in terms of identification?
And that's correct. We always verify every identification that we get.
What is the job of the verifier?
Well, as the verifier, you're trying to disprove what the initial examiner come up with. And you're reviewing all the evidence and doing your own independent analysis, comparison, and evaluation to ensure that the best possible answer is achieved and reported out.
Do you review all of the work that that examiner has done?
Yes, all of the latents that the initial examiner have are all then turned over to a secondary examiner to do their own examination.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you issue a secondary examination report?
Yes, I did.
Sergeant, is that the report that you issued in this case after verification?
Yeah, that is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 216. For your report, Sergeant, did you rely on some of the numbers, identification markings that were also in Lieutenant Franklin's report?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I am displaying for the jury your report. So would the submissions at the top be the same as the submissions on Lieutenant Franklin's report?
Yes, that is correct.
Which is in evidence as Exhibit 215. Conclusions that you have on here, are your conclusions the same as the conclusions of Lieutenant Franklin?
That is correct.
On all of the latent prints that had the quality able to be examined for identification?
That's correct.
And when you reviewed Lieutenant Franklin's work, did you know what ridge events he had identified?
Not on all of them, no.
So you actually do a review on your own without even looking at all of the ridge events that he identified?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall how many ridge events you were able to identify?
On
I'm sorry.
print specifically, or?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We will be talking about 06 and 07 at the bottom.
Okay.
Do you recall how many ridge events you were able to identify in 06 and 07?
Approximately 06, approximately 15 or 16 ridge events on its own, and then around 9 or 10 on 07.
Were you able to say with confidence that those prints, one being the left ring finger and the other the left middle finger, are that of Jason Chen?
That is correct.
Nothing further, Judge. No questions.
Do you have any questions for Sergeant Salyers? Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Your Honor, we approach.
No questions from the defense on that one. Okay. Let's skip through some of the sidebar here. Or what? Was that quick? It looks very quick. And then it's lunchtime. We'll be skipping right over that. Alexia Feldhaus says, what I don't understand is I thought he took the suitcase with Jasmine's body in her car to the site where he left her, but yesterday they showed markings in the boot of his car. So they didn't definitively say which car. They don't have surveillance of the car there in that area, but they do have his phone that pinged in that area, which is why they went to check the area, and then they found the suitcase within a minute, right? So they showed those marks in the boot of his car, but it didn't seem to me, let me know if I'm wrong, okay, that the state was able to prove that that definitely came from the suitcase. And if I were thinking like a defense attorney, which I am not. I'm not an attorney. But if I were, I'd be like, well, he could have traveled any time. Those marks could have been made at any time. It doesn't have to be from then. It could be from him taking that suitcase in and out as he goes to visit his parents, for all we know. So I don't know. That wasn't really the most compelling evidence, I would say. Based on the surveillance footage that we saw, I think it's plausible that based on where he left Jasmine's vehicle, which was at that 900 Mountain Creek Road, and where he left the suitcase with Jasmine's remains in, which was on the 1000 block of Suck Creek Road, and the proximity of those two locations, I think, and the timeline, if you look at it there, to me, it's very plausible that he went to Suck Creek Road, disposed of the suitcase, drove back with Jasmine's vehicle, and then left it where he left it, and then got that ride share back, which they said they couldn't identify exactly who was driving that Prius, but they think it was from, the company called Lyft, and it was rideshare. He might have even just, is that a South African saying or universal? I don't know, bummed a lift. He might have just been like, can I join you guys? I just need to just go back to, Tremont Road. Maybe he paid them cash. Maybe his name wasn't on it at all. Maybe he just asked some other students if he could take a ride. I'm not too sure. But yeah, let me know what you think as well about what I just said. To me, that makes the most sense. But I don't know, because we didn't see any surveillance and the timeline of when he would have then gone with a suitcase, right? You said, I thought the marks were her car. No, I think that was his car. But you said the My Chevy app showed a vehicle went to Suck Creek Road. Did it? Did her vehicle go to Suck Creek Road? Is that so? Yeah, you guys are like, hitchhiked. Bummed a lift. Hitchhike. Okay, let's keep going. What are they doing? Are they looking through exhibits? Oh, they're calling the next witness. Okay. Wow. Here we go. Also, with her car being so clean that Jasmine's sister said, whoa, it didn't even look like her car. It was so clean. Inside and outside. That tells me he dropped off the vehicle, maybe even went to a car wash. Who knows, But he could have also gone to the Suck Creek Road on the way, sort of, to his parents' house, which was in Nolensville, Tennessee, when he was hiding out there. This guy, oh my word. Straight to Mama's house.
Audience too, of course.
Tell the truth, that's about the truth, so happy God. I do.
Mr. Hamilton, can you say your full name for the record?
Yes, Mark L. Hamilton.
And did I tell you you'd probably be testifying after lunch?
You did, yes, ma'am.
And did you anticipate putting a suit on before you testified?
No, ma'am.
Did you? Did I just call you a second ago and tell you to get up here in 1 minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I apologize for that. Welcome. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living, where you currently work?
I work for General Cody Wong. I'm an investigator here, doing mostly technical investigations.
Okay, I want to go back through your work history, okay? And I want to start from the beginning.
Okay.
So in 1986, if you would consider that the beginning, I'm not sure. In 1986 to 2009, what were you doing?
I was in the U.S. Air Force and then later in the U.S. It was Air National Guard, Tennessee.
What did you do in the United States Air Force and Tennessee National Guard?
We did communications engineering, ground radio communications, and then later I was doing engineering installations all over the world.
Okay, will you remember throughout your testimony that if they're anything like me, we don't speak your language?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's make sure we break some things down. I've already told you my IQ in this field is low, so let's go slow, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are ground radio communications that you were doing as a specialist in the United States Air Force?
So it was a mixture, basically anything that doesn't leave the earth. So we didn't work on aircraft. We worked on other launch sites, air traffic control systems, air traffic towers, mobile, even the fire engines. A lot of it was stuff like post-nuclear attack, stuff that works after the nuclear bombs go off and all the radios are gone. This stuff still works. So it was a SAC, Strategic Air Command.
In a technical way, what are radio communications?
They're basically just the transmission of electrons in waveform, and the frequencies can be way variant. So it's all the way from super low to up in the microwaves, like the split wave and above time. But they're just waves of energy.
What training did you have to have in radio communications before you were in this capacity with the Air Force and the National Guard?
Well, the military side, we spent the better part of a year just on the technical subjects. There's no history or English, but it's basically electrical engineering minus the non-fun stuff.
And what is electronic section of 241 First 241's engineering squadron?
So we had two sides of the house. One was installations, which are the guys that are putting up towers, telephone poles, digging ditches, and putting fiber optics. And then I was over the side, which is electronics, which is all the radio communications careers.
Okay. And then later, did you move to a position with the city of Chattanooga?
I did. It was in parallel with when I went in the Guard, when I came off active duty. I was a radio engineer at the city of Chattanooga.
So was that from 1989 to 2002?
Yes, ma'am.
For approximately 13 years?
Correct.
And working with the city of Chattanooga as a radio engineer, what were your job responsibilities?
We took care of all the communications for multiple cities, actually, so fire, police, ambulance, public works. So mountaintop repeater sites, handheld radios we repaired, mobile radios, built this 911 center we currently have. I was involved in the new build of that. So all the dispatch consoles, had a lot of microwave networks and a lot of mountaintop repeater sites that we took care of.
What in the world are microwave networks?
Well, they're just short, micro, meaning small, so they're real high frequency, like our microwave oven that's a microwave. And we take that same signal that's cooking your food, put it in a dish, put information on it, and send it across the boundary to another site.
So when you say microwave, you don't always mean an actual microwave, but it is a microwave.
Yes, it's short, so high frequencies.
Okay. And then in 2002, after leaving the city of Chattanooga, did you join the Chattanooga Police Department?
Well, you just remember I'm still a city employee, but I'm lateraled over because technology in the forensics world especially was really starting to go with the cell phones. And the police department kept borrowing me from the communications shop, and so they just finally just moved me over there.
I see. So you're saying in 2002, with a new technology being created, the Chattanooga Police Department was using you so much, the city of Chattanooga just said, hey, go over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So my title changed. I still work for the same entity, but my title changed.
Sure, I understand. What was your title at the Chattanooga Police Department?
I had 2 or 3 of them, but at one point it was covert surveillance, and it ended up being forensic technician.
Forensic technician?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, as a forensic technician, were you doing at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Cell phone forensics, video forensics, audio forensics, about any kind of technical device. Cell records analysis from the providers.
Do those type of forensics involve inspecting and interpreting cell phone data?
Yes, ma'am.
What about cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
What about location data from cell phones and other items?
Yes.
Who were you primarily doing those things for at the police department?
As in which division?
At whose request would you do them? Who would give you a cell phone?
Generally, most of that work came out of homicide, but I worked for the whole department, plus I assisted 6 or 7 outlying agencies. But yeah, most of my heavy workload came out of homicide.
And what was your involvement in audio and video?
So a lot of times they would call me out to a crime scene. In the early days, it was VHS tapes that were called time lapse. It was awful. Later, as digital came along, they would call me to the crime scene. A lot of times to collect. The crime scene would collect a cell phone off of whomever and sign it over to me on the scene. At the same time, I would go in. If it was a business and had cameras, I would go in there and retrieve the video of the incident.
And then in 2019, did you join the Hamilton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that before I was at the District Attorney's Office?
It was.
And before we get any further into your experience and qualifications, I'm going to address an elephant in a room, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You work for the District Attorney, is that correct?
I did.
That is me, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you testify later today, would you ever testify to facts or evidence just to help the District Attorney's Office?
Absolutely not.
In fact, do you often have to give prosecutors bad news when it comes to criminal cases?
I do. I just give the truth.
Okay. Just wanted to cover that.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to your qualifications, can you explain some of the training? What's in front of me is 2.5 pages long, so I don't know how you're going to summarize it. But can you please try to summarize your training for the jury?
So, of course, I had my military training, and then when I was at the city, I did a lot of schools that were provided mostly by Motorola in communications equipment. So I traveled a lot to go to schools. Then when I moved to the police department, I took dozens and dozens and dozens of classes, especially as this technology was growing. Everything from how to interpret cell phone records, certifications in cell phone forensics, so you can understand inner workings of phones. I even took, even though I did it so much, I was probably better than instructors, but I took a repair course on cell phones, so that I would often, people would break their phone, and I would rebuild it and extract the data.
Did the Chattanooga Police? I'm sorry.
I was just saying I'm certified in all kinds of different careers.
Okay, we'll get there. What did the Chattanooga Police Department? Did they ask you to go to all of those trainings, or was that voluntary? How did that work?
No, ma'am. I was kind of the one-off. It was all new, so I just sort of mostly drove that from the bottom up. And we had access to narcotics funds, which is
Which is what? I'm sorry.
it's useful because you can use it for training
I got you.
and equipment. So I spent a lot of dope dealers' money.
Okay. What is NATIA?
National Association of Technical Investigators.
And is this association recognized nationwide?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they host trainings?
They do. It was an annual training in a different city every year.
Approximately how many of those trainings have you attended?
I can't recall. It was a number of them.
Beginning in the 2000s?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those trainings include training on digital forensics?
They did. They would have a list of classes, and then you could pick. You had a whole week of it. You just picked the ones that you wanted. You just go to that class for the day or two, or however long it lasted.
Okay. And have you been, what is the USAF? Is that the United States Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been certified by the Air Force as a fiber optic network engineering and installation expert?
Yes.
Have you been certified in local area network engineering and installation by the United States Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, off the top of your head, know of other certifications you've received?
Yes, there's a bunch of them. Probably the biggest thing is I was eventually qualified. You have qualification levels, like 1, 2, 3. I was qualified as a 9 level in the Air Force, meaning I could supervise or work in any career field that was technology. So I got to the top of that list. I'm actually still in the reserves at almost 60. They can call me back if they need.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
talk to my wife.
What does Motorola factory certified mean?
See, he said wife. Everyone's like, does he have a wife? Doesn't have a wife? Maybe he has a husband. I don't know. He said wife. Not that that matters, okay? Let's focus on the testimony. And as Golden Spudlet says, he enjoys his job. Let's hope he has the goods on the Google searches, etc. Oh my word, that'll be so great. Does he have Uncle Google search results? Oh my word.
So we have very specific, very expensive, like the repeaters on the mountains, and even the handheld radios are $6,000-$7,000 back in the day. But you would go to Schaumburg, Illinois. The other classes were down right outside of Miami, and you would sit in their classroom, and you would learn that one specific line and how to repair it, and how it worked, and keep it running.
You're certified in that?
Yes, ma'am, multiple mobiles, repeaters, handhelds.
Over the years in your training, have you been trained in forensic cellular downloads?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been trained in cellular data locationing?
Yes, ma'am, multiple different courses in that.
Cellular data locationing. Okay, do they say locationing? Locations, which would take them to how they knew even to search. I'm speculating what could be coming up. Suck Creek Road. Because Jason Chen, his phone apparently pinged in that area, which is how they were able to find the suitcase with Jasmine Pace's remains in. I say so quickly, to some like a week might sound long, but I think given the investigation and that it took a few days to report Jasmine missing, I think it was actually really well done, like really great detective work, really quick once obviously they got on board, because initially they were like not really helping the family. Once lead detective Zack Crawford and the team got on the case, I think they did an excellent job.
What the words that I just said, what does that mean? Cellular data locations, probably not the words that go together. I'll have you describe that.
Well, the providers, i.e. like T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, they potentially had to, under FCC rule, figure out where you were, especially before GPS was big. And so they have different ways of arriving at your estimated position. And that becomes important on criminal cases. It's not important to them so much, except they use it for engineering, find bad towers or dead spots they need to add a tower, but we use it for criminal use.
You were asked to locate people before there were cell phones. Is that right?
Yes. And I've had to help even the FBI find a terrorist phone that they could. And I did.
When was that? In your days in the
That
Air
was
Force?
when I forgot the date, but it was when our military guys got killed here on Anacoga Highway.
You helped in that operation in terms of
Yes,
cell
and
phone?
the FBI came to me, they couldn't find his missing phone, and I put him within 100 feet of it, right next to their office.
He takes a sip of water every time he finishes a sentence. He's very hydrated, okay? I know someone who does that too. So that's one way to hydrate. They're going to have to fill up that cup soon. Catrina said, top of the class, Mr. Hamilton. Love it. We can't wait for the Google searches, etc. I hope he has something like that. Right?
And as times have changed from when you didn't have any devices that allowed you to locate individuals, have you received training in cellular device location as it's progressed throughout the years?
Yes, ma'am.
There's something on your resume that says GPS devices in March 2011. Was that a training?
It was.
You've also been a part of the FBI digital imaging and video recovery team.
Yes, ma'am. I was took training from them.
What's Hawk Analytics?
So that is a product that ingests the records the providers give can be very cryptic and huge. And we had to do it by hand. That product was developed just specifically for law enforcement to be able to take like a T-Mobile provider record and ingest it and make it in a readable, human understandable format. It's called Cellhawk. And so
Cellhawk.
certified in it, yes ma'am. It's actually involved in this case.
You are certified in Cellhawk interpretation.
Yes ma'am.
What is Cellebrite?
Cellebrite is a product that downloads your cell phone and extracts all the information. And some people probably remember back in the day when you would go to Verizon, you got a new phone, and they were flip phones. They had a black box that they would transfer your phone numbers from the old phone to the new one. That's a Cellebrite phone. And somebody along the way went, hey, we're getting that data, we'll just put it on our thumb drive, and now the police or whoever can use it. So it's a product specifically engineered to extract a lot of information from a cellular or any mobile device.
Are you able to interpret records from Cellebrite?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you done that in many cases before?
Thousands, probably. Yes, ma'am.
And have you received awards and decorations from the United States Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
Many.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever testified as an expert in a criminal case?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
I've never counted them, but it starts in the early 2000s. It's hundreds.
Have you testified in each criminal court in the Hamilton County Courthouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would tender this witness as an expert in digital forensics
We
and
approve.
radio frequency engineering.
Yes.
Who would be recognized expert in digital forensic and radio frequency engineering? Thank you. Thank you. The last one.
Would the court like for me to continue?
Story lunch. Not here yet, please. We'll go to lunch with you.
Okay. All right. DVD, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start from the beginning, Mr. Hamilton. Can you turn around and look at the screen behind you? I just want to start by, well, before we get to this slide, let's do this. Can you tell the jury what the difference is between a phone, a cell phone, and a SIM card?
Yeah, so the phone is the radios. It's basically just a collection of radios, Bluetooth, 4G, 5G. It's the hardware. The SIM card is that little tiny ceramic card, and that is basically the identity of your account. So that's a phone number is tied to. But it actually does have a little computer in it. It can store a tiny bit of information, just a few contacts and things, but basically it's a secure chip that the radios in the phone communicate with and then talk to the network, and the network validates you and says, oh, that's so-and-so. And so it basically is your phone number.
Is there a difference between a forensic download of a cellular device and cell phone records from a provider?
Oh, absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What is the difference between a cell phone download, how we would refer to it, and records such as records from T-Mobile or Verizon?
So the cell phone download is kind of like you would expect. It'll have pictures, locations, calls, text, all different apps, and it's kind of just in chronological order. So it's usually very large now because these phones hold a lot of data. So you can get 500 gigabytes off these phones easily. The records the provider gives us are basically just spreadsheets with columns and rows of who called who, what time, what date, what tower you used. So they're a bunch of spreadsheets. Mostly.
Have you been trained in cellular location data as it relates to towers,
Yes.
cell towers?
I have.
Do our phones track us?
They do in two different ways. There's a GPS in there that Google and Apple and everybody are tracking to see where you go and what you do. The cellular company's not tracking that. They're tracking which towers you're using and which antennas you're on for engineering purposes.
Okay, so if you are trying to learn, if I travel from here to home, and you were to receive my cell phone records, it wouldn't necessarily show my path home, but would it show the towers that I am near?
It would show the towers and antennas that your device communicated with, yes.
And when you say device communicated with, what does that mean?
It's not all the time, so you may start downtown and maybe hit one in the middle and then one or two up at the end, but you might miss some.
What causes our phone to communicate with towers?
There's a myriad of reasons. Now with these smartphones, it's your stock market update, and then plus your device announces itself all the time so that they can't light up every tower in the country looking for you when you get a phone call. That would just wreck the network. So your phone occasionally just comes out and says, here I am. So they know when you get a call to go to that tower first and try it and see if they can get you, because that's where it will last heard your phone. But yeah, they're talking, if they're on and working, they're talking on the network quite good.
Okay, so you're saying that any activity that occurs on our phone, as little as a notification from a news outlet, would connect in some way, that might not be the right word, you can tell the jury, connect in some way to a cell phone tower.
Yes, it can and will, but it's not continuous, so it's not like you're tracking somebody minute or by every 10 seconds. It might be some gaps in there, many minutes.
And do our phones record that activity?
The phones necessarily don't, but they do at the provider end. Their computers store all that.
Okay, so I just misdescribed the difference between the phone and the provider record. So the provider would keep those records,
Yes,
such as T-Mobile.
yes.
Okay, and approximately how many cellular towers are there located in Hamilton County?
I could not answer that, ma'am. It's thousands and thousands of them, and each one has multiple technologies. So you may see one tower shared with 3 or 4 providers, and then there's multiple antennas, so you can literally have 50 different radios running off of one tower.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's overwhelming. When I take a database with all the towers in it, the records are in the hundreds of thousands of towers.
All right, so now I think we're at this slide behind you. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
Yeah, let's just give everybody an idea of generally the towers are in the...
Make sure, Mr. Hamilton, that you speak as loud as possible for the jury,
Yes,
just for
ma'am.
the jury.
So actually, I think they can see.
So these towers generally are 3-sided, and so when you get the records back,
You'll get a basically a 1, 2, or a 3. So it'll be tower number 99, and it'll tell you if you used like antenna number 3, which will be these guys here. But they generally break them into 3 spots. A lot of them they do 120 degrees, so they cover a 360. But if you have a shopping mall or a high density area, they put the towers where they make money, so they might point all 3 antennas in one direction to put them into, say, a big shopping area. So it's not, or as we have here with these mountains, they don't want them covering the valley from the top, so the ones at the top will actually all face onto the mountain. Doesn't mean you can't talk to it from behind it, but it's just the main lows. But this just gives you an idea of there's 3 sides to them, and so these different size antennas are probably all the same provider, but that's going to be your 3G or 4G, or nowadays it's 5G. But yeah, they're generally around, have 3 sides.
Okay? In this slide, what is the jury seeing?
So this is kind of, just to give you an idea of the way the signals come off that tower. They overlap, even though they're 3 distinct sides. That's not a perfect laser unit. It kind of stands out. So that just gives you an idea they're designed to cover everything around them.
And then what is different, what's depicted in this photo different than the first photo?
So you'll see on some of these maps, the LTE antennas, which are going to be your data on the 4G, they don't put 3 sides on, they just put a stick up, and that guy just radiates in a circle. So it's like all 3 sides together at once. So it just sits there, and the signal's equal all the way around it, so we can't tell what side of the tower they're on when it's on the data. you'll see a circle instead of a triangle. And that's, tells us what tower, which antenna, but we don't know if it was north, south, east, west.
Let's start talking about this case in particular, the case of
Yes, ma'am.
State of Tennessee versus Jason Chen. Were you asked to work on different forensic downloads, digital forensics, audio, video, cell phones? Were you asked to work on this in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you do that, do you also consider other, what we call discovery, which is evidence in a case?
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of work would you say you've put into this case when it comes to what you are an expert in?
I would guess 60 to 70
60 to 70.
hours.
Okay. And when you did you examine both T-Mobile records in this case
Yes, ma'am.
and Verizon records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you do that, in the records themselves, you touched on this, so let's go back to it. In the cellular records themselves, what all are you able to see?
So in the records, there's a lot of information that it has the name of the owner, generally. It tells you a lot of specifics about the account, the devices. But then you get into call detail records that show who called who texted who, what time and date, potentially what tower it was using in what area of the country at the time. And then there's just multiple spreadsheets. Another one that we get estimates of where you were. And you'll see that here. Some of them we just have a tower. Some of them we have a tower and an arc, which I'll explain later, but you'll have a line and you should be somewhere on that line. And then some of them you'll see a circle, and the circles are in different diameters by their quality. So when they get a real good signal, they say it's pretty accurate, or not a really big circle. But all of that's contained in spreadsheets. Just columns of numbers and letters.
Okay. Were you aware, when we're talking about the T-Mobile records in this case, are you aware that the records that you have in your possession are only from a shortened period of time?
Yes.
And Investigator Bulkley has already testified that those records are from the week of November 22nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What changes in cell phone records if items are deleted?
So if items are deleted on your phone, I guess you're asking because you can't delete the stuff that the provider has.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so nothing happens. No matter what you do to your phone, it's already there. It's permanent. It goes nowhere. It's in there.
Are there records that you can remove from your phone, or I guess that would change based on what you're doing on what a person is doing on their actual cell phone?
So you're asking on the physical device, can they change it?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
What is that? How does that work?
You can delete stuff, or you can just reset the phone to factory new, and it's completely irrecoverable at that point. It's gone. So that's yours. You can manipulate it a lot.
What if you reset your phone? What does that do to the records themselves?
The only thing that would change is both. I know Apple iPhones were involved in this, and they do what's called iCloud backup. So your backup is kind of an image of most of what's in your phone stored at their server. So if you go to wiping it, your next image is going to have whatever you have today, but they keep multiple copies. So when if you restore it, you can go and pick a date. I don't know how many they keep, but that would change. But as far as what the provider of records, like what towers you used, and they also sometimes, and we got them in this case, they send some of the text message content, and that won't change no matter if you delete it on your phone or not.
Yeah, so wait, where's the comment? As Nat said, it's not gone. Look at Stefan Stearns. He thought it was gone. It's gone to the user if you factory reset your phone. But these Cellebrite guys, they will get what you deleted. They're going to get what you tried to remove, which is what we like to see, especially at trials, right? When you see all these factory resets, I mean, remember Chandler Halderson wrapped his parents' phones in foil. That people do funny things when with their phones, hey? When they're trying not to get caught, obviously. But I just love it when it's Cellebrite, or for Apple devices, they call it gray key. Love that. When that evidence comes up, it's like really great part of the trial. Let's see what they did. What did they research? What did they delete? What happened?
If a phone is reset, do the records reflect that?
No, not exactly. At least we didn't get them because you'd have to get them from Apple. And but what we see on the provider side is some information showing that there's some changes. But where we actually see an iCloud backup is in the actual device download where the physical phone was put on the Cellebrite and downloaded.
Okay,
And that does show when and what happened.
okay. And on this slide, is this accurately describe the records, the cellular provider records that you reviewed in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the phone numbers correct that are attached to both the T-Mobile records with Jason Chen and the Verizon records with Jasmine Pace?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's give the jury, are we still good, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So now I know that this is difficult to see for the jury, and I wish I could zoom in, but I can't on my PowerPoint. So I'm going to have you, and this is just for demonstrative purposes.
It is, yes.
This doesn't contain any information that we're specifically trying to point to today. But can you just describe for the jury sort of what you're seeing here?
So this is just one of the typical spreadsheets we did. And it's showing the start and end time. It shows some numbers here that will become important here later. And I'm making a model of phone. It tells us which switch, the market it's in, which is kind of like big counties. They have, like here in Chattanooga, we actually use on Verizon, we use the switches in Atlanta. So we're in the Atlanta market. But this stuff starts telling me which tower and then which antenna you use. So you'll get what's important mostly is what time day and what antenna and which market it's in, and I have a list of all the towers so that I can match.
So would it be accurate to say that on the left column we can see dates and times, correct?
Yes.
And then you would also be able to see in the records such as this what tower, would the left side be activity on the phone?
Yes. This is date and time, and this over here is which towers you're using.
Okay.
And antenna.
So for all this activity, which is just simply activity throughout parts of 11/22/22, the cell phone towers are all the same. Can we not see that on this?
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Okay.
This is all the same, so that's pretty indicative of a phone that's not moving or not moving much in that little print of that one antenna.
Okay, and you'd agree under subscriber that we've got Jasmine Pace's phone number?
Yes.
Is this the way, is this how you were able to track a phone location based on the cell phone towers that the activity is connecting to?
Yes, this is one of the ways, and the other one is a document which I don't have. It's just like this, but it'll have an estimated latitude and longitude. And I guess now's a good time to explain that. But GPS, like we're used to when you use something to navigate on your phone, is generally accurate now down to about 15 to 30 feet. These towers are rough, so they're not GPS. So when you see a circle, it may be 500 feet, and they're estimating you're in that circle somewhere, but it's not GPS. So you'll see latitude and longitude, but it's not GPS. So it's not very, very accurate. It's roughly accurate. Sometimes it can be off quite a bit. So it's not a thing where I can say you were in this house. I can say you're probably in the neighborhood or on that block.
Understood. So this is an example.
We know that the defense will work with that. Oh, so you can't pinpoint a location, right? Not the exact coordinates and location. So even though Jason Chen's phone pinged right there where investigators then went to look, and wow, within a minute they found a suitcase with Jasmine Pace's remains in. You don't know that he was exactly there, right? I can hear it already. I know I know they're just doing their job. I don't know why people tell me that or tell each other that, because we all know that. But we can hear what the defense is going to say, right? Kerry said, oh yeah, okay, you're answering what I was typing there to Michael. That's true. YouTube gets its own trigger warning. I put this up, public record, especially when they're talking about driver's licenses, cell phone numbers, social security numbers. Ooh, that's a big no-no for YouTube. So it's a public record. It's public exhibits at a public trial, evidence being shown as the state works through their case, right? The state is expected to rest today. It probably seems like they're going to rest after lunch, right? The judge was saying yesterday at the end of the day, he's not too sure if it's going to be the morning or the afternoon. seems to me like it's going to be the afternoon. So let's see what the rest of the day brings.
Example of the records that you would use to determine the location of a cellular device. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. And then we have another example here, except these are Mr. Chen's T-Mobile. This is an example of Mr. Chen's T-Mobile records. And again, I apologize, but is there similar, but we've got a little bit more on this. So is there similar information?
It is, and this is one I was talking about where T-Mobile's estimating where this device was. It's not me. So it tells you date, time, who, and basically what happened, calls or a text or whatever. But what's important right here, those are the tower latitudes and longitudes. But on over, you'll see they'll actually estimate your location at a latitude and longitude with a circle of a given radius, and they tell us that. So now we can map and draw a circle on the map of the right diameter, and they're saying it's probably inside that circle. They do that actually because they got told they had to, because there wasn't GPS on all the phones, and people would call 911 and say help, and they didn't know where they were. So they came up with this system.
Tiny writing that we can't see.
It
Sorry about
measures- It
that.
actually measures the speed of light and multiple towers and guesstimates where you are.
Okay. Again, we don't speak the same language, but we're doing well here. Okay. Were you able to review the T-Mobile records of Mr. Chen and the Verizon records of Ms. Pace to determine their approximate locations the week of November 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
In doing that, did you identify quite a few cellular towers that at different times their devices were connected to?
Yes, ma'am. There's a lot of them.
And on top of determining the location of their cell phones, did you also review other records from both Mr. Chen's and Ms. Pace's records that were provided to you by T-Mobile and Verizon?
Yes.
Like data used, messages, calls, etc.?
Yes, there's a whole string of spreadsheets you get with these returns.
Is it helpful to review other records on the phone to corroborate a location?
It is somewhat, not so much the location, but the dates and times, because these phones, especially where we live, we're right on the timeline, and the phones will jump in and out of central time. The records, a lot of them are stored in what's called Greenwich Mean Time, or UTC, which is in England. And part of the year, we're 5 hours behind them, and part of the year, because of daylight savings, we're 4 hours. So it's nice to take the record, find the same call or text in the phone and match them, and know that your calculations are right. We're on subtracting 5 hours. Some of these call sheets are in the accurate local time, so you have to have a good understanding of how AT&T or T-Mobile or whoever, what they provide you, and you got to know how to read it.
In forming your opinions in this case, did you use other evidence to corroborate those opinions, or to even make those opinions?
Yes, ma'am. So I used somewhat looked at the phone download, but I mostly used some videos that were available in the Discovery to corroborate the location.
What about text history?
Yes.
Is the location data, as you are going to describe it and explain it to the jury, is it inconsistent with anything that you located in the records?
No.
Or in the phone downloads?
No.
And this was just recently, I can't recall the exhibit. This was an exhibit from yesterday. I did not put it. I'm showing you a photo that's already been admitted into evidence. Oh, here we go. Exhibit 208. This is a photo of Ms. Pace's vehicle.
Yes.
You'd agree that this next photo is a photo of Ms. Pace's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 171-2, would you agree this is a photo of Mr. Chen's vehicle?
I do.
Was it helpful to know what the vehicles looked like in forming your opinions?
Yes, because I was watching videos with nobody. I traditionally do this without any help or asking the case info, and so I needed to know what the vehicles looked like. So when I watched the videos, I could find it.
Interesting. We're going to hear now more about maybe if they did have evidence of which vehicle went out there to Suck Creek Road.
Okay. Now let's begin chronologically going through location data that you were able to collect. And let's start with Miss Pace's phone on 11/22/2022. This is exhibit number 1. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
What does this show to your knowledge?
That is a screenshot from an app that was on her phone. It records dates and times, start and stop.
When reviewing the records to determine the location of Miss Pace's phone on the 22nd, were you able to find evidence that corroborates this trip?
Yes, I was.
All right, so this is the first time of many that the jury is going to see a map that looks similar to this, okay? So this is when we have to sort of break it down for the jury so that they can understand it.
Yes, ma'am.
So this would be, they say the 22nd of November, 2022, 11:27 p.m. That's when Jasmine Pace drove to Jason Chen's apartment. And from the phone evidence we saw, it seemed like she was on the phone with him because she had been for 71 minutes and it kind of overlapped with the time, you know, from when she left to when she arrived as well. Okay, so let's see.
Is this a map that reflects Miss Pace's travel from 11:27 to 11:43 p.m. on the 22nd?
It does.
And that would also be the time frame on this My Chevy app, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what are the green circles or semicircles?
So this is a product called Cellhawk, and it'll ingest the records and do all this heavy lifting for you. So the circles, remember I was saying the LTEs are omni, meaning they cover all the way around so we don't know which side of the tower. That's what these big circles here. And then when you see this line, it's hard to see, but that pie shape is going to be a sector antenna like we saw that covers generally 120 degrees. The coverage is not the green part. That's just showing you what direction it's facing. And the coverage of the circle ones is not the circle. It can be huge. It can have holes from ridges. But generally, like when you see this triangle, they're using the antenna on that side of the tower facing north. And its coverage is going to be out this way. So if you were traveling down this road right here, you would be hitting, these antennas like that. And it's very consistent that the path that's from the GPS in that phone on that record from my Chevy matches the radio signal I'm seeing and the timing. So this is rolling into, have you guys seen over a map yet?
Sort of, but if you want to go ahead and describe for the jury, well, first of all, let's start here. Are you from the Hamilton County area?
I am.
How long have you been here?
Since the mid-70s when the Apollo program quit.
Okay. Are you extremely familiar with the geography here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can see, would you agree that the furthest green, like you said, pie shape and semicircle, whatever, and circle, that is close to, or very, very close? That, yeah, what is that top? What is
So
that?
that's 5977, which is the Pace residence.
So is the map that we're seeing all the way from the Pace residence down to Mr. Chen's apartment?
It is.
Go ahead and describe that where we're at.
So this is Hickson. We call this around here North Chattanooga and Hickson. So this area down here where he's at, North Chattanooga, it's covered up. But right here, 110 Tremont Street's right in there. And you'll see eventually Walmart, 900 Mountain Creek Road. I've marked the pertinent locations. The body location is up here on the river, down there. Yeah, so basically this is the area that we're mostly going to be looking at, this lower half.
Okay, did you identify on there the significant locations for this case, like Walmart and the body location in Mountain Creek Road? Did you insert that?
I did, and there's a Walgreens here. It's kind of messy on this one because we're so zoomed out, but yes, the body 900 Mountain Creek, Walmart, the drugstore down here, right next to Tremont Street, where the apartment is.
Okay, and the jury can see all of the times associated, which there's a lot of them. In fact, when we get to the bottom, they overlap each other. Does Cellhawk create those times?
It publishes them. The times are created by the provider. So in this case, the red ones are going to be Mr. Chen's, and the green ones are Mrs. Pace. And the times they come from those spreadsheets. So the only thing I physically did in this case is put those addresses and put a pin on the address, and everything else is automated by Cellhawk.
Okay. And you just mentioned this, but we need to be clear because this is going to continue throughout our time together here. The green is going to represent whose cellular device?
Jasmine Pace.
And the red now and in the future is going to represent whose cellular device?
Jason Chen.
Okay. And did you do that so that we keep them separate?
Yes, it actually chooses the colors for you, but you can alter them. But yes, each phone number is a different color.
General, I've been advised that lunch is here, so we can set up, we can stop at home and cut you off whenever you're ready.
No, Your Honor, when we come back, I'll probably refer back to the slide to explain the next couple, but it's totally fine.
Okay, great. We'll take a break at this point.
Sure, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is arrived, we can set up. 5 minutes after lunch, we'll take our usual hour, 15 minutes, so we'll resume this jury trial at 2:20.
And, Judge, will you let Mr. Hamilton know not to discuss his testimony?
If you'll remain addressed as your witness right now, you have some discussion testimony.
He's got his glasses on again today. Interesting. Because when they showed a lot of obviously graphic evidence, yeah, he did not have his glasses on. Okay, let's just see if they say anything else. Doesn't look like it. Wait 1 second and then buckle up. In the meantime, tighten those buckles because we're going to go now. We're teleporting right through lunch, okay?
Thank you.
Rob said, did you hear that Walmart changed their logo? I did see that on X, and you said the only change is they made their name in bold. Like, I was really trying to spot the difference. I'm like, what did they do? What did Walmart do with that logo? Okay, are we ready? Here we go, everyone. We're teleporting right through lunch. Ooh, that was a long lunch. Oh, my word. Something like... Actually, I wonder if I can refresh the feed. That's fine. We'll go here. Like this. Wait. There. That was a long lunch. We have a hot mic there. Make sure you speak to the mic. Yes, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, great. Okay. Whenever they're ready.
That's true as well, Carrie. You said delayed trial days also mean that we can have an abundance of caution to exhibits 2 as well as hard work as it does defluffing. True that. Thank you so much. Okay, waiting for the jury to come in and then they resume.
All right, please be seated. Counsel, you remain under oath.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you look different than earlier. Are you the same Mark Hamilton that was testifying before lunch?
Why does he have a suit on now? Earlier said, heck no, ma'am. Were you planning to wear a suit? Heck no, ma'am. Well, sir, you are now wearing a suit. His tie looks purplish, right? And we are sharing pink and purple hearts of flowers in honor of Jasmine Pace. At her celebration of life, they had pink and purple flowers. So one of the members' emojis that I had made was this one. I'm going to put it in chat there. That one I made for Jasmine, in case you didn't know. Okay, so he's in his suit now. They've had lunch, and here we go.
Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. I'm glad you're back. Okay, so where we left off, as a reminder, because we left off sort of right in the middle here, you had explained to the jury that the green circles or pie shapes from this point forward are going to represent Ms. Pace's phone.
Yes.
And the red is going to represent Mr. Chen's phone.
Correct.
In this location, just a brief recap, this map indicates Ms. Pace's travel from her parents' house on 1122 to Tremont Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there other evidence in this case file that also corroborated that travel?
Yes, ma'am. There's some video looking across the street.
This is State's Exhibit 128. Is this the video you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
With Jasmine arriving.
At the time of this video, was Miss Pace's phone travel corroborative of the location of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. And the my Chevy out.
And the My Chevy, that's correct. So, and the My Chevy trip. They all correspond with the same timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 7. Have you seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
In the early morning hours of 11:23, can you tell the jury where Miss Pace's phone was located?
It is at this coordinate, which is a GPS internal to the phone that's empty. So it'll be quite accurate, and that is 110 Tremont Street.
Which is Jason Chen's address, where his apartment was.
Okay, so we're still going chronologically, okay, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
The next time that we see travel from Mr. Chen is when?
It's the next day.
And is it 11:23 or 11:22?
No, we're into 11:23 now. After she arrived, it was late on 22, and then this pin drop starts in the early morning hours.
That's right, I said that wrong, I'm sorry. So after this event, when is the next time we see Mr. Chen's phone traveling?
I was in the morning time.
At some point in the early morning, well, in the morning hours of 11:23, did Mr. Chen's phone travel to the Walmart?
Yes.
To your, from your memory, was that travel around 10:40 in the morning?
I believe it was, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Miss Pace's cell phone travel from Tremont to Walmart as well?
It did.
Were you able to see Miss Pace's phone and Mr. Chen's phone at the Walmart based on cell hawk information?
Yes, ma'am.
That morning?
I was.
Okay, and have you seen this video that is State's Exhibit 18?
Yes.
Does this video corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone location data?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Do you see Miss Pace in this video?
I do not.
And then again, Exhibit 18 is depicts Mr. Chen checking out at the Walmart. Does this video also corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see Miss Pace in this video?
I do not.
Okay. All right, so now we've seen those videos, but this is actually some cell hawk interpretation. We explained to the jury what we're seeing here based on the videos that we just saw and the testimony you just gave.
Yes, and just to clarify, these circles are not like the ones we saw where a tower is that was showing an Omni antenna. These are actually the estimated location from the two cellular providers, which were T-Mobile in the red and Verizon in the green. Two completely different carriers are both estimating almost identical accuracy and location, and the center of that is the Walmart.
Is this how you were able to testify that both of their phones were at the Walmart around 10:40 to 11 o'clock on
Yes,
11/23?
that, and they both leave Tremont and kind of travel together, so it might not be exactly matched, but they're leaving and arriving about the same time.
Thank you, sir. The next slide is around the same time, also near the Walmart. Can you explain to the jury why this looks different, why the red dots are smaller?
Well, just at that time and period, there wasn't anything from the Pace phone, but what's even better is the tiny dots are much more accurate. So they know you're on these arcs by the time it takes the signal to travel, and where the arcs intersect is basically where they estimate you to be. And when you start getting these small, it's usually pretty accurate. Like we saw the big circle covered all the Walmart and some surrounding stores. Now we're down to the parking lot.
When the arcs intersect, you said that is when we can have a better idea of exactly where
Yes.
the parties are.
Yes, it's not always 100% accurate, but the one thing to remember, you have to be in the coverage of that antenna on that tower, so you're not going to be way on the other side of town. It might put you in the wrong parking lot, but it's not going to put you way out.
But the lines you would testify are arcs from the towers?
Yes, that's the range, so that's how they get this. And on the record, you'll see like 0.68 miles. It's usually plus or minus a 10. And that's how long it took the signal to travel from that tower at the speed of light. They measure it that fast. It's the blink of an eye that it works.
Will we continue to see the arcs throughout your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so again, at 10:47, you have documented in Cellhawk, both of their phones are at or near the Walmart, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so let's keep going chronologically. Do you recall where the next location in Hamilton County Mr. Chen's phone travels to?
I believe he went up towards Sutton.
Do you know, sir, how many minutes it would take for a vehicle to drive from Walmart to Sub Creek Road?
Just 5 minutes. I'm guessing. I didn't actually measure that one, but this is the Walmart, and you literally just have to go up to this road right here.
Broad daylight.
It's very close.
So we see those little dots again, is that right?
Yes.
And is that indicative of pretty reliable, more accurate location tracking?
It is, except that's a very steep canyon with the river cut through it, and the tower is up on top of that mountain. And sometimes if you're out working more than one case in that area, the signal will actually bounce off of one of the walls and come back, which can put you further away. So like you see these dots up here. That's on the bluff of the mountain. There's no way to get there from here. It's quick. That's where the signal is bounced, so it's measuring the time that's too long. So the average of them, and most of them are on the road, which makes sense. But then all of a sudden it'll jump up here and back. That's due to that really rough terrain. Again, this isn't GPS, so. But when you've seen hundreds of cases, you start, like I know up in there that they're going to, some of the long ones are going to be, generally they're long, like up on this mountain. There's no way to jump up there. You got to drive up like a bunch of crooked roads.
So topography can sometimes affect
can.
cell hawk data.
Yes.
Okay. And
Works
then,
much.
Just a quick pause there. Ellie or Esley, you said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, not a techie, but I'm trying to understand the pin drop. Are they saying while Jasmine was being attacked, she was able to send this to her mom? So it may have been when she sensed danger, and she decided to send that pin drop to her mom. That was at 2:18 a.m. on November 23rd of 2022. And around the same time, the neighbors said they heard a consistent female scream. So you see the neighbors saying around the same time. That could have been at 2:20 or 2:30. We don't know. But she sent her mom a location pin. I think, obviously so that she probably felt very threatened, which clearly she was. Sent her mom the location pin as her last known location, and then she was attacked. So it seems like in that whatever was going on there, right? Okay, so then it's incredible actually. I didn't really picture him going in broad daylight to Suck Creek Road, based on what we had heard so far. I thought he would have gone at night. I know he went to Walgreens twice and he went to a Walmart, and then later he left Jasmine's vehicle at that 900 Mountain Creek Road. If you missed the map time, it's on the trial prep. That's going to be the quickest way to find it. The trial prep is not very long. It's obviously the trial prep was before we started day one, right? So it's a separate live stream. To say at 10:40 a.m., I'm just going to have to say the dumbass literally took his phone and Jasmine's phone to Walmart. I mean, dude, they've got cameras. We do like it when they're dumb criminals. But you're going to go to Walmart with Jasmine's phone. She's obviously not on camera. So that's what? They never found her phone, by the way. They only ever found her SIM card, which was in a glasses case in his backpack at his parents' house. So I don't know what he did with her cell phone. Maybe through this testimony we'll figure that out. I don't know. Where it could maybe last have been. Where he could have, I don't know, disposed of it. But wow, at 10:40 a.m., he goes to Walmart. And then by 10:47 a.m., he's on Suck Creek Road? Wow. Okay, maybe he went back there later. Maybe he was just checking it out. So we'll find out more about that. It's just interesting. Then either he was scoping out the area or disposing of the suitcase at that time in the morning. Can you believe it?
It's better out in the metropolitan open areas, and when you get up in the canyon, it's a little tough.
Can you again highlight with your pointer where Suck Creek Road is?
So Suck Creek Road starts right here, and it goes down along the river, and there's basically a vertical wall of rock, pretty much. It's pretty skinny down there, and it goes on and on. But you just hit the road and then the mountain coming down to it, and water. There's a few houses on either side, but that's about it.
Do you recall at this point where Jasmine's phone is?
It's not showing up at this time.
So what does that mean?
It just means it's not communicating with the network for whatever reason. Could be that it just didn't need to, or it could be turned off. Could be in airplane mode. Could be wrapped in aluminum foil, but it's not leaving a trail at the moment.
If the phone is off, does it leave a trail of location data?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If the SIM card is removed, does the location data, is it erupted?
It is. It is.
I'm sorry, interrupted?
Yes.
Okay. So there's multiple reasons why a phone can go, let's call it, for now, let's call it going black.
Yes.
Right?
That's a good term.
Okay. So that's around 11:05. Can you tell the jury where the next location is that Mr. Chen traveled?
It's back to the Walmart area.
Okay, and do you recall how long he stays at the Walmart area at that time?
Not off the top of my head. It wasn't very long.
At some point, does he travel back to the Walgreens?
He does.
At what time does he travel back to Walgreens?
I think it was around 11.
Could you refer to your note to refresh
Yes, ma'am.
your notes to
I didn't
refresh your
memorize all those
recollection?
times.
It's okay.
Yeah, I've got the notes here. Let's see here. We're up to the 105 slide. So the next one's 141. I think the slide you got that order in there.
Let me just ask you this. We can clear it up. At some point later in the day, Is Mr. Chen at Walgreens?
He is around 140, 141.
1 second, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your review, can you see the, can you point your direction in the screen's direction again?
Yes.
All right, so what is this, what is the jury seeing right here?
That is the Walgreens down on the North Shore, which is underneath basically underneath those red circles.
And on that red pie shape over there, what's the time saved?
142. This is probably 5 minutes of information there. I'm putting the time like at the first table, but he may say, if you stay there a few minutes, there'll be more circles.
Okay, and then reviewing evidence in this case, were you able to locate any records that indicate that Mr. Chen was at the Walgreens at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
The state on the screen is State's Exhibit 20. What time? What time in Eastern Standard Time is that military time?
1342 be 142 Chattanooga.
So the Cellhawk records that you've shown to the jury of Mr. Chen being at the Walgreens at 141 are supported by video evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to the 3 o'clock hour when we see Jasmine's phone pop up again. Well, let me ask you this. Where is Jasmine's phone at around 142?
I don't recall where that one was.
You don't recall if it was black or if it was on?
I think it was just off at that time because it shows it back up here a little bit.
Okay, so let's go to the 3 o'clock hour. Do you recall at the 3 o'clock hour any activity on either of their phones?
Yes, ma'am. I believe they show back up at the long line.
Janet, that reminds me of the Burgos Aviles case. Hey, the sus white tennies. He's wearing his white tennies. If you can't see, he's right here. Unfortunately, they just need to pan up a little bit. But that was, I mean, wow. So he went to Walmart, then Suck Creek Road, and then back to Walmart, then to Walgreens, back to Walmart. Wow. Wow. This guy, I mean, if you want to be a red flag in a case like this, yeah, just go back and forth to Walmart all day. Okay, bro. What you doing? And then ring up asparagus, even though you're not buying asparagus. Okay, then.
At 350, both of them are actually in the downtown area. In the Chattanooga, not in Richmond.
Refer to the screen here. What are we seeing on Cellhawk in the 350 hour, 350 4 o'clock hour?
So just avoiding to Tremont would be probably right up in here. It's across the river. But this is downtown where we are now. And these two phones are both using similar towers. And it was, what I saw, it traveled from right to left, so heading from east to west. But this phone had been on for a while, and the red one was off. And then right about here, the red one comes on. And both of them show up at the same time in this downtown area. And this is all happening in the 350s. Some of these, those are estimated locations. These are showing you tower, but they didn't have a location.
Is it your opinion that at this time both of their phones are in the downtown area shown on the screen?
It is. They were traveling at about the same time in the same place.
Are you aware of any activity that you found on both of their cellular records around this time?
Yes, ma'am, there's a text message sent right here.
And who was that text message from and who was it to?
It was from Jason, Chen, and Jasmine Pace.
Tell us what it said. Did you hear? So he's sending text messages. Wow, to her phone. pretending she's still alive. We've seen this in so many cases where they do that. They think they're so smart, isn't it? Oh, that one. That one with the old matcha picture. Do you remember the Starbucks cup with the matcha? He said, hey, made myself a matcha. And he said, are we still good for dinner tonight? He sent, well, they didn't tell us that context earlier. Oh, so you sent that on the 23rd of November while you're going up and down to Walmart? But then her phone's also pinging in the downtown area? What? Oh, my word. Yeah, Cellebrite's gonna get you.
At 4:03 p.m., based on your review of the T-Mobile and the Verizon records, Mr. Chen texted Jasmine, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?
That's correct.
Might as well have added, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? I stole some asparagus. Shh, this guy, oh my word. I hope you guys are following that he sent these messages to Jasmine's phone long after murdering her. She was murdered in the early morning hours of November 23rd of 2022. And then that morning, because the neighbors heard screaming at around 2:30 in the morning, she sent a location pin to her mom at 2:18 a.m., right? And then by 10 that morning, 10:44, he's going to Walmart. He's going to Walgreens. He's going back to Walmart. Oh, another Walgreens. And then sending her phone a message, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Like, dude, the phones are in the same area. Oh my goodness.
Approach me with one piece of paper. If you could review that, tell me if you've seen it before.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is this document from?
It's from the phone forensic.
The
This is forensic download of this picture.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Hamilton. I've asked you already, but were you able to review the forensic download from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through items on that phone?
I did.
Did it include this item?
It did.
And can you describe for the jury? They're going to see it, but it's in a different format. What format is that?
That's Cellebrite. That's the tool that we use to download and to process the data coming out. So this is a Cellebrite screenshot of one page on it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Mr. Hamilton, on the screen behind you, is this what you're looking at?
Yes.
And does Cellebrite note the time that the text was sent?
It does right here, 16:03 TC minus 5, which would be 4:03 p.m. Chattanooga time.
Okay, and at the below it says body. Is that the body of the? Is that the text message?
Yes,
Okay.
it is, and this is who it's to. And then you infer this is Jason Chen's cell phone, so the phone, they don't populate it there, but it's from him to her. And that's, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight?
All right, and in your review of the discovery in this case, did you come across another piece of evidence that corroborates both the location data and the cell phone, the text message
Yes, ma'am.
from the forensic download?
There, I did.
Showing Exhibit 121 to the witness. Now, you can see this text message on the screenshot, but can you explain again why this says Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. and this one?
We're gonna go over that, but that's the matcha picture. An old picture from a year before that he just decided to send and said, hey, slept like a baby. Can you believe that he even typed that? Hey, slept like a baby. Are we still good for dinner tonight?
One would indicate 4:03 p.m. in Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am. The reason is that screenshot was taken later, and the phone was up in Noblesville. It was on Central Time. So the time, they automatically adjust what time zone you're in as you're driving across the country. So the screenshot itself was taken up there, so it adjusted the times to central in that phone. But we know it's forensically, the phone does everything in UTC time, so these reports coming off of Cellebrite are accurate, and the records coming off of the provider are in UTC generally. So that describes that discrepancy just because of where the phone was when the screenshot was made of the message.
Are you able to tell the jury, so you testified, we're going back, you testified that at this time, approximately 3:50 something, that both of their phones showed back up in downtown Chattanooga, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury if Miss Pace's phone had been on immediately before that, or is this the first time you see it back on?
No, it had been on for a little while.
Okay.
His was off and hers was on, and it was driving around the city.
Is it fair to say hers was coming off and on
Yes.
for the first part of the day on
It
11/23?
was.
There he said his was off and hers was on. So this guy thought he was being so smart. Her phone off, goes to Suck Creek Road. His phone off, now she's driving around the city. He thought he's going to fool all these detectives. I wish we could see his face right now, actually, huh? Show us his face. See his reaction to all this. Mm-hmm.
It went dark, and then it reappeared and rode around, and his was off, and then his and hers just come on almost exactly the same time. Flip-flop.
And to be clear with what you testified to a moment ago, Nolensville, Tennessee is on Central Standard Time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chattanooga is Eastern Standard Time.
It is.
Okay.
And the phone, the forensic tools tell you what time zone it's set to, and it was, I guess it was recovered in Nolensville and secured. It was actually processed down here, but it was still in Central Time when the report was made. But the report is always in UTC time, and so I have to go in the report tools and adjust it to what time zone I want, so that I don't have to do a bunch of math.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
After this, did Mr. Chen go back to Suck Creek
He did.
immediately after?
I don't think so. He travels, it's not on that picture, but he kind of travels across the bridge and over that way.
Tell us the time. So he went the first time to scope it out. So he went to Walmart, he went to scope out the Suck Creek area where he left the suitcase later, but then he went back to Walmart. Then he went home, started texting Jasmine from his phone when he had her phone right there. And then, based on what they're telling us now, and her body in his apartment, he's texting, hey, still good, look there, good morning, slept like a baby, made myself a matcha. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? With his old ass screenshot over here. Psh, this guy.
He goes from downtown, would it have been back to the North Shore, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. It was
just a few minutes off.
And did he travel back to the Suck Creek area?
He did.
Okay. What are we seeing in this photo?
So that is that same road we saw just zoomed in a little more at Suck Creek. And so that's the body location up at the top. And that's him coming down that road again.
Would this be the second time on 11/23 that he's in the Suck Creek Road area?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, does he then go back to the area of 110 Tremont?
I think he went to, yes, he goes to Tremont.
Do you recall what time that was?
Not off the top of my head.
It's okay. These records are complex. Feel free to look at your
sorry, I
notes.
didn't memorize them. It's 5:08 p.m. is when I see him.
Do these records reflect what you just testified to?
I do, and something to point out, see how this group gets a little bit north of him. I would, from long experience and having to locate, especially missing people by their phone, those dots I belong down here. They're just on that arc and the inaccuracy of the pivot. I don't believe he was moving because it'll jump in seconds, and there's no physical way to do that. So these belong down here just in my profession. He's in there. He's not driving around.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall when, how long Mr. Chen is here in the area of Tremont after 5:08 p.m.?
It was 50 minutes, I think.
Okay, and did Mr. Chen's phone begin to leave the area of Tremont around 6 p.m.?
It did.
Okay. In the course of your reviewing the discovery in this case, have you seen this video?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna, this is State's Exhibit 129. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger on the next slide for the jury. You reviewed this video, sir?
I did.
Is the time connected to this video approximately 5:59 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the suitcase video. In case you didn't see it, they're already pointing at him with a laser pointer. That's him with a suitcase. Speculatively, it would be, with Jasmine Pace's remains in it. There he is, in public, with the suitcase. Oh my word, that was at 5:59 p.m. on November 23rd of 2022. Busy day, Walmart, Suck Creek Road, scope it out, back to the apartment, texting each other's phones. And now here he goes at 5:59 p.m. Okay. And he takes Jasmine's vehicle. Wow, that's a longer video we're seeing now.
And then is there another video, Mr. Hamilton, in which you can see what appears to be Mr. Chen's vehicle leaving Tremont Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chen's
Is that just a
vehicle.
couple of minutes later?
Are you sure? Oh. Oh, wow. Mr. Chen's vehicle. So he took his vehicle. Suck Creek Road. Then let's see. Because it probably means he came back. And then later, took Jasmine's vehicle. Wow. Okay. Okay, let's see.
It is.
Is this a screenshot from that video?
Yes, ma'am. That's a still screenshot of it.
Did you place that arrow on this?
I did, just to point out where the vehicle was at to start out in the video.
And Your Honor, that would still be Exhibit 129. It's from the same video.
So he did use his car. And then would have made another trip to take Jasmine's car to that 900 Mountain Creek Road. Again, what a dumbass. So close to the location where he was. There at Suck Creek Road. Like this guy. Oh my word. He was studying IT? Doesn't make him a cell phone expert, but dude. Do you think they could? Obviously, he thought they won't find out any of this. Wow, so he went in his vehicle. So that's why the state was asking about those marks in the back, which, again, that could have happened any time. But my goodness. Yes, Adelaide says, was it Chen's car that had the suitcase wheel tracks in the boot? Yes.
Do Mr. Chen's phone records corroborate him leaving Tremont at almost exactly this time?
They do.
Can you describe for the jury what we see here on the screen?
So that is the start down in here around 110 and then the traveling. And then 27 highways, most direct route. By the timing, I believe that's what it took. So that's basically him leaving out and getting up on the highway.
Does Highway 27, can Highway 27 lead you to Suck Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am, it can.
Is that the direction in which Mr. Chen's cell phone travels?
I believe so. By the timing, it would almost have to be.
Does Mr. Chen's phone arrive at the Suck Creek area around 13 minutes later?
It does.
Can you please, again, describe what we're seeing for the jury and show the jury where Suck Creek Road is?
So this is that highway that we just saw a little lower down here, and then you get off, and these again are going to be close. A lot of factors there, but the dots are traveling down the Suck Creek Road towards the body location.
How accurate are the dots in this photograph?
The size of them, I don't remember the meters, but it's pretty small. Those are pretty good, but we know he's not driving through the middle of the Comanche plant. So again, this is not GPS, but the average of all of it is pretty accurate. If you're moving fast, it's usually not as accurate as if you're sitting for a minute. The problem here is there's not as many towers, and the more towers that are involved in the map, the better. And when you get in that canyon, you're kind of on your own with one or two. But general travel direction's good.
Let's move forward to 2 minutes later. 6:15 on 11/23. Now describe for the jury why this looks a little bit different.
So this is just it's zoomed in more. These range rings that are on further out are where I was talking about it bouncing off of the vertical cliffs, and it jumps back and forth. But if you average all that together, it puts you pretty close.
And you testified about how long it would take to get from Tremont to certain locations, but did you actually look at anything on Google Maps to help the jury understand the distance between certain locations?
I did. I just ran a address from travel trip from point A to point B and let Google tell me, because they know the speeds and average travel times.
Is this a screenshot from the Google Maps?
It is.
And it shows that it takes how long to get from Tremont to Suck Creek?
13 minutes.
Does that corroborate the location data that you retrieved from Cellhawk?
It does.
Do you recall what time Mr. Chen departs the Suck Creek area?
It was not long. He was 6:33 p.m. when he leaves out of there.
All right, and do you recall, and this is him leaving.
Yes, so these dots are stuck. There's no good way to do this in court, but they're laid down consecutively, like in a video, and he's going out and out.
Okay, so based on this photo, you can tell that he's actually leaving the location of the body.
Yes, so this dot is older than that dot. So as you're going that way, which is at 6:33, he's headed out.
Do you recall where Mr. Chen's phone goes from this location?
Goes to the Walmart in Red Bank. Same Walmart we saw earlier.
This is the same Walmart that he was at earlier in the day?
Yes, ma'am.
He went even back to Walmart again. Oh my word, we've never heard Walmart so much in a case before. We hear them in a lot of cases, but like this guy was like up and down to Walmart all day. Wow.
That's nearby, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. And is there, I apologize. Here we are. Tell the jury what we're seeing. This looks a little bit different. It looks like it's just zoomed in.
Yeah, he was in the area of Walmart. There's the super center down here at the bottom. Again, these dots can get inaccurate, especially like even in that location, they can be off some, but he's near the Walmart.
And do you recall if there's anything significant about Mr. Chen's phone being back at the Walmart again?
There is, because Jasmine Pace's phone reappears at the Walmart.
So when you say reappears, what do you mean?
It's been dark for this whole time period, and now it shows back up.
And can you look at the screen, please?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that represent?
That's the estimated location of Jasmine Pace's cell phone by Verizon, and it's pretty much centered on Walmart, and it's 6 feet away.
Is this location the last location for several days that you see Miss Pace's phone?
The location is, but not the time.
So, tell the jury what you mean.
I see it again here in a minute, but
Okay.
it's never seen anywhere else after.
Okay. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am. So
Oh, okay.
649. Same location.
A few minutes later, it's detected again near the Walmart.
Yes,
And then does it go dark?
it does.
One second, Judge. Based on Ms. Pace's cell phone records, the Verizon records, were you also able to corroborate that her phone went dark around this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in this photo?
So this is from Verizon. It's part of those records we've been seeing. And this tells you a date and time. These numbers, I think we'll go over those in a few minutes, but these are kind of like serial numbers that tell you what phone it is and what model and make. But basically, this is the cell sites. And right there, you notice there's just blanks. Well, there's incoming calls or texts, and they go nowhere because there's no tower connected because the phone's not on the network anymore. So the activity showing up is actually inbound, and the phone doesn't acknowledge it, so you get this blank, just a blank column.
And do you see that the next, under the green highlighting, the next activity appears to be 11/26/2022, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it jumps up to the 26th.
Based on your review of the file, do you know why that would be?
I do, because her family reactivated, they got a new SIM card for that number and reactivated a phone. And so the new activity starts showing up.
After this, do you recall if Mr. Chen's phone went back to the area of Walgreens?
Walgreens? Yeah, probably did.
Sir, do you know approximately how far it is from the Walmart to the Walgreens?
It was, I think it was a 12, 13 minutes.
Did you look it up on Google for the jury?
It's on Google. It was
Can you refer to the
9
screen?
minutes. Yes, ma'am.
This is just from a simple Google map search.
It is, the addresses are right here.
Have you seen this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time would that be in the right-hand corner?
In local Chattanooga, that is 7 p.m.
Exhibit 21, Your Honor. Does this video of Mr. Chen at the Walgreens at 7 o'clock corroborate his cell phone records?
It does.
And at some point, a while later, do we see Mr. Chen back at Tremont?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what time he arrived back at Tremont?
I don't, but it wasn't long after that.
In your review of the evidence, were you able to see this video?
Yes.
Would you agree that that person appears to be leaving a building?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a screenshot, is that correct?
It is.
All right. And now we go back to phone records. Did Mr. Chen's phone indicate that he was leaving the Tremont apartments around this time?
It did.
Around the exact same time that he is seen leaving the Tremont apartment building, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, just a minute later.
Do you recall where he went?
It goes to 900 Mountain Creek.
And is there other evidence that you've reviewed that would corroborate his travel to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
There is the camera that's across the street from Tremont. And my Chevy.
And the My Chevy app you
Yes,
said?
ma'am.
Exhibit 2, you can see that Exhibit 2 indicates a start time of 8:27 and an end time of 8:45. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
It does.
And were you able to, using his cell phone records, actually map him in the direction of 900 Mountain Creek Road?
I was able to map that. Yes, ma'am.
And then you mentioned this video. This is Exhibit 129 from Arctic camera footage, 11:23. Why is this significant, sir?
Because you can see the Pace vehicle, and I can make out the hat and the hood that I saw in the ring camera in the hallway.
It's your opinion that the person in this car is the same person in the hallway at that apartment building?
Yes, ma'am.
This video jumps a little bit, but are we seeing the white Chevrolet pull out of Tremont Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is this a screenshot?
It is. That's when he's turning that corner. The colors aren't showing up on that display very well, but you can make out the red in that hat and the gray hood.
Do Mr. Chen's cell phone records corroborate that he would be leaving Tremont Street at this time?
They do.
And did you Google map for the jury approximately how long it would take to get from Tremont Street to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
If you can look at the screen for me. Approximately how long would that take?
It's a 12-minute trip.
Mr. Chen left the apartment around 8:30. Exhibit 24, have you seen this video before, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this video taken from the Mountain Creek Road apartment buildings?
It is. Right here.
Does that appear to be a white SUV?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, is Mr. Chen's cell phone location data showing that he is in or around 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And then have you also seen the next part of this video that shows what looks like or has been testified to a Prius pulling into this parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
What time does that Prius pull into the parking lot?
8:49.
Mr. Hamilton, I want to propose you 2 documents. Can you look at those for me? Do you
Can you believe that when he's taking Jasmine's vehicle to 900 Mountain Creek Road and being all sneaky, getting a Lyft ride share or whatever it was, someone took him back with a Prius, right? Hitching a ride. He's the whole time got his cell phone with him. Oh man, he's so dumb. Okay, thankfully, yes.
recognize those?
I do.
What are these documents?
Those are extracted from Mr. Chen's cell phone by Cellebrite. And they're pieces of an app. Oh, it's a Lyft app.
Okay,
That's
so-
some remnants of messaging that it's
So these were extracted in the cell phone download, correct?
correct from Mr. Chen's cell phone.
That's why you said Cellebrite, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and when you say from an app, what does that mean?
So I'm sure most of us familiar with smartphones, you can install apps, and even if you want to install that app, most of them leave pieces around your phone where they store stuff. And in this particular case, there's pieces of an app for Lyft to get a car ride, and it left some telltale messages, and that's what the
Your Honor, I said we move into evidence cases. Now, you just testified to Lyft. 218, Judge? I'll have you look at the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
This would be the first page of Exhibit 218. Now, can you tell the jury, while looking at this, can you describe to the jury what you mean by an app and how we know that it's from the Lyft app?
Okay. The reason we know it's in this database tells us where it's stored at. It's telling us it was using data on the network. But what's interesting is it's Zack. So I learned something in this case. That was a computer nerd, and he wanted to go see his girlfriend in college in California. He couldn't afford it, so he created an app to get people to pick him up and take him to see his girl. And his name was Zimmer. He started that in 2012, and so it was called Zimride for a year, and then they changed the name to Lyft. But that's a computer programmer, and that's where Zimride came from. So
Okay.
it's still called internally because I guess that was their early software. It's still called Zimride, but it's Lyft.
And what would the timestamp there be indicative of?
So UTC 5 minus 5 is Eastern West Chattanooga time, and that is at 20:39, which is 8:39 for non-military folks.
And then the second page of 218 shows the same thing, except now we've got a different time on there. Is that correct?
Yes, this is actually the notification coming in, and it's at 2050, it should be 8:50 p.m., so 11 minutes later.
How do you know it's a notification coming in?
It says location feedback notification.
Okay, and where is Mr. Chen's cell phone at 8:50 p.m.?
It's in the parking lot of 900 Mountain Creek on the corner right beside the parking lot.
Does this map reflect that testimony?
Yes, so this is the whole parking lot. And it's showing him right there on the main street.
At this point, does Mr. Chen's phone appear to travel back to the Tremont Apartments?
It does.
How long?
Pause. Dorothy, you make a good point. You said, was his right hand cut from the knife? He's holding the matcha in his right hand in the old pic he sent. Yes. It was apparently his right palm, that had the injury. We didn't see pictures of it, but they spoke about it. And yeah, so that he's also like, look at me holding my matcha. No injuries there. I'm smart. Okay, I know IT things. Look at this old screenshot I'm sending. Hey, want to do dinner? Oh my goodness. This is like, Janet says, these docs are very damning. Goodbye, matcha boy. Like this is, oh, don't you just love it? When the state leaves the best for last. I don't know what the defense is going to ask here, right? Oh my goodness.
How long of a trip again would that be, Mr. Hamilton?
It's 12.
It's on the screen.
12 minutes.
Are you able to tell us at what time both the gray Prius and Mr. Chen's cell phone arrived back at Tremont Street?
Yeah, it was about 12 minutes later. So.
Is there video evidence that
There is,
corroborates
yeah.
this as well?
That same Arctic camera catches it.
Exhibit 129.
Yes, ma'am, at 9:02. We left at 8:50, so 12 minutes. And there's the Prius.
And does this video corroborate Mr. Chen's cell phone records?
It does. His records coming around at the same time. And they're stopping and putting the hazards on and letting somebody out. You'll see them kind of run out of there.
Actually,
That's a zoom of it there.
yeah, I think this is a video that zooms in on it. Does that person appear to have a hoodie on?
It did.
And at this point in time, are Mr. Chen's phone records showing that he is back at his apartment on Tremont Street?
They are.
All right. The next question I ask you is significant. Where was Mr. Chen's cell phone from this time on 11/23 until midday on 11/25?
It was here.
It was at his apartment
Yes.
the entire time.
Yes.
Didn't go anywhere.
No.
Would you agree that that's basically a day and a half?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified earlier that you testified to the jury what the difference between a SIM card and a cell phone is,
Yes.
correct? Are you aware in this case that Ms. Pace's SIM card was located at some point, and I apologize, this is the slide that shows Mr. Chen back at Tremont, is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, are you aware that this was found in Mr. Chen's possessions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is 167-2, State's Exhibit. Have you seen this photo before?
I have.
So that's Jasmine's SIM card that they found in the glasses case in the backpack at his parents' house.
Have you also seen the forensic report that was extracted by the digital forensics unit
Yes,
from
ma'am.
this SIM card?
I have.
Now you're seeing Exhibit 201 next to Exhibit 167-2.
Correct.
The SIM card report shows that, well, what does the SIM card report show?
So on this slide, what I'm showing is it's called ICCID, and you can read it there, Integrated Circuit Card Identifier. It's all these they're like serial numbers. That's what's printed on the outside. That's an ICCID. Electronically, this is extracted by Cellebrite, so that nobody types anything in there. That number matches that number, so that tells me this report is on the device that they physically took a picture of. There's only one of these in the world with that number because your phone would get mixed up with somebody, so you can't have any duplicates. So that tells me this report's valid, and it matches what they found of the knowns.
Now, for your purposes, is there another significant number on this forensic report?
There is.
And what is that?
It'll be the, well, 2 of them actually. So,
This is Exhibit 201 still,
yeah,
Judge.
the MC is kind of an internal number on that card that tells them,
MC, and you're saying
Yeah, that's-
IMSI.
yeah, International Mobile Subscriber Identity. Nah, that's how you show up on their network. You're not the phone number, you're actually an MC, and then they translate. I know it's a little complicated, but another unique number that's only going to be in that card, and it matches. This is from Verizon records. So now I'm looking at to see if the forensic download of the physical card matches the records that were sent by Verizon, and it does because the MC matches. So now we know the card is the right card, we know we did the right phone, and we know we got the right records. They all match. So, and there's another number that's kind of important.
That's right. It says subscriber MSISDN. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
So that's the Mobile Station International Subscriber Directory number, which we all call my phone number. That's your phone number. So it's right down here, and it's, when they do the whole thing, it'll always have a 1 because the United States is period code 1. But that's her phone number. So that can change on that card. You can change phone numbers on the same SIM card. You can have SIM cards with more than one phone number, but in this case, that's her phone number and that's her number.
For your purposes, is the IMEI also significant?
It is.
All right, let's talk on the screen behind you. Let's talk. What's the IMEI?
So this number is basically engraved into your phone. It has nothing to do with the SIM card. Sometimes it's hidden, but it's on the SIM card holder. But that is the serial number of your hardware, your phone itself. The network gets broadcast to the network, and the reason they do that is that's another way to identify you're the right person. But mainly, if somebody steals your phone, you can report it stolen. They'll put this IMEI, which is your equipment identity, they'll put it on a list, and they won't let that phone back on a network. So that's very important to identify the physical phone, no matter what SIM card it's in.
So to clear this up for the jury, because we've talked about the difference between the phone and the SIM card, are you aware that vehicles have a VIN number
Yes, ma'am.
that identifies the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Is the IMEI basically like the physical phone's VIN number?
It is. That's a good way to put it. You can't change it. It's electronically embedded into it. And there's only one in the world, so that identifies the actual phone. No matter if it's SIM card, no SIM card, that way you'll know whose phone it is.
At some point on 11/25, is there something that happens that involves Jasmine Pace's phone based on your explanation of the IMEI?
Yes, ma'am.
And what would that be?
Jason Chen's SIM card gets put in Jasmine Pace's cell phone, and he starts using her nice, bigger iPhone 13.
And can you please refer to the screen and explain to the jury how, based on these telephone records, you know that?
So this is his records from T-Mobile, and here's that IMEI we were talking about, and we have them both from the forensic download and from his records and her records, so I got them 3 different ways. And this IMEI, actually encoded into that IMEI is the make and model, so they can determine that from when it comes in. But that number is unique in the world. And right here, you'll see that ends in 2297, and it's an iPhone XR. Right here, it turns into 2742. Now you'll see on the other records, there's actually a number after the 2. That's a check sign. So they're 14 digits. Some of them have an extra digit to check them, but you just kind of ignore it. But this phone changes into an iPhone 13 Pro Max, which is what hers is. And that happens on 11/25 at 2:07 in the afternoon.
So is it your opinion that Mr. Chen on November 25th, 2022 inserted his own SIM card into Jasmine Pace's phone?
Somebody did, yes, ma'am.
Somebody did.
I'm not sure who did it, but they had to physically remove it from the one phone because it was working. And less than a minute later, it shows up in another device. So it doesn't take long to plug them in. I'm sure most of us have done that. But yeah, somebody physically moved it from one piece of hardware to the other.
Were you able to see at this time, were you able to view at this time Mr. Chen's last location record?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the slide on the big screen
Yeah,
reflective of that?
it is. That's going to be, it's not, the dots are putting him drifting a little bit, but he's down North Chattanooga.
Close to Tremont Street?
Yes. It's hard to see, but that's Tremont, and the dots are, they're floating around in here. And you got, it's 207 and 20, and then 207 42. And the very last blip from that thing was at 51 seconds, 207 51.
So we're able to see here his last record from his iPhone, and then are you
Yes.
able to see when his SIM card is inserted into Jasmine Pace's phone?
Yes, ma'am, because that IMEI number changes. And
I'm
that's-
sorry, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah. See, his IMEI is a 97, that's his iPhone that's been for the entire time. And right in this 1 minute, it changes to what hers has been for this entire time. I think that is,
Is it about to change on the next slide?
it is. And now we're 54 seconds later, and there is her hardware serial number shows up in his T-Mobile records. The phone doesn't care whose phone it is. When you put that SIM card in, it becomes your phone and your phone number. The apps don't change and that kind of stuff, but the phone, the calls, the texts, and all will go with the number in the SIM card. So he came back up on the network under a minute with his same SIM card, her phone.
And do you know how long his SIM card stayed in her phone?
Actually, I think it stayed in there until 11/28.
The day of November 28th,
Yes, ma'am.
2022?
Yes.
And at some point, using Mr. Chen's location records, because let's clarify for the jury.
Sure.
He's got Jasmine's phone, but his SIM card. So does that mean that we are still able to track him based on his phone records?
Yes. Yep, same records. The only thing that changes is the column that says IMEI and the column that says make him on. Everything else is the same.
At some point on, I'm sorry, were you going to say anything else? Okay. On November 25th, 2022, at some point does Mr. Chen travel from Hamilton County to Nolensville, Tennessee?
He does.
And is that reflected on the screen?
It is.
Can you talk to the jury about this, please?
This is just zoomed out, and then I let it not erase the dots, so for the entire trip, so you can just see, you know, if you watched it as a movie, you just see it slowly progressing, you know, the highway, but that is following the interstate back up to Nashville.
And approximately how long does it take him to get from Chattanooga to Nolensville?
I think that one was about a little over 2 hours.
And did you also look up that trip on Google Maps?
That did.
Is it on the screen right now?
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Would it take approximately 2 hours to get from Chattanooga to Nolensville?
Correct.
Can you see, are you aware of, were you made aware of Mr. Chen's parents' address?
I was. That's actually in the cell records.
Okay. And were you able to identify at what time Mr. Chen arrived at his parents' home on November 25th?
Yes, ma'am. It was 4:50.
Can you explain to the jury what we see here?
So this pin is showing their location in Ashburn Fort. And this is saying he's using, at 4:51 he's using this side of the tower. At 4:52 he starts using this side. So I think he's transitioned beyond this line right here, the one that's kind of straight down. And then that dot right there is in the 4:50 time frame. So right around 4:50 he's pretty close to Ashburn.
How long does he stay based on the phone records in Nolensville?
He stays until the 27th of February.
Where does he go on November 27th?
He comes back to the North Shore in Chattanooga. this is his travel southbound, coming back this way.
Okay, and then this next slide, what does this show?
That shows the entire traffic path. Right now, he didn't deviate really, he just came straight in.
What area of town does his phone travel back to in Chattanooga?
He's just a little bit west of Tremont Street. Kind of weird, we call it Renaissance Park, but he never does actually show up right all the way to Tremont, but he's within a few blocks of it.
That would indicate to the jury that you are able to see with quite a bit of accuracy where a phone is located. Is that correct?
It is.
Because here you know that he doesn't make it all the way back to Tremont, but you know that he's nearby. Is that right?
Correct.
And when we say that you know he is nearby, we mean you know where his phone is.
Phone is correct.
And his phone was just a few blocks from Tremont Street
Yes.
at, let's see, I've got this, 637
Yes.
on
So
1127. Yeah, so go ahead and map it out for the jury.
here's phone 10 Tremont, that camera we've been watching is right here on this intersection. And that's just a couple blocks to walk. That phone stays over in this area. And we've got a long history of seeing what it looks like when it's at Tremont. It kind of bounces around in the dark, so it never makes it that far. It stays a little bit, a block or two away.
Okay, so this I was writing, and that was the day Jasmine was reported missing. It was actually the day after, because now they're talking about November 27th. That was on November 26th at 7:10 a.m. that Jasmine's mom, Catrina, called 911 and reported her daughter missing. And on that same day, November 26th, Jasmine's family posted to Facebook about her being missing. So then on the 27th, he goes back to the area, but not quite back to the apartment. Interesting. I mean, he thought he was being very, very smart, hey?
Are you aware, Mr. Hamilton, of what time on November 27, 2022, the Chattanooga Police Department was able to secure Mr. Chen's apartment?
I think it was 10:30.
Will you refer to your notes and see if you can find it in there?
Is that still, that slide's not in this? I don't recall.
Do you
I don't think I
recall?
have that slide. It was late that evening. I remember it was 10, 11 o'clock.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall that it was after this?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what time Mr. Chen's phone leaves, well, Ms. Pace's phone with Mr. Chen's SIM card in it leaves the area of Tremont and North Chattanooga?
Yes, it was around 9:30.
And the jury, if you'll remember, is not from Hamilton County. Can you describe for them where Mr. Chen travels to?
So Hickson will be north up here. It's actually a little bit further than where the Pace family lives. It's up towards that way, but it's just north of there. It's a suburb of, kind of blends in with the North Shore, and then it becomes Hickson.
What do we see on this map?
So this is him leaving that area around a little bit west of Fraser Avenue and starting to travel. I'm starting to see movement.
Are you able to see when his phone arrives in Hickson?
I do. It's, like it should be about 10 minutes later he's in that area.
You would describe Hickson as not too far from the North Shore?
No, it's a short drive, depending on traffic.
Do you recall how long Mr. Chen's phone stays in the Hickson area?
Yeah, he stayed for till 10:15.
Can you describe for the jury what we see in this photo?
So he's left Hickson to be up here. He's leaving out and traveling back down. There's some gaps here and there, but he's traveling back to I-24. So here's downtown and Tremont. And there's the interstate. So he's back on I-24 heading back north.
And then where does Mr. Chen's phone take him?
Eventually he gets back to Nolensville to Ashburn, Florida, his parents' house.
that where he goes after he leaves Dixon?
It is. He makes I think he makes a few stops on the way, but he gets
Does this map indicate his travel back to Nolensville?
It does.
Why would there be that gap in this one?
That basically be the phones not communicating with the network for the myriad of reasons we discussed earlier. There's a lot, but it's not on, or it's.
He probably put the phone off here. He's like, I'm gonna be so smart. Phone is going off here, and then the phone goes on here. Yeah, as if I never left. No one's gonna know, is what he told himself.
Maybe the battery died and had to recharge it.
And then where does Mr. Chen's phone stay for the remainder of the records?
It stays in Nolensville. It's kind of hard to see, but there's the address, the actual house, and almost centered in that estimated location. But yeah, it stays there up through what I saw.
Okay. So, is it your opinion that Mr. Chen's cellular location data matches the other discovery that you have seen in this case?
It is.
The other evidence that you have seen in this
Yes.
case? It is your opinion that Mr. Chen left his apartment on the night of November 23rd, 2022 and drove to Sup Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're done with location data. You testified that you inspected both Mr. Chen's forensic download, correct?
Correct.
How much time did you spend inspecting Mr. Chen's forensic download?
Not a lot, because I wasn't allowed to until very recently.
Oh, but tell us what you found. Tell us what you found. They're done with location data. Now it's forensic downloads. What did he search? What did he download? All of that, right?
I probably have 10, 20, I'd say 10 or 12 hours.
Okay. And how long were you able, what amount of time did you spend with his cellular records from T-Mobile?
Probably 50, 60 hours. A lot of that was actually converting as oddball. It was in the standard format, so they played court and corroborating what a report said. Because I actually went through all the police reports and all and kind of built the case myself, not knowing anything about it. I like to do that first and then talk to the detectives and find out what their story is. So I spent a lot of time reading and trying to wrap my head around what happened just from all the notes that are in the scope.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Yes, Noto, his phone, her SIM. That's what they said, yes.
Oh, Mr. Hamilton, I'm going to rely on your eyeglasses for this one.
No.
And then we'll zoom in for the jury, but I'm going to ask you to look at this best you can.
Turn the lights on.
Can we turn the lights on? That's actually a good idea.
That helps. Okay. Yeah, I can read that now.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a page from the cell providers. This is called SMS, which stands for short message, but this is content of text message. Sometimes we get those. In this case, that's what we have is different text messages.
And can you tell whose phone those records are from?
I can't. It's from Jasmine Pace's phone because it has the EMS ISBN, which tells me the phone number. It has all those numbers we talked about. So I know this is Jasmine's phone, and this is the content of some of her text messages. So it has a date and time we can put the message and who it's from, who it's to.
Do you recall reviewing these records?
I do.
Your Honor, as these records be entered as the state's next exhibit, granted the Verizon records are already in evidence, but I would like this specific record to be in evidence.
219.
Yes, sir.
You can do that there.
Okay.
All right, let's see, I'm trying to do it on this time where I can zoom in so we can help
SMS
here.
content, yes.
Yeah, that's pretty small.
Oh, wow, I did it. Okay, all right, so are these the records that you were looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And over to the beginning at the left, you'll see message arrival and final disposition. What does that mean?
That tells you what time it came in, and then if the phone is not on the network, like you turned it off, and then you turn it back on, those messages sit in the hopper, and as soon as you turn the phone on, they pop in there. So those times aren't always the same. If they are, it means your phone got the message immediately. Objection, may I refer?
And then, sidebar.
Before the bench conference, my colleague reminded me, this actually says T-Mobile SMS content, but is this Verizon SMS content?
It is.
That would be inaccurate. It's actually
It is.
Verizon, correct? That was
That's
my-
correct.
That was my mistake. Okay, let's go back here. Sorry, Judge, it's not letting me click.
Got a computer expert on stand.
Would you agree that this is Jasmine's phone number?
Yes, ma'am, that's Jasmine Pace's phone.
Does this indicate that these are Jasmine Pace's phone records?
It does.
Okay, and I'm going to draw your attention over here. And Paul, if you could scroll down just a little bit. All right, so we're in the time frame of the 4 o'clock hour. Would that be AM?
So yes, that's actually the correct time, because, and the reason you have to know where the switch is, and that's, the Duluth switch, which I'm familiar, that's in Atlanta, so those times are actually accurate. So look to Chattanooga time, because we're both in the same time zone.
Are these records indicating activity on Miss Pace's phone?
They are, their text messages coming in.
Okay, and can you scroll over, General Moyle? Okay, so in the 4 o'clock hour, what are we seeing on the right?
So this is the content of the text message. These crazy ones, a lot of them are the emojis, and they have symbols to represent them, which I don't even try to decode that. But these are just plain English that'll show up on the phone. And I'm seeing Truist, which I know to be a bank, codes to get into the account. And there's Credit One Bank, there's Cash Out, there's Truist again. So these are mostly banking apps, and somebody's requesting the passcode to get into it. And it's sending it because it's coming from the app on the phone that has the app on it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we go back to 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's go back, those were the Verizon records, let's go back to the T-Mobile records. Are you able to, using the records, are you able to actually search for different types of notifications?
You can, yes, you can search for, in the Cellebrite report mostly, but you can also do it in the record. You can search for terms. So you can put a word or a number or whatever, and it'll go find it out through whatever the database report. It'll find it.
So if you were to enter the word banana it might show you where banana's used in those records?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is in Cellebrite, is that correct? No, I'm sorry, what you just described, the searching.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. The other one was actually from the record.
I'm going to hand you this document. You recognize that?
I did.
Did you, using Cellebrite, search for a word?
Did
What was that word?
tender. I don't know if you're putting it up there, but yes, T-I-N-D-E-R, tender.
Would that confidently pull up all of the Tinder activity on someone's phone?
Yeah, it will, even if there's, the app's no longer there, there's still a piece of crumbs laying around, and it'll find them, so yeah, I'm quite good.
Your Honor, I ask that this is State's Exhibit 220.
So,
If you can please turn to the screen. This is Exhibit 220. Are these the records you were just looking at?
They are.
All right, we're going to zoom in on these records. 1121, can you see that there was activity on Mr. Chen's Twitter?
Yes, there's some cookies, 1120, and then here's 1121.
What do cookies mean?
They're like they sound almost, they're like a breadcrumb. It's a piece of information stored on your device that lets them know what time of day. And we get it on web pages. They're part of the revenue stream from ads and things.
Would that indicate activity?
It would.
Okay.
At least the app is running.
And then is there any activity from 11/22/2022?
Tell me.
And then what is the first activity from Tinder on 11/23/2022?
This is local time, Chattanooga, 9:51 in the morning on the 23rd.
And then there's more activity at 9:52, is that correct?
Yes.
And 9:52 and 9:52, and then we jump to 12:55.
Correct.
This is so important. I wish you could speak into the mic. Like the Tinder activity, because that's what the defense's theory is that Jasmine heard a Tinder notification on Jason Chen's phone. And that started an argument, and she was chasing him around with like a wine glass. And then he was like trying to like run away, lock himself in rooms, that whole thing from the opening statements. And then he blacked out and stabbed her 60 times. Like, what? Wow. So my ears are not the best. This sound is boosted. Whatever you hear, type it in chat so we could see. I know that they said at 11:21 on his Twitter, now called X, there was activity. Okay, but now I just want to go a few seconds back here because we have to hear what they just said there, man. Like, there.
11:21, can you see that there was activity on Mr. Chen's Twitter?
Yes, there's some cookies, 11:20, and then here's 11:21.
What do cookies mean?
They're like they sound almost, they're like a breadcrumb. It's a piece of information stored on your device that lets them know what time of day. And we get it on web pages. They're part of the revenue stream from ads and things.
Would that indicate activity?
It would.
Okay.
At least the app is running.
And then is there any activity from 11/22/2022?
Tell me.
And then what is the first activity from Tinder on 11/23/2022?
This is local time, Chattanooga, 9:51 in the morning on the 23rd.
And then there's more activity at 9:52, is that correct?
Yes.
And 9:52 and 9:52, and then we jump to 12:55.
Correct.
And what would Grace indicate?
That would be a name of some contact name that's stored.
And do you see here at 9:52, does Jason send a message on Tinder?
He does. It says like, so I guess we're dating now.
What? Okay. I'm just like, what? Yeah, so 11:21, here's Twitter. Is this her phone that they're looking at? They said that's her number, or is it his phone that they're looking at? Whoa, this is so important. Okay, tell me what you... I'm writing down the time. So the 22nd of November, 2022, at 11:21, activity on his Twitter, as they called it. Then on the 23rd of November, 2022, there's activity on Jasmine's Tinder at 1:51 a.m. and then 9:52 a.m. Is that what I heard? Is that correct? And then there's a message of, I guess we're dating now, to a woman named Grace. Damn, you've got good eyes and ears. Emily, very good eyes and ears. Nikki said this was after the murder. Yes, and I guess we're dating now. Oh my goodness. Honeybee said 1:51 in the morning. Yes, 1:51 in the morning. But is that on his phone or her phone? The Tinder message. This. I want to clarify this. Okay, let's listen as they go.
And then, does Victoria say something at
Yeah.
21:50?
He does, so that's actually who he contacted in the morning.
This is crazy. This is like he's busy on Tinder. He's talking to someone called Grace. Someone Victoria, right? It's him. Listen here, defense. The defense was like, yeah. No wonder they said that. They said that Jasmine was reacted and chasing him around because he got a message on Tinder. It seems like he got some messages on Tinder, but like way later. I still wonder if he checked her phone, even if maybe she had a shower, and then he checked her phone while she was in there because she was attacked in the shower in that bathroom area as well, right? From the evidence we saw. Maybe he checked her phone, checked her messages, and went absolutely ballistic. We shall hear.
This would be at 9:50 at night. So that same evening on the 23rd at 9:50 p.m. How I really question mark why is that with a smiley face?
I did. Okay, apparently it's, at one point, Mr. Hamilton, I mentioned Twitter for clarity. This is Tinder, correct?
Correct, it's Tinder, T-I-N-D-E-R.
Ma'am. No wonder. Ma'am. Tinder, not Twitter. Scratch out Twitter. It's called X anyway now. Tinder. 11:21 on Chen's Tinder account. There's activity. Nothing for the what? Nothing for the rest of the night. And then at 1:51 a.m., 9:52 a.m., 9:53 a.m., and he actually talks to other women and says, I guess we're dating now, and sends text messages with little smiley faces and all kinds of little jokes after he murdered Jasmine. Can you imagine? Whoa, we need to see more of this. Oh my goodness, obviously it's like so tiny. But we're trying our best here. Damn.
And now we're going to go to a zoomed in shot of the bottom of the original page, the Tinder page.
Yes.
This is now 11:28.
Correct.
And is Mr. Chen reaching out to Sarah and asking her what's going on?
He is.
Were these notifications, the notifications from 11/23/2022, were those after Miss Pace's phone had sent a location to another phone?
Yes.
What about the Truist messages and the bank messages? Were those after the PIN
They were.
was sent to someone?
Because her pin was at 2 a.m. and these are 9 a.m., 10, all the way down through, we get down to 9, almost 10 o'clock at night.
All right. Lastly, I'm going to ask that you look through these records. I'm sorry, I need to show it to defense counsel. Apologize.
That's right, Stefan. That's the morning after the murder. This guy is chatting up Victoria, Grace, Sarah, all the ladies, saying, haha, I guess we're dating now, and all sorts of things. That's where his mind was at. After murdering Jasmine Pace, after stabbing her 60 times. And I mean, damn, this guy was, what time again? Got to pair that with the Walmart trips. Damn. From 1:51 a.m. Okay, so he's the one on Tinder. Jasmine sent her mama location pin at 2:18 a.m. All right. And then he's back on Tinder. 9:52 a.m., 9:53 a.m., 12:55. And while he's doing all of that, he literally is at 10:47 a.m. He's back to Walmart. He goes to Walmart. Wait, he actually started earlier than that. Go back to the timeline. From around 10:40, 10:40 a.m. he was at Walmart. So this guy is chatting up all these ladies on Tinder and going back and forth to Walmart and Walgreens. So maybe Jasmine saw his phone and asked him, like, what the hell? What the hell is all of this? Maybe that happened. But dude, like, for this guy to stab her 60 times. For what? Because I'm just trying to remember that whole opening statement from the defense. That was their theory. That Jasmine got very upset. Chasing him around. He practically had to defend himself. Yeah, right. Stefan said, doesn't look good, Jason. Doesn't look good at all. It really doesn't. Okay, let's keep going.
Download of Mr. Chen. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am, they're from Cellebrite, Jason Chen's Cellphone, and their messages.
Would that have been discovered through the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
It is.
And did you review those messages?
I did.
Are those text messages?
Yes, they're called iMessages, so there's a distinction. Text messages are sent to a different pattern of data, but iMessages are just internet. So you can't read when they're in the air, but yeah, so this is specific to an Apple phone. And it's called iMessage.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be submitted as collective exhibit 221. I'll stay in them.
Okay. Sidebar.
Briefly into 11:21, I apologize.
Are those that
That's what they're doing. Here we go, Judge. Do these records indicate text messages on Mr. Chen's phone from a certain time period?
They do.
What's that time period?
That was started at 11:23.
Do they go briefly into 11:25? Okay. So we're going to start here. These are from 11:24. Can you tell the jury who these messages would be from?
Yeah, if there's a contact stored in the phone, it'll put the name with it. If there's no contact, it'll just have a phone number. So when you see both the number and a name, that's somebody that was stored in the phone. So like in this case, it says any name, Nina, I guess is the pronunciation. There's some other numbers that have no name by them, so it's somebody that's not stored in his contacts. So it keeps a record of the number, but you got to put the name in yourself.
Now, so these are coming to Jason's phone, is that correct?
Yes, so over here, it'll tell you red.
That means that they're to him and not from him, is that correct?
Yes.
And does this mean anything to you? We're going to play search. And also, well, first of all, can you tell the jury why we see multiple of the same text message?
Those are group messages where you pick 4 or 5, however many people, and send one message to all of them at once.
And it's going to show up here multiple times.
It does.
So that's not actually 5 messages of you guys running more Warzone. It's just one message sent to 5 people.
Yeah, and if you notice the times, there's blocks of 5 at the same time, so,
Okay.
and 5 numbers, so,
And for group messages, we would continue to see that.
yes.
Does this mean anything to you? You guys running more Warzone? We're going to play search.
I think, to me, that looks like a game player, and they're chatting with the phones between the group.
Would you agree we're going in reverse chronology with these?
Yes.
So at the bottom here, we have 11/23/2022, and what would that time be?
That would be 11:56 p.m. on the 23rd, and then more, the dates are getting higher up top.
Just before midnight?
Yes, that's what, 3.5 minutes, 2 minutes, 40-some seconds before midnight on the 23rd.
And the next page, again, we're going reverse chronology. Now, what does that green mean?
That is, I believe, that is for the Android.
But I'm saying now, who's
Oh.
sending these messages?
Oh, Jason is,
And do we know that based on this,
Yes.
but also the position of the text?
yes, it says sent instead of red.
And these are on 11/23/2022.
Yes, and I believe, actually, that phone was, it was on Central Time, so that actually moved off an hour.
And off an hour in which way?
It's earlier, so it's actually
106.
106, yes.
106
Chattanooga,
on,
if we go with Chattanooga,
okay, on the 24th, but
yes.
late night on the 23rd, early morning hours of the 24th.
Yes.
Okay.
This is all Nashville time in this report.
And right here, when you get down to 22, that is the late night on the 23rd, is that correct?
Yes, that actually been 10, so that'd be 11:30 at night.
Okay, and is your opinion still that they're, speaking of gaming, is what you said, which would be video games?
Yes, ma'am, I believe it is.
Is 11:23 at approximately midnight, is that after 11:23 at 2:15 in the morning?
No, that's prior to,
No, I'm
oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, on the 23rd, yes, it is.
11:23 at 2:15 a.m. is before this, is that correct?
Correct. That's 20 hours.
And from 6 p.m. on 11/23, when Mr. Chen left his apartment and went to Sub Creek Road, how much later is this?
That's what, 5-6 hours?
And then they keep going for pages without Mr. Chen responding. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And are these more group messages to Mr. Chen?
They are, I look at the time column because that tells you real quick, there's 4 of them at the exact same second. So yes, there's some group messages.
Do these messages indicate maybe some video gaming going on?
That looks like the language. I'm not a gamer, but that's would be common.
So, okay, so they're showing public records as part of a trial. They're not doxing anyone or sharing something they shouldn't share. But I'm taking the extra step of just redacting some of those phone numbers. Hopefully people have changed their numbers. But, oh my God, he's like, wanting after murdering Jasmine Pace. So this looks like the evening of November 23rd, after all the Walmart trips and the everything, right? They said that he got back home at what time now? So there's the, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight at 4:03 p.m. And they're going in reverse here. So I just quickly want to see. He was back at home at 9:02 p.m. and he stayed in his apartment until 11:25 a.m. So when he got back to his apartment, one more time, 9:02 p.m. Okay, then he was just like, ooh, let's video game for hours with my buddies so that, you know, what an alibi. I was here the whole time, I was playing video games. Dude, no. Oh no, he's so busted. Ditto 55, thank you so much. Megan said so he was video gaming for 6 hours before going to Suck Creek Road. Yeah, 21:02 arrived back at his apartment. You're also making your timeline. They Texas 2 pugs. Me too. We can compare notes. So they're going in reverse here. Let's just keep seeing what happens here because this is 8:27. You see, then it gets later. Okay, I'm going to play it and then I'll type in chat if I find more important timeline moments.
This is going down chronologically, so we're around 9:30 down here.
Yes, ma'am. 9:30 p.m. till
And is there anything, did you see anything else from Mr. Chen from the time from 11/23/2022?
I don't recall seeing anything else.
You can see here where we get from 11/23 to 11/22.
Right.
That's it for the state judge.
Yes.
Okay, so we got some sidebar going on. So those messages with the computer, with the gaming, seem to start at what? Like 8:30-ish? Okay. So on November 22nd of 2022, Jasmine Pace went to Jason Chen's apartment, arriving at around, wait, I'll tell you. She arrived there at 11:43 p.m., so just before midnight. By 2:15 a.m., neighbors heard a woman screaming, and around the same time, there at 2:18 a.m., she sent her mom a location pin. So that takes us to November 23rd, early morning hours. Consistent scream from Jasmine Pace. So it was around the time, if we logically conclude that she was attacked, right? 2:20 in the morning or so, November 23rd. So I'm just going to quickly recap this so we go over the timeline. So let's say 2:20 in the morning, right? And then, oh my word, this timeline is so long. Oh my goodness, this guy was very busy. Okay. So that day he went to Walgreens, he went to Walmart, he went multiple times, and at 4:03 p.m. on November 23rd, he texted Jasmine's phone saying, hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? And he had that fake matcha photo from that he took a year before and screenshotted. At 6 p.m. on November 23rd, he left his apartment area. He left his apartment with his car and he went to Suck Creek Road. And then he left Suck Creek Road at 6:33 p.m. At 7:22 p.m., actually at 7 p.m., he went to Walgreens. 7:22 p.m., he was at Walmart, and he also had Jasmine's phone. Then, at 8:26 p.m., he was back at his apartment. He was seen on Ring Cam, which is there at the elevator. And that's around the time when all these text messages started about the gaming. So from 8:27 p.m. to 8:45 p.m., this is now November 23rd, so it's after the murder, Jasmine's car and Chen's cell phone traveled to 900 Mountain Creek Road. And then at 8:49 p.m., he's arriving back at his apartment. So it kind of sounds a little bit calculated to me. While he's dropping off Jasmine's vehicle with his phone, he's at the same time organizing a gaming night with his friends. Maybe that was just a regular thing, but like, wow, just think about what he did. At 9:02 p.m., his phone was back at Tremont Street. And that was all the way until midday, 11:25 a.m., November 24th. Wow. I hope that helped a little bit, but my goodness. In between there was Walmart and Walgreens, and Jasmine's phone was off, then it was back on. Then he goes to Suck Creek Road and all of that. Oh my word. Okay, let's see if we could fast forward through this. Oh, we're going to take a break. Good timing.
10-minute break. So we'll be back when that clock says 4:10.
Back. Skip right over that break. Ready for cross-examination, sir. Like, if this dude, because he pleaded not guilty to both charges, first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse. If this guy, because some of these guys, okay, that are suspected of these types of crime, want to go to trial to just be like, where'd I slip up, or what do you mean, or maybe I have a chance of going free. Dude, did you see that? Did you see that evidence? You are so busted. But I'm looking forward to hear what the jury questions will be, right? The one thing I forgot to mention in the timeline is Jasmine arriving. She left her parents' home at 11:27 p.m., arrived at Jason Chen's apartment at 11:43 p.m. on November 22nd. And then there was the location pin at 2:18 a.m. But before that, at 1:51 a.m., there was a Tinder message. 1:51 a.m. Right? But I wrote Jasmine, 1:51 a.m. Whose message was that? Whose was the Tinder message at 1:51 a.m.? Does anyone know? Pop quiz. Pop quiz, 1:51 a.m. There was a Tinder message. I don't know why I wrote Jasmine, 1:51 a.m. Interesting. Because if it really was Jasmine receiving a Tinder message at 1:51 a.m., well, that changes the defense theory a lot from opening statements. If it was Jason Chen receiving a Tinder message at 1:51 a.m., well, okay, then they say he received a message and then this fight broke out. Okay, Real Happy says Jason's message, 1:51 a.m. Is that right? Interesting. Okay, so let's keep going. The defense looks quite agitated now. If I were them, I would also be. Oh, maybe you said Jason to Grace. Is that the 1:51 a.m.? Jason to Grace. Ooh. So then the defense took that and said there was a theory.
Specific text messages.
There was a theory that the defense then built out of that. They could use that and say, see, she was angry. She was fighting with him. And I mean, they tried all day yesterday to imply that she was drunk, which they found no alcohol or substances in her system from her toxicology reports, right? Okay, yeah, Lee says Jason's phone, I think. Yes, I think. And you said Grace to Jason. Okay, 1:51 a.m. Yeah. Someone says, Angie, open, closed case. Yeah, this has become a slam dunk now, in my opinion.
That you're wanting to get in, or any specific text message to the state suggestion.
So we're looking to introduce the entirety of the text messages. And not, the most important thing that the motion states is that it's for non-hearsay purposes. We're trying to establish that Jason Chen had a relationship. This isn't just a one-night thing. And these text messages show the entire relationship between Jasmine and Jason. And so it shows when they were dating.
Do it, Judge. Do it. We want to see the text messages. We want some context.
How it would go out. There's not any particular text message that the defense intends to point to, and actually even discuss with Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton? Okay.
You know, state position.
Your Honor, the state has multiple positions. First of all, for the record, this came up between the parties on Monday. It was noted that we would object to these messages, and we just received this motion approximately 4.5 minutes ago. So, I've barely had time to review it, but I do know how the state feels about it because, number one, it's hearsay. It is, the only party opponent in this case would be Jason Chen versus the state of Tennessee. So they are hearsay. For the truth of the matter asserted, Mr. Weiss has admitted he's trying to assert the length and nature of the relationship between the defendant and the decedent and the amount of time the defendant and the decedent spent together. That's for the truth of the matter asserted. He cannot point to an actual hearsay exception, such as effect on the listener. There is no hearsay exception in here because they are hearsay. More importantly, the text messages are approximately 200 pages. They go back to 2021 when the two of them first spoke on Bumble. 2021. And then they pick back up in conversation in 2022, approximately April or May, Your Honor. A majority of the text messages cannot have any relevance to this case. Unless there was a text message, which there is not, in which she's threatening the defendant for some reason, none of them are relevant. So first of all, they're hearsay. Second of all, they're not relevant, even though the threshold is low. 2021 messages are not relevant to a homicide that occurred in 2022 in a trial that's in 2025. They are simply not relevant. They are hearsay. They're being used by the defendant. Those are his own statements. That is inadmissible hearsay. Next step, after the court makes a ruling, we believe that there are specific messages that pertain to potentially sexual relations that are inappropriate and further inadmissible. They're prejudicial, they're irrelevant, they're inappropriate, and they're not for the jury to see in a homicide case.
We'll step it backwards. I do know that the rape shield law prevents sexual related information about the victim, people other than the defendant. I think that same body case law makes it pretty clear that the relationship between the victim and the defendant is admissible. So I don't, unless there's a specific case you're referring to, I think generally that's the law in Hawaii.
Your Honor, Rule 412 also doesn't apply to a murder case, it only applies to sex offense cases. That's the very first part of 412.
A text message from early 2022 about sexual relations between the defendant and the victim are not relevant to a homicide trial in November of 2022.
Well, I'm a little at a loss without knowing the specifics of the text messages to make a determination of whether the text messages whether any text message happens to be unfairly prejudicial. So that's one of the criteria that I'm going to have to look at.
Would you like to see the text messages?
I can't. So,
That's a lot of text messages.
so there's 2,000 emails?
There's 200 pages, Judge. I don't know how many messages there are.
240, but I mean, there's not that much information on each page. So, yes, 240 pages, but it's...
So what I don't want, I'm generally leaning toward
The defense wants to go over 240 pages of messages? Damn, okay.
if there's a specific message that you can point out, Mr. Weiss, that represents what the type of message you want to get in, it might be easier for me to look at it, make sure that while it might meet the criteria you're talking about, it still may be unfairly prejudicial and not meet that threshold.
Your Honor, I've listed all these reasons in this motion, and this is not a written motion that I had to file or write up. This is something that I would have tried to introduce it, somebody objected, and we would have been right here.
What we're talking about, please talk about the substance of your motion.
So the entirety of the vestiges are relevant for non-hearsay purposes, and I list up.
Well, let me start by saying this. Let me let you know the way I see things now that might help guide your argument. Generally speaking, I do understand that if one party puts in part of a conversation or part of a relationship, the party can, put a little completeness, put in other aspects of the conversation, whether they're long or short. And so I do think that militates towards admission of some of these. I do think that, again, I'm a little at a loss to see which specific message you're talking about. You know, the way I interpret the hearsay application is that whatever the body of the text message happens to be, it's not being taken that literally whatever is in the text message is true. but it could be indicative of, as you said, effect on the listener, or just indicative of a relationship. They're saying, let's go to this particular restaurant tonight. Hearsay would, if the party was offering for the fact that they went to that restaurant that night, that would be the truth matter asserted. If it's just showing that they're going out, they're going to dinner, they're engaged in some type of relationship, that would be a non-hearsay purpose. But again, without looking at the specific text messages, I can't say for sure. Again, what I don't want to happen is to let in agree to let in a bunch of text messages. They are truly unfairly prejudicial to one side, or the probative value of what you're trying to establish is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
So, just to go over my motion, these messages will show the length and nature of the relationship between the defendant and the decedent, the amount of time the decedent and the defendant spent together, the progression and dynamics of their relationship, including the imbalance of the infection that I talked about during opening. And then, secondly, the prosecution had already introduced these text messages into evidence. So, as the court noted, there is the rule of completeness.
I'm with you on the first part.
Okay.
I'm with you on the second part. I just need to know what specific text messages you're talking about to make sure it's not unfairly prejudicial.
I think you should, respectfully, I think you should go about the other way. I'm trying to introduce these, and I think they're all relevant for the purposes that I'm stating. If there are specific text messages that the state says that they find unfairly prejudicial, I think it's the state that should say, these are the messages that we want redacted or are not appropriate. And but that's a good segue to the text messages that are sexual in nature, I guess. But, I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say it reaches the point of vulgarity or obscenity. So what I would say is that would show proof that the defendant and the decedent had a sexual relationship. They were dating of some kind, and that needs to be shown. That the relationship between the defendant and the decedent is central to the defense's case. So we would like to have the entirety of the text messages to show that, to show this relationship. Lastly, the state's opened the door. They've already had Mr. Hamilton go through the data extraction of how they obtain these messages the same way that we receive them. They've gone through the defendant's Tinder. They've gone through the defendant's iMessages. None of those messages were redacted, even though we talked about relevancy. And so all those came in. So I believe the state has opened the door to allowing these text messages to come in. If their argument is relevancy, well, then they shouldn't have introduced the iMessages.
Or does either side want to argue anything that hasn't been argued yet?
The iMessages, when the state uses them, are statements from a party opponent, a well-recognized hearsay exception. Mr. Weiss cannot use Mr. Chen's statement in court because it's not a party opponent. So that's slightly different. I do not agree that we've opened the door. However, Your Honor, if we can agree to eliminate the irrelevant text messages, and there's not many of them, but irrelevant text messages regarding sexual activity, and I've only noted 4 or 5 of them, then we'll agree to the text messages coming in. I do not believe that the text messages about sexual activity are relevant to Mr. Weiss's case or the homicide of Jasmine case.
Okay, so we're tailoring down the argument. So please show me the sexual messages that we're talking about. Apparently that's what...
Your Honor, I have them noted. If Your Honor will hold on to those, I'll point them out for you page by page.
May I just mention that I don't intend to ask Mr. Hamilton, tell me about this sexual text message. I don't intend to do that with this one.
No, he intends to tell the jury in closing argument to go back and read all the messages. If they will be in evidence and we object to them. I will go through them with Mr. Hamilton.
All right, let's see the messages.
On page, these pages are strange, Judge, on page 3360. I'm not going to read it out loud.
If you could refer to, you said 3360?
Mm-hmm.
Get a small packet first. But you got something. 3360.
Oh dear. Yep, they muted it.
But at this point,
Okay. So now we know they were not just friends. They were definitely dating based on what they're saying here. We also learned they met on Bumble in 2021. But then the defense said they rekindled their relationship in May of 2022.
for the purposes, for the non-hearsay purposes of showing the relationship between the parties, we'll find that these text messages, again, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the non-hearsay purpose of establishing the depth of the relationship between the victim and the defendant in this case, where it is a heavy component of domestic-related violence, perhaps, that the danger of unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative values of the text messages be admitted. Be deemed admissible, and then if the parties want to parse them out, they certainly can, but at this point, we want that
Oh, so the judge is allowing it? Be deemed admissible, okay.
scene deemed admissible. Yes, you need your stuff? Yes.
If we just have 2 more minutes, Your Honor, while we put this together.
We'll just tell the rest of about 10 minutes.
Counsel, everyone in the gallery, please have a seat. Zoom in.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
One thing that you and I share is that I do not do Apple products, so we're going to slow things down a lot in this case. You're an Android person, PC, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
mostly.
Going back to what the general had discussed with you about the cell phone towers, related to the towers that you're relying on, how precise are they for giving you specific locations?
As far as the location of the tower or the location it's estimated?
The location is estimating.
It actually tells you in there in meters. It can be from 15 meters to 5,000. They're not that precise. They're nowhere near GPS. Sometimes they can be as good as GPS, but often not.
That was my next question. So this is general locations only. It's not as accurate as a GPS.
No, but it's not going to show you on the wrong side of town or the wrong,
State.
You still, yeah. No, you've got to be in the coverage and you got to be the models got to work out. So it'd be rare that you'd be out more than a block or so.
Do you know what the margin of error is for the ranges that are provided in these
I
systems?
do not. This is all provided by the provider, so it's different. They use different algorithms. You would have to get their engineers, but they actually tell you what it is because of the size of those circles you saw on the maps. That is there. So it's saying I'm estimating they're in this 500-meter circle or this 15-meter circle. So those circles are drawn to scale by cell.
So when you get these records from T-Mobile, for
Yes.
instance, the records that they send to you, does it actually have a disclaimer on there to use caution and relying on them?
Some of them do. I didn't look at these. Some of them do say that.
Typically, it's specifically about law enforcement investigations and prosecution, correct?
It is, and that's why it's really neat when we find a missing person or a body or things by those records. But yes, it does. Most of them do have a legal disclaimer of some sort to cover their self.
Now, do you have any data or evidence that definitively shows that Jason Chen returned to his residence after November 24th?
Yes, there's cell records that show him in the North Chattanooga area, but I don't have anything that puts him in 110 Tree Street.
Okay, so definitively the answer is no, correct?
No.
We went through days and specific times from the 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th, showing cell phone records, correct?
Yes.
And showing Arctic camera, correct?
Correct.
Showing surveillance video of stores, correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't exist after November 24th for Mr. Chen.
No.
Everything is
Well, the
approximations.
cell records still exist, but not the Arctic and the
Nothing
stores.
else
I didn't
that's
see anything in the case file after the last videos, other than the cell records go beyond 24.
Okay.
And the phone download obviously has some data.
Right. But other than the cell phone location, which is approximations, there's nothing that you have that substantiates he's in 110 Tremont.
Correct. I can put him on the North Shore within a block or two of it. I would be comfortable with that, but not in the residence.
So I'm rephrasing this a little differently. It's going to sound repetitive, but you're not sitting here today saying definitively that he was in his apartment after November 24th, are you?
No, I'm saying he was in the area.
Now, there was Arctic videos that were available. Did you watch any Arctic videos that were from November 24th on to see if Mr. Chen was in the area of Tremont Tavern?
I found no Arctic videos after the 24th.
Let me back up. I just spoke of a restaurant, Tremont Tavern. I did not mean that. Tremont Apartments. You watched no Arctic cameras that showed him near the Tremont Apartments, correct?
So let's start.
Okay. November 24th
Yes.
forward. Did you watch any Arctic cameras to see if he's in the location of the Tremont Apartments from November 24th forward?
I saw no video available in the case file for the 24th forward. So no, the answer is no, I did not look at anything beyond that.
Any ring camera footage that you were provided that showed him entering or exiting the apartment November
No.
24th forward?
I found none.
Now, Cellebrite is something that's been discussed here
Yes.
a lot, not just through you. What is that?
It's a forensic tool that's made, it's out of Israel. And as I discussed earlier, it's actually originally made for transferring cell phone data from one phone to another. But it's
Like
a
at Verizon,
forensic.
you use that analogy, correct?
Yes, they actually had the same tool I had for forensics. It's just had different software in it. But it's software and hardware that's designed and engineered to extract information from phones and then put it in a readable format. There's many vendors do that. That's just
Is it
one of
something
them.
that's pretty accepted in the forensic community?
It's 100% accepted, yes, ma'am.
How long have you used it?
Since they invented it.
Which was when?
I don't remember the year, because I started doing this stuff in 2002, and it wasn't available. We started out with suitcases full of cables, because they made a different cable for every phone. I literally had suitcases of cables, so I've been doing this since it started.
Is there a specific feature that makes Cellebrite more reliable in extracting text messages than other programs?
Yeah, I liked them. They've been at it longer than a lot of people, and they have a really good product, and it takes a lot of engineering behind it. They have to reverse engineer each cell phone model. So whatever you're carrying right now may not be in the list yet if it's something brand new. They have to buy it, spend months of reverse engineering everything in that phone. So they spend probably hundreds of millions of dollars.
Androids last forever. Mine's pretty old.
Yeah,
No.
but you know what I'm saying? They have, every phone's different, so they have to build a tool for that phone. And the big players in that game have to have a lot of money. It's a very expensive product.
Now, when in this case, who all's phone has had an extraction done on it?
The only one I looked at was Jason Chen's, and I asked them, and they didn't find the phone that belonged to Jasmine Pace.
Just the SIM card, is
But
your
I'm not-
understanding?
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the outside, kind of like you. I was brought in looking at the evidence that's in the folders.
Okay.
So
So
that's all I know about is Jason's.
And I know that the general had asked questions earlier, and she was talking to you about a SIM card
Yes.
and then a phone.
Yes.
The phone is actually what Cellebrite is plugged into, correct? Or
No, SIM card.
the
works.
SIM card is?
You can do the SIM card by itself, or the phone with the SIM in it, or the phone by itself. You can
Okay.
do all three.
So we know that we have a SIM card that we believe is Jasmine's,
I
correct?
can guarantee it's hers.
Okay.
That's what all those numbers show. There's no other one in the world with those numbers on it.
But you've not reviewed any kind of extraction from her SIM card, correct?
That's what was on the screen, ma'am. Yes, I did. That's a Cellebrite extraction of her SIM card found in Nolensville. Those screenshots you saw compared Verizon with Cellebrite, so that is,
So
yes.
maybe
I
I
have
just
reviewed it.
misunderstood what you said. I asked, had you seen any extractions other than Jason Chen's, and you said just Jason Chen. Was
You
that?
said phones, I mean, that's not a
Okay.
phone, it's a SIM card.
Now I'm with you. So SIM card for Jasmine, phone
Yes.
for Jason.
Correct.
Okay. So those are the only two extractions you're aware
Yes,
of
ma'am.
that you've reviewed.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is there a specific procedure in place that actually protects the integrity of these extractions when they're done?
Yes, they actually have hash codes built into them, so if you alter one period in them, it will change the hash code, and you'll know. You can put a speck in a picture, and it will change the whole hash code. So yes, they're internally protected by what's known as hash codes. When they're exported, they're in a zip file, and that's hashed, and then that, if you change those at any,
And when you say hashed, what do you mean?
it's getting technical, but basically it looks at all the data in there and it generates, through an algorithm, it generates a number. And that number, if it is anything changed, that number will change.
How would I know if that hash is there?
Hire an expert in cell phone forensics, I'd say would be the best. I don't know if you understand. You told me you weren't a big techie, but
You know I'm not a big techie.
so yeah, I'd say you probably need to get some, at least, a lot of computer people know about hash codes.
Okay.
But that's a real big forensic thing because it basically protects, if anything gets corrupted,
You're an expert.
alter, yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything with the hash codes?
No, I didn't. It's a zip file. They're unalterable in their stuff. If you alter a zip file, it won't extract. So I'm pretty comfortable that nobody's messed with that. I don't think anybody planted evidence or changed it or altered it. It would be almost impossible to do.
Okay. You just had mentioned the hash codes after I was talking about the integrity, so I didn't know if that was something you had
That's just one
observed.
way you can check them, but yeah, they're pretty secure. They've been doing this for a long time.
Now, were you present for the actual extraction of the phone, or did you just review it?
No, ma'am, I just got into it a few weeks ago because we were told not to look at it.
Okay. What is your understanding of what's included in the extraction? We'll start first with Jason's phone.
What do you mean, what's included?
What all was extracted from his phone?
I'd say everything Cellbrite could get, but I couldn't answer that from memory. It's dozens and hundreds of items.
Now, you've talked some on your testimony about some of the things that you've reviewed personally. So, did you see anything about iMessages? Did you see iMessages in his extraction?
They are in the PDF version of one I saw, but I didn't really dig into those.
Any other message forms that you saw?
There's SMS. There's like 2 or 3 categories of messages, and they depend on, I was talking about there's iMessages that are different than text messages. Yeah, there's a whole category for messages.
And when you just said SMS messages, are those text messages?
Those are text messages.
And then iMessages are specific to iPhones?
Yes, we call them text messages, but that's a different name.
Do you know, based on the SIM card that you received of Jasmine's, what the operating system was she was using on her phone?
I didn't receive her card, I just received a report about her
Okay.
card. In the report, it tells you about the card, and then I showed you the path to match that to her records, and in the records, that number up there on that screen tells you what make and model and manufacturer, and then a unique portion to the end. And then they nicely convert it for you, and right there in the thing it says iPhone 13 Max. So it's in the Verizon records, it's in the T-Mobile records, and that tells you what make and model. It said his was an XR, and it said hers. His, there's a lot more because Cellebrite extracted more information from his phone, but in both provider records, it tells you the make and model of the phone and that electronic serial number, and it's in both records. His obviously
So-
doesn't show up in hers, but hers shows up in his.
I guess my question is, where it says the 13 Pro, I know from what little I know about Apple, there's usually like an operating systems and it'll say 17 or...
No, so we're getting this from that, remember that IMEI?
Mhm.
That's the electronic serial number. That's all that makes it to Verizon.
Okay.
Verizon knows from that number, the first few blocks of it tell it what make and model. It doesn't tell it what OS. We get the OS, if you physically have the phone and download it with Cellebrite, you'll get more than you ever wanted to read. but not from Verizon. So we don't have her phone. I didn't see it anywhere in there. We had her SIM card, which doesn't tell you anything about what's in the phone. That's separate. And Verizon knows she's using an iPhone 13 Pro. And what its serial number is, that eventually shows up over in Jason's records. But no, it wouldn't tell you what iOS version.
Is it called iOS, not iOS?
That's
how little I know about this.
I'm country for it.
Okay.
I call it iOS, but yeah, the only way you're probably going to get that is either physically see it on the phone, or you're going to have to plug into it and extract it.
Are you familiar enough with Apple's to know if the 13 Pro Max would have been under a certain iOS or iOS?
I have no idea.
Now, there's been specific messages that you've looked at. Did you look at messages outside of iMessages between Jasmine and Jason?
I looked at all the activity in that phone in and around the 23rd, 24th, 22nd, that time period.
And some of the messages you've testified to or with group messages with people?
So that product actually will give you everything in the phone in chronological order, so you can actually just look at everything at once. Does that make sense?
It does. So based on the training that you have, the experience you have, and then the functionality of Cellebrite, would you feel comfortable testifying that the extracted messages that you reviewed are actually authentic and that they accurately represent the data that was contained within the phone?
100%.
Council approach.
Yes.
Okay. Some sidebar. Jen B wants to, do you know how long this trial is going to go today? No, I don't have a crystal ball. We almost caught up. We're only 7 minutes or so behind the live feed. And if I'm basing it on how every day is gone, really, really late. Especially if they want to go over 240 pages of text messages. Wow, Joshua, I paused him on a Mr. Vice. He looks very chuffed with himself there. Look at that. He's like, oh, okay, let's get this show on the road. Oh dear. How many are they going to read? He said he wants to obviously admit all pages into evidence, which the judge allowed. So I'm assuming they're not going to read us 240 pages of messages, but the jury will be able to read that. And that would mean then, if I were to speculate, that deliberation could take quite a while when we get there, right? Yeah, Butter says this is going to be a long cross if they're going to go through 240 pages. Oh, Stefan said, is Joshua smirking here? I think he's smirking just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, let's keep going.
How do you look at these? I'll ask a question. Moved into evidence is the true and accurate representation of the iMessages between Jason, Chen, and
So I just skip forward because he flapped through the pages to make sure that he looks at it and says he looked at it. That's what we can gather is going on here. Okay, so now they're gonna read some.
Jasmine Pace.
Okay, so admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an additional instruction that's going to come with this particular exhibit. These are text messages between the victim, Jasmine Pace, and the defendant that came from the defendant's phone. Unlike the text messages you heard earlier about that the state introduced, where you can use those for the truth of the matter asserted if you wish. These are being introduced not for the truth of the matter asserted, for a broader purpose, and that's just to show the link and the nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim in this case, the amount of time that the defendant and the victim spent together, and the progression and dynamics of the relationship over time. So again, the distinction, like for example, the text message you saw earlier from that was introduced by the state about the defendant playing video games, you can, if you wish, determine that the defendant was playing video games or about to get home. The text messages in this exhibit, the specific exhibit 222, cannot be used for that purpose, but only for the non-hearsay purpose, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the relationship issues that I mentioned earlier. Okay? May continue.
Changing gears slightly, but going back to iPhones. There was some evidence that the state had brought up with you about notifications that were coming through almost simultaneously, it appeared. Truist Bank account, Capital Bank. Are you aware of what happens when iPhones are reset?
Reset as in restored?
Factory resets, like you had mentioned in your earlier direct?
Yes, if you reset them, they go back to the way they were with the day you got them from the store, so you've got to go put a SIM card in, you've got to start over. It may have a SIM card already in it, but it'll go back to the factory default.
Okay. If you, now with iPhones, they have Apple IDs, correct?
We do.
So if you were resetting a phone and you put in your Apple ID, would that then prompt new messages to come out to change your password or authenticate your logins, or do you know?
I don't use Apple, but there actually was some Apple IDs in that list. And yes, so I'd say there's bank messages, there's, you know, the inner message, there's some, in that same string, there is Apple ID messages. If you have the access to the phone and know the password of the phone, especially if you've been dating a long time, you would probably know your girlfriend's phone, and you could get in there and get all those messages.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
You
about
did.
the
You did
flash on the
answer.
phone?
Yes. I was making sure, because I know very little about iPhones, but there's nothing that I haven't discussed with you specifically about that. And not to rehash things repetitively here, but the only extractions you were aware of are related to Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen, correct?
Jasmine's SIM card and Jason's cell phone. Yes, and that's it. That's all I saw.
Are you aware if there was any extraction done on Jasmine's mother, Catrina Pace's phone?
I saw some screenshots that ended up, I know in my report, I believe those are, no. I saw no physical or no Cellebrite or any other public. All I saw was pictures of those pin drops.
So about the pin drops, short of you having an extraction, is there any way for you to actually authenticate what that is? To show that the text message was received. Did you see that in Jasmine's extraction?
There's an extraction for Jasmine. Have you seen her? I haven't seen her phone. If we know where it is, it'd be good to do.
Well, her SIM card.
SIM card doesn't have anything in it but your phone number and some serial numbers.
Okay, so you aren't aware of anything that actually authenticates that pin drop screenshot that you received?
No, but I doubt it would be really tough to fabricate a latitude, a longitude, a date, a time, and a screen, an LCD screen on a phone. That would be tough.
What if the individual themselves had been at Tremont Tavern and had the actual... Did I say Tavern? Okay.
It's a good restaurant.
It is a great restaurant. Thank you. And it's just around the street, correct?
It is. It's not far.
So at the Tremont apartment, if individuals had been at Tremont Apartments, could they potentially have access to the latitude and longitude of that facility?
Yeah, but there's actually a time on that too, and then there's metadata in that picture that tells me when it was taken. So you would have to fabricate a lot of cool stuff. I could probably use some help in my office if somebody could do that.
Is it possible, though, that...
Everything's possible.
But you have not seen an extraction, so there's no way that you can say with certainty that that is an authentic pin drop, correct?
My expert opinion is it is. It's real. It's a good picture. But anything's possible. Somebody could have fabricated that. That's true.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it? What? Okay, so they're not going to read them, but the jury can.
Mr. Hamilton, Ms. Morrison asked you about a factory reset as it related to those bank notifications, and you mentioned an Apple ID notification.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, would those messages have been the result of a factory reset?
No, the reason I know it's factory reset, because in the forensic download from Jason Chen's phone, it says it was factory reset. Basically, it was restored from the iCloud, which erases everything in it to where it's uncodable. Then you can go pick one of the dates, and I've never done it personally, but you can pick a date and time that you want to restore it to, and it puts all your phone back the way it was, and that's the phone that was downloaded. It was actually a restored phone, so it had been wiped clean, restored back to some date that I don't know, but it tells me that in the forensic tool, but that wouldn't affect the messages coming in. That's just your phone number. And even though the SIM card wasn't active at the time, those messages are still coming across the network.
Understood. And to be clear, because you were asked about this multiple times, you weren't able to do a download on Jasmine Pace's phone because Jasmine Pace's phone was never found.
Yes, ma'am, and I kind of got out of business, so, but the city had those and ran them, and yeah, you got to have the physical device to download it, and you're not going to get nearly the information from the provider. You get some clues that we saw here, but the big pile of stuff's usually in a phone that hasn't been back and then wiped out, restored. That took a lot out of it. I can't say what all was in it, but I can tell you that looking at it, there's not nearly what I would expect to see. The restoration doesn't bring everything back.
Okay.
It brings back the important parts.
Okay. Based on your knowledge and testimony, who was the last person to know the location of Jasmine Pace's physical phone?
Well, I would assume she sent it, and her mom got it.
No, I'm talking about the physical phone, the last time we saw her
the
phone.
last person, my best opinion is Jason Chen in the Walmart parking lot.
Well, on 11/25, did you not testify that Mr. Chen's SIM
I
card?
played it when it was on the network.
Okay, not when it was on the network.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Up through the 28th, he's using it.
Mr. Chen's SIM card
Yes.
is in Ms. Pace's phone.
Yes. and
That's the
he's
last
actually
known
using it.
location.
Yes, the last known location is Nolensville, but it was active up through the 28th on that phone, and then it just goes, the end of the records come. I don't know what happened after that.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
Does the jury have any questions for Mr. Hamilton?
Who else?
Okay, time for some jury questions. Long sidebar. We're almost caught up now. Okay, we're watching live now, right? So when we start later, initially we're behind until we skip over the lunch break and all the coffee breaks, and now we're all caught up. Catrina says that shut them up quickly. Yeah, that went nowhere. Oh dear. So he's like, jury question 1, what's an iPhone?
Sure, Mr. Hamilton, the jury has a few questions, so I'm going to ask them that you can face the jury when they answer, please. Is it possible that there are individual iMessages missing or deleted from the conversation log submitted by the defense as Exhibit 222?
The paper printed version that they handed me, there could be pages missing, or I don't know the quality of that. I would need to.
Well, let's just assume for a moment that nothing was physically taken, but that is a complete set that represents the call log.
Yeah, it depends on the make and model of the phone. You can delete some messages and they'll show deleted and that they were there, but not the content. I'm not sure on that exact make and model. I didn't see anything that said that, but we used to see it a lot. It would be able to tell something was deleted and the time and date, but not what was there. So, yes, there could be stuff deleted. I would lean on that.
When Jason Chen's iPhone was recovered from his parents' house in Nolansville, was his SIM card in it?
Yes, the correct SIM card was back in. I could see that it was in service up until 11:28, and I don't recall the exact time, maybe afternoon, but there's no more records beyond that because that was the scope of the search warrant. You have to write a search warrant to get these records. They don't just give them to you. And the scope of it showed that was in service using her iPhone, his SIM card up through the 28th. What they recovered and actually processed, the cell phone download was the correct phone from the time of the crime and the correct SIM card back in it. So he put it back together, but he had to restore it from the iCloud, so it had at some point been erased.
I think within that answer, you answered this one, but just for clarity's sake, from the records, can you tell if and when Jason Chen's SIM card was put back in his iPhone?
No, because I don't have, the records would tell us, but they only go to the 28th, and at that point, it's still her phone. But yeah, but I think that was the scope of the warrant that was sent for the date range.
Do you recall any Tinder activity on November 22nd, 2022 that is associated with Jason Chen from the report you reviewed?
Yes, we actually put that, I don't remember which number it is. So there's a little bit, they're mostly cookies and things.
Yes.
Here you go, I'm sorry, I had it, 220.
Yeah, so there is some, and what I did was in the timeline, I did a search, and if this looks through the whole phone, there's hundreds and hundreds of things in there. You can just say, look for Tinder, and it finds it, and so I did see cookies and things, so the app was running, and then you see actual messages. There is cookies, I don't see any actual messages going in and out, like he didn't send any, he didn't receive any on the 20th, but there's some cookies, so the app's running. The 21st, there's a token, it's a cookie. So again, he's not sending messages. The first actual time I see him send a message, so nothing but cookies on the 20th, the 21st, on the 22nd, I see zero activity, didn't even leave a line. There's no date for the 22nd. The 23rd is when he sends out a message that says, so I guess we're dating now. And then that girl answers back late that evening. So that was, he sent it out at 9:52 our time in the morning on the 23rd, 9:52 a.m. She responds back, ha ha, really, why is that, with a smiley face. She answers him that night at 9:50 our time. But there's a location of that. It's actually GPS. That's the only one I recall for this entire crime time. In his phone had one GPS, and it's from Tinder, and it's at 110 Tree. And there's no activity on the 22nd at all, and there's cookies, but I don't see any messages going in and out on the 20th. So nothing on the 22nd, cookies on the 21st, and cookies on the 20th. And then he starts communicating with people the morning of the 23rd, and I see it on the 28th is the next one. It jumps 24 to 28.
And just for the jurors taking notes, can you let them know what exhibit number that is?
Yes, sir. That's exhibit 220. And something to remember, because you'll probably run into more of these. When you see UTC -5, that's Chattanooga time during this 11th November period. I don't think there is any, but if you see UTC 0, you need to subtract 5 from it. Because that's in damage.
Are you able to explain why an area is grayed out on the report that's displaying Tinder activity with his number on it? It says grayed out, but you just explain what that
those
is.
lines, that's the date. So that over here, you can't hardly see it, but over here is where it says like 12, 20, or 11, 21, 2022, 11, 23. So Those gray bars are actually the date, and it separates that. That's a day, that's a day, that's a day. These might not be a full day because it may be off the screen, but yeah, that's the date bars. That's not grading information out, it's just separating dates from that. These are screenshots that programmed to you, and the files that come off of it will be. These phones have so much data in them now that it's crazy. Some of them are up at a terabyte.
All right, one of the jurors had a question about the content of the last 10 texts sent from Jason to Jasmine, and the last 10 texts sent from Jasmine to Jason. Another witness will answer that. Were you able to use Jason's phone to determine whether bank accounts linked to apps on his phone record, on his phone, received deposits on or after November 23rd? Basically, did he receive electronic payments in any form from an account linked to Jasmine during that time?
I saw no evidence of that.
So this question asked for, referred to November 23rd. I think it meant November 22nd. I'm going to read it the 22nd. If I'm wrong, just raise your hand and let me know. Based on the GPS record on Jason Chen's phone on November 22nd, 2022, did he leave his apartment at 110 Tremont Street any time of the day before Jasmine Pace arrived at his apartment? Now, assuming
That's a good question. What the hell was he doing the whole day on the 22nd? Look who's just rolled in. Core TV's here. Long time no see. Thank you so much for being here. Look, everyone, Core TV is a grizzly. In fact, in this break, let me show you this, okay? Look at this, everyone. Now that I've interrupted. Look at the cats. These are our cats, right? Look at them. This is them right now. Mr. Grizzly sent me this picture. I don't know where Pepper is. Where is she? Pepper's not there. Fury and Willow are there like, what? That's the attitude you get behind the scenes. Okay, so they're asking what Jason Chen did on November 22nd all day. Did he leave his apartment? I think that's what the judge is asking here. He said he stands to be corrected, but let's see.
he meant November 22nd because that's when Jasmine Pace arrived. Want me to read that again?
No, sir, I think I got the gist of it. So, one, just to be clear, the cell stuff we looked at is not GPS. GPS is really accurate. It would show exactly. That was the estimated location provided by T-Mobile and Verizon. So they're estimating. They're not. The global positioning system is a whole other thing. That is what is on that Tinder line when he has that 9 o'clock in the evening on the 23rd. There's one GPS, and that is Tinder. That's very accurate. It puts him in his apartment. So there's nothing else in his phone during the time of the 22nd, 3rd, 4th. There's no GPS data in his phone. The cell records they use to map all that are estimated positions and locations and towers. So those are rough estimates and no GPS. But I didn't really look at. I started looking at his stuff at the time she arrives, late on the evening of the 22nd. That's where I started mapping his activity until basically the end of the records I had, which was the 28th. But yeah, so I don't know where he was. We do have some records in there prior to that. You could go back and probably see that. I was mostly interested from the time she arrived and from there forward.
Can you redirect from the state based on the juror's question?
I just want to clear one thing up, Your Honor. Can I have the projector? Just for clarity for the jurors, Mr. Hamilton, they were asking about that grade area. You let them know that the grade area is just the new day.
It is,
And can you see the date over there to the left?
A little blurry, but yeah. So this that shows you that there's 8 items and it's 1123, and then there's 32 and 1128. So that just separates the data sets.
You never.
And when you see over here, that tells you that's a real message. It's an instant message. That meant that's outbound. It's from Jason, and there's a big content over here. So I guess we're dating now. At the end, it comes back. You know, at 9:50 that night, this Victoria girl answers and says, "Hi, really, really hi." By the way, these names have to be manually put in that form. So I don't think that automatically follows.
You didn't redact anything from this document, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't change
Absolutely.
anything, did you?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further?
I just screenshot a little bit of my screen, and that's where that came from.
Thank you.
Can you recross?
Now, Mr. Hamilton, related to the Tinder app, Jason had the Tinder app on his phone, correct?
I didn't see it. I saw pieces of it.
You saw an extraction report.
Yeah, that had links to Tinder, but most of their cookies, and then there's some instant messages. But I didn't actually see the app, and it's not listed. So
Now, on the extraction report that the state provided,
yes,
are you saying that you did not see that there were several messages?
I couldn't go into somewhere where it says this is Tinder, and I can look at all the messages. What I did was look through the background, and it pulls anything that's related to Tinder. And recalling that phone has been basically completely erased and then restored back to some point in time. And so I think there's things that aren't all there. But there's remnants of Tinder in there, and it's actually still in use. But I don't see like a category that's called Tinder where I just click on Tinder.
All right, so do you have any information related to,
It tells you what apps are on there, but I didn't personally go. I just did a global search to find everything related to Tinder. So if there's anything in there, it would find it.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm just going to ask you a little bit
Sure.
different. I'm
Absolutely.
not asking for it to be admitted. Could you just look at this?
Okay, there's a sidebar.
Find everything.
It's either side. It's simply,
Wait, there we go. Okay, here we go.
ladies and gentlemen, there's been a few comments that have come out during the testimony about how Mr. Hamilton wasn't allowed to look at things. As you know, we have a lot of out-of-court hearings and determinations about things. Many times it comes to me first before either side gets to look at it fully. That's what it was in this case. The cell phone was something that's very voluminous and had a lot of personal things in it. So before it could be examined fully by Mr. Hamilton, it had to go through my procedure of looking at it. So don't hold anything about Mr. Hamilton's not being able to look at it against either side. It's simply a procedural thing. I just didn't want you to be confused about that. And I think as I was shared, make sure that it was that you didn't have the wrong impression about why Mr. Hamilton was not looking at it until very recently. Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to retrieve this from you. Just
Yeah.
looking at that.
So
Is it fair to say that there was an extraction that showed that there was some Tinder activity on Mr.
oh yeah,
Chen's?
that's a prettier way of showing what I showed in that other spreadsheet. It shows the exact same messages, the exact same dates and times. But that's a lot easier to read. I didn't see that category, but there's hundreds and hundreds of them. The way I did it was did a global search through the whole phone, find everything related to Tinder. So that's prettier. That's the little windows monitoring lines, but what I just saw was the same exact messages. So I guess we're dating, and she answers, and then the dates and times match. And then he brought out a ton of other Tinders that I haven't really looked at because I was just looking at around the time of the crime. But yep, I agree. That's the same report, different format, different way of looking at it, same data. And more.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have any follow-up questions for Mr. Hamilton? See you once.
I got more questions. I think we like literally all caught up now.
Yes.
Wait, just a few seconds. There we go. 10 seconds behind the live feed. Every 10 seconds of teleporting counts, right? Avery's Jungle says, love when defense helps the prosecutors. Michael Green says, blue tarp holds the large carpet piece. I like how the jury has so many questions, right? It's nice. They're not just like, no, we don't have any. Yeah, they've got lots of questions. Can't believe Jason Chen factory reset his phone. And then some of it got restored when he backed it up with the cloud. But it sounds like there's a possibility that some messages maybe were lost. I don't know, along the way. That's sus. Okay, here we go. Jury questions. More of them.
Around what time on November the 22nd do you see cookies from the Tinder app on Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, they want to know so much about the cookies on Jason Chen's phone with the Tinder app. Interesting, interesting. Especially, obviously, also because the defense said that he got messages. But by that time, Jasmine wasn't there yet. She only got to Jason Chen's apartment at 11:43 p.m. You know, I want them to ask more questions about the 1:51 a.m. Tinder message. Definitely want to know more about that.
It is. The cookie pretty much just tells you the app's running. The one she has actually is really readable, but I see a cookie on the 21st, you said, Junior?
22nd.
Oh, 22nd. There is no activity at all on the 22nd. It jumps from the 21st. It jumps from 10:30 at night on the 21st. It jumps all the way to the 23rd, and there's cookies start showing up at 9:50 p.m. Actually, it's 9:50, so that would be more. And then it goes on through the evening. But there is no activity on the 22nd. Not in my search.
Do app notifications create cookies?
They do. They can. Cookies are just little tidbits. They're tracking how often you go somewhere, and we actually do them all the time on the computers and apps run them. It's all they make money by knowing what you do and where you go. But yeah, it's just like a breadcrumb trail. So this one shows you. This is because I did a global search. It actually shows you cookies and things that don't show up when you just go under where a header that says Tinder, and it shows all the messages. This shows stuff in the background. So this is probably more thorough than what they were showing me, where it's in. It just looks like a message, like you're looking at iMessages on a phone or text in order. It's not going to show you cookies and things. So this literally shows you more, showing basically what day and times he's doing things. So you're able to do, even though there's could literally be millions of items in those phones, you can do a global search for things like Tinder, and it will find everything to do with that.
Did you review records from Verizon that showed messages, text, or IM involving Jasmine Pace's phone prior to November 22nd, 2022?
I think there is some. I didn't look at them again. I was really focused on starting on the 22nd and going forward. There may be some.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot. It's not like you download the phone.
I think that answers this one, but I'll remind the jurors that you will have the messages back in the jurors so you can review them yourself. Do you recall seeing any messages related to a death in Jasmine Pace's family or similar to that?
I saw one that caught me kind of odd, like I'm sorry or something, but I didn't. It didn't make any sense to me, so I didn't really focus on it.
Can you redirect based on what the jury has?
Your Honor, if I can have one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Related to that last question, Mr. Hamilton,
Yes.
this is Exhibit 219. I'm going to draw your attention to 1122 at 2212.
So 11/22, 22/12, I got you right.
Will you keep the pointer there?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if that's the best way to do that.
It might be better if I can track.
Well, it's just so small, I'm not sure how.
You can count which line down it is.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Judge. Let's do that. So let's see, 1, 2, 7. 7 lines down on this, on the left side, 7 lines down. Is that 2212?
Yeah, 7 is, well, you're counting 7, right? So it'd be 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah,
line
it's
number 8,
line-
that's
line
right.
number 8 is
Li-
the header, I think.
Line number 8,
Yes.
okay? And then, can you see line
Yes.
number 8 there?
Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She's gone. That's what I remember seeing. I knew it was something, but I was like, because for just a moment when I saw it, I thought, oh, that doesn't seem right, but I don't think it's related to. So she's gone. I'm so sorry.
Nothing further, Judge.
You recross.
I'm going to show you this exhibit again, 219. We're again going to go 8 lines down, right next to you in the message that says, she's gone.
Right? Right here.
Yes. Who does the phone number 423-883-2527 belong to, or do you know?
So if it's in the contacts, it would, on the phone, it would tell me who you can find it, but I don't know who it is.
Does this show, and I'm asking you to follow from the word, she's gone,
Yes.
over. Does it show that the sender is 664-2024 and that the receiver is 883-2527?
So the originator of this one is 2024.
And from what you've learned in the course of your investigation, is that Jasmine Pace's phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Jasmine's grandmother apparently died on the 22nd?
Absolutely never knew that until just this last few minutes.
Knowing that now, is it
Yes.
plausible that Jasmine sent a text message to someone owning 883-2527 saying she's gone?
Yes.
Then on the next line, does it show that that same number who had received the text of she's gone sends a message back to what we know as Jasmine Pace's number saying, I'm so sorry. I understand if everyone needs time, just let me know. We love y'all very much.
Makes sense. Makes perfect
Now that you know
sense.
about Grandma.
Yes.
Thank
That makes good sense.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton,
Are you finished, Ms. Morrison? No.
I thought you said thank you.
Just what I got.
That is all the questions I have.
Yep.
Mr. Hamilton, just to clarify, because I think I misunderstood the court's question. The text that says she's gone was not between Jasmine and Jason, is that correct?
No, it absolutely wasn't. I thought they were just asking about death or something in the text messages. And that one caught my eye for just a second until I started looking at it, and I thought, that's not relatable.
Sure, so I apologize. Those two messages were between Jasmine and someone else?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Jasmine was telling someone that she's gone.
yes. Like I said, on its face, when you're reading messages, that looks funny.
You see, so Jasmine texted someone on the 22nd of November saying, she's gone, I'm sorry, when her great-grandmother died. And within hours, Jasmine was murdered. Isn't that crazy? So her mom lost her grandmother and her daughter in one day. You know, well, within, let's say, 12 hours. That's unthinkable, unbearable. Can't imagine. Okay, we're all caught up, so we can't do much. Actually, we've got a minute here. What's going on there? There's somebody else got to take the stand. I see it. I cheated. I went forward a few seconds there. Okay.
No.
Do you have any further questions for Mr. Hamilton? All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton was brilliant.
General Cardinal, please.
Your Honor, the state would recall Investigator Crawford.
Sounds very perfect, like we're not getting the truth all with nothing but the truth, all we got.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Crawford, let's start with this. Why would your fingerprints be on Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, so just want to say this is the first time in any of my investigations that my fingerprints have been on any item of evidence that's been reported in Avis. On November 29th, 2022, I went to Nolensville, Tennessee, in an attempt to locate Mr. Jason Chen at his parents' residence at Ashburn Court, sorry. Upon the execution of the search warrant, originally prior to that, we met at Nolensville Police Department to link up with the Nolensville PD to include one of their detectives and members from the Williamson County Sheriff's Department to assist with the execution of the search warrant at the residence of Jason Chen's parents. We met up with them. We had tactical and strategic planning on the execution of the search warrant, trying to figure out the best and safest way possible to execute that search warrant. Subsequently, we drove to that location in execution of the search warrant. The plan was to have Williamson County there as well. They decided not to respond. Due to the minimal amount of law enforcement on scene, I assisted with the protective sweep of the residence. We talked about protective sweeps earlier, I think, in some testimony. During the protective sweep, I would like to have gloves on my hand, but due to the unknown nature of that residence, the reasoning for being there, I did not wear gloves on my hand. During the execution of the search warrant, no matter which we were there, and the crime that we believed to happen at that point, I did have my firearm outside of my holster in attempt, to make sure it was safe, because unknown people in the residence, I wasn't familiar with every person that could potentially be inside that residence to that point. I then began to go around the residence to attempt to make sure no other people were in there other than Jason Chen and his parents. When I was going through the garage area, I don't know if you remember the picture earlier, from the garage area at Ashburn Court. It was extremely cluttered. And to be thorough and make sure that it's safe, so crime scene investigators, particularly our crime scene technicians that responded, are civilians and they're not armed. To be able to safely carry out their jobs and duties and feel protected while they're doing so, us as law enforcement officers, we try to make it safe for them so they don't have to feel unsafe. I subsequently went in the garage area to make it safe or clear of any potential residents or parties or any potential people that could contaminate anything further. As I was going into the garage, I made my way around the front of the vehicle. There's about less than a foot of space. I do have small legs. It wasn't big enough, but I have big feet. So as I was making my way around the front of the vehicle, I had my firearm in my right hand. As I was going across, it hit the back of the wall, had a little dresser thing there. I fell forward. My left hand hit the front of the vehicle. I actually told the crime scene investigator, if you find prints there, they're mine. At which point later on, I was contacted by Lieutenant Franklin, and he asked to request that I needed to submit an updated fingerprints to include a partial palm print, because he believed that possibly my fingerprint found on something. At which point I submitted that during the investigation. I was personally fingerprinted / palm printed in this investigation. At which point that was submitted and ultimately confirmed to be my left hand.
Okay, thank you. Also, we recall in Lieutenant Franklin's testimony, prints from a Jim Cooper were located on Jasmine's vehicle. In the course of your investigation, did you learn who Jim Cooper is?
Yes, I did.
And who is Jim Cooper related to Jasmine Pace?
Yes. So, taking back the attention to November 26th of 2022, Jasmine Pace's parents used the My Chevy app to attempt to locate their daughter. They took them to the area of Mount Creek Road, where they ultimately recovered her 2021 Chevy Equinox. Upon arrival, patrol officer was called out. They asked for an investigation to be started, which missing person was notified. We ultimately know that no investigator responded that night. At which point, the patrol officer instructed that they could tow the vehicle back to their residence. During that process, after the patrol officers left, the family did contact a local locksmith company, which Jim Cooper works at. He did respond, intended to get the vehicle. They ultimately decided to tow the car back. Jim Cooper is a locksmith that the parents had contact with after the 26th.
Thank you. Now, you have witnessed questions about the location that was shared with Catrina Bean in the early morning hours of 11/23/2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were the investigator in November of 2022 who was investigating this case. Is that correct?
In November 27th, I was brought into the investigation of 2022.
Were you present when Catrina Bean scrolled up in her text messages to show you that location drop?
Yes, I was personally present. Actually, when she told me about the location drop, I personally requested that we observe those, at which point I actually requested a crime scene investigator come out and document those in photographs.
And was that done?
Yes.
And what time was the location shared from Jasmine's phone?
On her phone, it actually had her name as Jazzy with a picture. I verified, I looked at the contact itself, had her click on it, and observed it to be the phone number that we know to be the victim's, the 423-664-2024. Subsequently, I looked at the content of the text message group, at which point I observed a pin drop location that was shared on November 23rd, 2022 at 2:18 a.m.
2:18 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You've heard a testimony about the Truist bank account. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
To your knowledge, did you locate anything in the course of this investigation that let you know that Ms. Pace had a Truist bank account?
Yes.
What was that?
Many things. One, contacted the family. They let me know that she had a Truist bank account. She also had multiple documents, receipts, ledgers per se, deposit slips inside of her vehicle. She had multiple things with her name associated that with the Truist bank account.
Thank you. Going back to a crime scene at Mr. Chen's apartment, you'll recall that there have been questions asked about the testing of the large piece of carpet. And do you recall what piece of evidence was at evidence marker number 6?
Evidence marker 6 was the small carpeted section that was collected just on the edge of the tile area.
Was that carpet sample connected to the large piece of carpet that's been sitting in this courtroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury in what room at Mr. Chen's apartment blood spatter was found on the walls?
In the area of the bathroom area.
Ms. Morrison entered an exhibit that contained a large amount of text messages between Jasmine and Jason. Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
They were from a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
And what year do they go back to?
The earliest for that specific text message group, first the contents of the forensic download go all the way back to, I believe, November 3rd of 2021.
Are you aware of what social media app Ms. Pace and Mr. Chen met on?
I observed a text message that described the app that they met on.
And what was that?
Bumble?
Okay. And did it appear after they initially started speaking that they initially had hung out with each other?
There is a short window in the November timeframe of 2021 where conversations were had in terms of text messages. It appears for a few days they communicate, and that communication completely drops off until late April of 2022.
Okay. You were here for opening statements, weren't you, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, I was.
Have you gone through Mr. Chen and Ms. Pace's text messages from April of 2022 when they began to speak again? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Have you gone through the messages from that point until the week that Ms. Pace was murdered?
Yes, I have.
Were there any arguments?
No.
Any disagreements?
No.
Pause. Bumble was the app. They met on an app called Bumble in 2021. They'd said November 3rd of 2021. And then chatted for a few days, and then all communication stopped, which is very different to what the defense was implying earlier. Yana. Even now, whoa, like this prosecutor, the district attorney, had very good. Because she's just like things that maybe we're also left wondering a little bit like, okay, well, she's clarifying, right? So where was the blood spatter on the walls? In the bathroom. So that whole opening statements and the defense and being chased around, like the living area and a room, well, and the bathroom? What about that? Oh, and then there's like these racy messages and some kind of, I don't know what arguments. No. So met on Bumble. Is Bumble also, I know that, I think it's like wait, what is Bumble? Hold on. I don't want to say it wrong. What is Bumble? Quickly, hold on. We're asking Auntie Grok. We ask Uncle Google as well. Bumble is a social networking application primarily known for its dating features, but also includes functionality for making new friends. Bumble BFF. If you remember the Gabby Petito case, she met her friend Rose on that Bumble BFF app as well, right? So there's a new, includes functionality for making new friends, Bumble BFF, and professional networking, Bumble Biz. Here are the key aspects of Bumble. So that's why when they say it's a dating app, yes, it can also be to make new friends or to have professional networking functionality. So Jasmine Pace met Jason Chen. Now that's clarified. Later, Jason's busy on Tinder. I don't even know if Jasmine actually had Tinder at all. Based on everything we've heard, they met on Bumble, spoke for a few days, stopped speaking altogether, and then restarted conversations in April of 2022. Late April 2022, right? Okay, so even if they first started talking on Bumble November 3rd of 2021, to think that within a year, because the murder was November 23rd, so a year and a bit, that Jasmine was murdered from the first interaction. Isn't that so crazy? It's all crazy. But you know what I mean? Like, wow, he's really the reddest flag. Okay, let's keep listening.
Did the text messages make them seem particularly serious with each other?
No, it appears to be casual conversations. I guess I would liken it to people getting to know each other.
But they did certainly see each other quite a bit between the period of April and November, particularly more towards the end. Is that true?
Correct.
And did it seem to you that she was most often going over to his apartment?
Yes.
Was he asking her to come over?
He did.
in late October, did Mr. Chen invite Ms. Pace to go to Chicago with him?
Yes, he did.
Are there text messages that reflect that?
Yes.
Are they apparent that he had asked her to go to Chicago?
Yes.
And do you know if they actually went to Chicago?
Yes.
And after they get back from Chicago, anything abnormal about their text messages different from the previous text messages from that trip? Anything different? Any arguments?
No.
Did the correspondence seem the same as it had seemed since April?
Yes.
Let's go through some of these messages.
Councilor Crowfoot.
Nice. So the prosecutor's like, okay, defense, you wanted to bring those in? All right, let's talk about it. Oh, my word. Yeah, Stefan says, brilliant move, Cody. Cody Womp is the district attorney. This is Paul Moyle, another prosecutor. Amanda Morrison, defense attorney. Joshua Weiss, defense attorney.
As if they actually.
Here we go. Yeah, Melissa Tapley says, great, she's getting ahead of the defense.
Where there was limiting instruction earlier. Again, we're getting into details now. Again, not to use them for the truth of the matter asserted. You may hear things like, they perhaps went to Chicago. That's not to be taken as if they actually went to Chicago. It's only to be taken for the purpose of showing that they were talking about it the way that people who are in a relationship would talk about things. Okay? You may proceed.
All right, if you can turn to the projector behind you. The top message, is this what you were talking about from November 2021? It looks like that there was communication between the two of them.
Yes, they go back in the forensic extraction, go back further than that.
Sure, this is not the beginning, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but this is the end of that. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. The next message, and let's get this correct. The top one is from Jasmine, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the ones on the left and the darker are all going to be from Jasmine, and the ones on the right are going to be from Jason?
Yes.
Okay. And then when is this text, can you see when that is sent by Jason?
It's April 29th, 2022 at 3:37 p.m.
He reaches out to her for the first time since November 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And she says, I do have you on my phone. Is it Jason, but how do you know me? He says what?
It says, it looks like, I can't tell if it says, or we matched on Bumble a while ago. Kind of things like that.
Wow. Okay. They matched on Bumble, chat a little bit. Sounds to me like she lost interest in 2021. And then he just suddenly messages her in April, okay, of 2022, like, hey, what you up to? We should get together. And she's like, who are you? Like, I have a Jason saved in my phone, but what? And he's like, oh, we matched on Bumble a while ago. To think that it goes from that to just a few months later, April, May, June, July, August, September, 7 months, to stabbing her 60 times. Yeah, this guy, in my opinion, is a real big danger to society. Holy crap, at 22 years old.
She says, oh, well, you must be all right if I gave you my number. Would you mind sending me a picture of yourself so I know who I'm speaking with? He laughs at must be all right, right?
Yes.
And then he sends a picture, correct?
That's correct.
And then he asks her what she looks like, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then she sends a photo of her.
Yes, that is correct.
He loves the image, and then he goes straight into does 7 to 8 work for you tonight?
Yes, that's correct.
We're not going to go through all these messages. The jury will happen in the deliberation room, but we're going to go through some of them, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Crawford. So after he says, does 7 to 8 work tonight work for you? She says, what?
I'm busy tonight.
Keep going.
And my girlfriend wanted me to stay with her this weekend.
He says, how about later in the night? She says, staying the night is an all-night thing, but tomorrow during the day I was going to go to Rainbow Falls by myself if you'd like me to join. It's a little hike to a little waterfall. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so now we've picked back up to help the jury here. We're to October now, correct?
Yes, I believe it states text message from Jason outwards on October 10, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
And that's the month before she was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he says, how's the Chicago update look? How's she look like? She says, let me know by noon, question mark. Plus I said I would get it to you by Monday before you told me you were going to your parents for the next couple of days. I don't want to bother you while you're gone, while you're out there. Yes, my answer is yes. I got it worked out. Got my office covered for a while. I'm gone. Mark me as coming with you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then she says, and excited. And he says, yay, God has walked in. I'm so excited. This is going to be so fun.
Is there questions here?
Going over the exhibit that's already in there.
Right, but
I can ask him if he can read every single one, Judge, or I can just read it.
Well, the objection is there's not a question response that this is already in exhibit, so
No, I would say it's a typical text message.
Since she's loving it, it's something that he sent. Is that correct?
That's
Skip
correct.
forward.
Okay.
I was able to get the loved part.
He sent it at some point.
is there questions here?
There we go.
going over the exhibit that's already in there.
Right, but
I can ask him if he can read every single one, Judge, or I can just read it.
Well, the objection is there's not a question response that this is already in exhibit, so whether she wants to read them from the jury or to have the witness read them or a combination of both should be fine. So over.
He says, yay, God has walked in. I'm so excited. She says, you are serious. Again, we're still on 10/11, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then we'll fast forward just a day, but she said, we are doing this. He said, let's go. I can't wait. We're still on 10/11, correct?
That's correct.
Neither of us are 25 yet. How are we planning on getting around? He says we can just call an Uber and everything is completely walkable. She says, okie dokie, I will stay with you then, and perfect if we have time. I want to see an uncle I have out there that I haven't gotten the chance to actually meet. How does that sound? I haven't even told him yet that I'll be in the area, and if we don't get free time for me to go, that's okay. And if it comes up, kind of thought, I'm good at walking, have never, I Ubered, so glad to have you with me if needed. It's been years since I've taken a trip, and I've never taken one for just me or with a guy. I'm excited. I'm glad it with you. Glad to have been invited. How's your parents going? They glad to have you home. She loves, yes, you silly bunny. Does that mean that he sent it at some point?
Yes. When it states love, it's no different than, depending on what platform you have, obviously we've identified these as being iMessages. So it's essentially you click on it and you put the little responding emoji, right? So essentially is the way it's going to print out on this report. It doesn't like emojis per se. That's when we're seeing those, the data, we explained in those text messages, it's just drawing out data. It's going to simply just say loved and it's indicating that there was a message prior to that, but it's not there anymore, but it still picks up, the extraction still was able to get the loved part, but not the original message that was loved.
He says, yeah, for sure, that'll be cool meeting your uncle for the first time. It's been great being at home. Got to get some family time whenever you get the chance. Cherish those moments. What about you? We're still on 10-11. She says, I'm glad you're a family man. Loved, I'm glad you're a family man. Wait, I don't know if I can fly anymore. I don't have my passport or been vaccinated. That's Jasmine. He says, they don't check if you're vaccinated anymore. Also, you can fly with just your license instead of passport. All right, in this exchange, we've moved to 10:20. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. She says, oh, and I got you some hand sanitizer so you don't have to use mine. It smells girly, even though I think my scent might linger on you a bit. He loved, oh, and got you some, he loved that text, correct?
That's correct.
He says, I'm going to the airport now. She says, I'll wait for you. He says, are you there right now? She said, about to be back, left the ticket I got earlier at home, so I had to go back. Now I'm here. So she's at the airport. He says, I'm here, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we go to 10:26. She says, let me know if you want to share. And then he loves something about Durban poison. One looks really good. And then it appears that they don't talk for 2 days, right?
Well, the statement before you said, just to clarify, you said he loved it. It would be her loving his text message.
That's right. So since she's loving it, it's something that he sent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then they don't talk for 2 days.
Yes. Per this text message group, they do not talk.
She says, you good? All right. This one, handful of days later, and granted, Investigator Crawford, we verified that I am skipping over some messages.
Yes.
Is there anything unique about the messages that I'm skipping over?
No, there's, I believe, per the extraction, somewhere just under 1,400 messages that were extracted.
Okay. And to your knowledge, based on your review, is there anything that stands out about the messages that I'm skipping over, or is it just conversation?
It's just conversation. The only thing that stands out is we actually see in this one where it says emphasize and like. It's showing the actual like and the emphasizes I was talking about earlier, but it's not showing the original one that they're doing, which it's not there in the report, meaning it was either deleted or not recovered.
And even though I'm skipping around a bit, are they consistently chatting with one another during this entire time?
Yes.
Is there ever a time where one of them is texting way more than the other one?
No, I would say it's a typical text messaging between two people.
Okay, so she emphasized something that he had sent, so that was spicy hot chocolate. Now that sounds interesting. Then he liked something she said, which is, oh, and you should go to the Suck Creek Drive this week before all the leaves are really dropped.
What?
Do you know what Suck?
He liked that area? He said, oh, he liked. Oh, he liked. Oh, my word. So if he liked it, that means she sent it. Oh, and you should go on the Suck Creek Drive this week before all the leaves are really dropped. That, if you're wondering, well, like, why am I pausing on that? Because that's where he disposed of the suitcase.
Suck Creek Drive is?
I'm familiar with the area. I can only assume it's a typo. I'm not familiar with the Suck Creek in the Chattanooga region.
Okay, and this is November 1st.
That is November 1st at 11:07 a.m.
And then she says she just got into a car accident on 11/1.
That's correct.
All right. And then in November 1, he says, dang, that's awful, glad you're okay. She says, yeah, me too, on the 2nd. The morning of the 2nd at 6:34, she says, yeah, me too. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on 11/3, it doesn't appear they text anymore on the 2nd. Would you agree?
That's correct.
And then she says, if you try to get a hold of me and I don't respond, I'm not upset or anything, just going to be gone for a bit, and I'm not taking my phone. She says, and you know, I'm really sorry if I missed your birthday. I would have really enjoyed celebrating you. Happy birthday. At 11:51 on 11/3/22.
That's correct.
And then on 11/3, he says, thanks and oh, where you going? And she doesn't respond again until 11/7, does she?
Correct.
And she says, just needed a break. And then later in the day, she says, Jason, question mark. And then they don't talk till the next day. He says, hey, sorry, just been tired and a bit sick these few days. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
On November, is that 16th, he says, I don't think I'll be able to make it. There's some things I'll have to get done by the end of the month. It's been busy. Hope y'all have fun, though. And then she says, oh, good luck getting them done on time. No problem. Just wanted to make sure the invitation was there. We don't know, based on this, what they were talking about, right? Where he was going to make it or not.
Not based on this, no.
Okay, and then he loved her previous message. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then on 11/18, she loved, thank you, that means a lot, and not yet it come. She loved one of his messages that said that.
That's correct.
Okay. Don't know what that's referring to. And then he laughed at, no, it means I need to be one on the diet and you eating a bit of sweets. He says, update, gym was closed, so I did yoga instead. On 11/18, he says, I'm heading home now. If you want to come over for some fun shower time and cuddles for a bit. She says, oh, nice, just cuddles, maybe shower time. I really haven't been feeling too well. He says, okay, I'll babysit you for a bit. 11/18, I'm almost home if you want to start heading over. She laughed at, okay, I'll babysit you for a bit. And then 11/18, it's 7:18 p.m. She says here. On November, then we move to November 20th. So no conversation between the 18th and the 20th. He texts her and he says, you gave me inspiration to get some donuts today. She says, oh, that left back corner looks good. How were they and where did you get them from? He says, she loves, you gave me the inspiration to get some donuts. She says, it's funny that I had you the inspiration because you gave me mine. 11/20/2022, he says, they were so good, got it, tasty donuts. I ate the coconut icy chocolate one. 11/20/22, what are you doing this Wednesday, by the way? You'd agree that 11/20/2022 is 2 days before 11/22/2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And what day of the week was 11/22/2023?
It was a Tuesday.
11/23 was a Wednesday?
Correct.
Okay. He says, what are you doing this Wednesday, by the way? She says, nice, that one looked good too. It sounds like you. He says, great, let's get a light workout in and then we'll go out for dinner and drinks. She says, okay, that sounds nice, like a real date. He says, perfect. Anyways, I have to go to the lab and finish some work. Looking forward to Wednesday. She loved that last text. She said, have a good lab and get homework done as well as some sleep. Looking forward to Wednesday. She says, I'm glad you feel it went well. I'm sure you were not overdressed. You always look amazing. She says, I could FaceTime you right now and show you my house. And then she says, well, never mind, I'm leaving before the message is delivering. He says, on 11/21/2022, hey, don't text and drive, LOL. She loved, you can if you want, but I think I like you as my mans. He loved, you can if you want, but I think I like you as my mans. 11/22, she says, are you at the gym yet? He says, yeah, I'm just I'm just finishing up now. What's up? She loved, not really ice cream, more like a silent hug, but I just got here and see the fam talk later. Why did we not see that text, Investigator Crawford?
It's simply not there. It's been not recovered / potentially deleted.
Okay, and then it says, she says, my schedule will be touch and go for the next few days, is what the doctor said. So I'll keep you as posted as I am. She says on 11/22 at 4:38, she loved, I'll give you the biggest hug. So he said, I'll give you the biggest hug, and she loved it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on 11/23 at 11:46 a.m., he sends the text with the matcha drink saying, good morning, slept like baby, made myself a matcha.
That's correct.
And then later in the day, which we've already seen, but now we're seeing it in a different version that's been made an exhibit. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Is that right?
That's correct.
And then at some point, randomly on 11/29, he removed a question mark from a previous text that appears to be the text from 2022. Are these their last known communications with one another?
Yes.
Did you see anything about an argument?
No.
Did you see anything that indicated that he was more into her than she was to him? Or vice versa? She was more into him than he was to her?
I did not see anything indicating that she was. The only indication from the beginning is he initiates contact twice during the period of the relationship in terms of when the relationship first began, when you had the few month separation, and then began again in April. After the April time frame, it seems to be pretty consensual.
And 3 days before he murders her, he's asking her to come over to his apartment on the day he murders her.
Yes.
One second, Your Honor. Nothing, Your Honor.
Cross.
Oh boy, how's the cross gonna be? I mean, it's like what the defense insinuated. I'm not seeing that at all.
Investigator Crawford, let me ask about the bathroom at Jason Chen's apartment. You said that was blood up on the wall?
I presumed it to be blood.
Presumed, okay. Was it tested?
It was sent for testing, and TBI did not test it.
So you can't see definitively whether that was blood?
I can't. I'm not a DNA technician.
We just went through a lot of text messages. Have you ever met a 22-year-old girl?
No.
Me neither. Would you be the best person to decide how a 22-year-old girl thinks?
I did. I'm married, and I've been with a 22-year-old girl, so I know how conversations are had, but I've never been a 22-year-old girl.
So your subjective opinion of whether someone thought they was more into the relationship than the other might be different than someone else's subjective opinion.
I believe in the matter of this case, the only person that would know what she was thinking would be the victim herself.
But anyone, like this jury, could go and read those text messages and then decide for themselves whether what you said in your direct examination is right or what I said in my opening is right?
That's correct.
And they can view that for themselves.
That's correct.
You said, so we saw a lot of text messages where you saw liking or loving, and you don't see that message previously.
That's correct.
So, and you said either Cellebrite just didn't pick up on it or didn't, what was the word that you used?
I said the the potential probable outcomes that I've observed with my experience with Cellebrite reports. The first, the most common, is deleted. If something is deleted, now it will specifically say in the report that if an item has been recovered, such as a text message that was deleted, it will specifically show in that Cellebrite report as a deleted text message that's been recovered. In this specific report, it doesn't note any text messages that were recovered that have been deleted, but it simply, there are no text messages there that should be there in a normal conversation. Now, they could have been potentially not extracted. It's a possibility, but the higher probability is that they have been deleted somehow.
So the non-extracted messages that we can see there, it's only on the messages that are liked or loved or some type of, when you push on. So you have Android or iPhone, right?
I have Android.
And you know when you go to a message that someone sends you, you can press on the message, right?
That's correct.
And you can put a emoticon or emoji or something on it?
Yes, that's correct.
It only seems like the messages that weren't put out by Cellebrite were the ones that were liked, loved, or some type of emoji was added. Isn't that fair to say?
I wouldn't say that they weren't put out. I believe the recovery process in Cellebrite is different for those liked ones. Like they can be stored slightly different because they are being identified in a different way, having that emoji attached to it. So I couldn't say that those are the only ones because there also are other, in my observations, there's also text conversations that are being had where it appears someone's having a conversation and having replies, in my observations, to messages with no further context. So I wouldn't say that the liked, the emphasized, the loved ones are the only ones that are potentially.
So if you only look at these text messages in that view, that would be right. But Jasmine and Jason communicated other ways.
They had phone conversations.
And in those and I'm sure you've regularly texted someone after you had a telephone conversation. So that text message might seem random in a text message, but it might be relevant to a recent telephone conversation.
It's possible.
And so in this case, it might be a good idea to cross-reference the cell phone logs, the telephone logs between Jasmine and Jason, right?
Yes, I did.
And the text messages.
Yes.
And the jury can do that too.
Yes.
Sir?
Thank you, Detective Crawford.
Nothing for Judge.
Jury, have any questions for Investigator Crawford?
Okay, there we are. Let me take a moment to say thank you to all of you who've been here the whole day. I see all the same faces. I really appreciate it. Of course, if you only joined now, welcome to you as well. I really appreciate that you are here watching this trial with me. So yes, we heard some of the text messages. Heidi's mind said the messages actually painted a much clearer picture of a normal college age, we're talking kind of relationship, which clears up any speculation of unbalanced feelings about the relationship. I think so too, right? Okay, let's hear the jury questions. For everyone that says, oh, so she was threatening in the phone calls we don't have. Okay, sure. Ooh, today was a very powerful day for the state, don't you think? Defense doesn't look happy. What are they going to ask?
One of the jurors asked if questions could be asked of Detective Crawford about previous testimony. Where we are on the trial, this witness was called for the limited purpose for what he's asked on direct. So your questions can certainly relate to the talk to this time, but they would be outside the scope of any questions beyond that would be outside the scope. So I'm not enforcing on you able to ask any questions about Investigator Crawford's previous testimony. Our investigator, I want to ask you a couple of questions. If you could face the jury when answering, please.
Yes, sir.
Were the other cell phones and tablet the Pace family took from Jason Chen's apartment that were collected from Pace residents submitted for forensic investigation? And again, we're talking about text messages this time around, so we're talking about text messages or conversation on other apps between Jasmine and Jason. So were any of the other cell phones and tablets the Pace family took from Jason Chen's apartment submitted for forensic investigation?
No, they were not.
Okay. If not, why not?
The items that were taken from Jason Chen's apartment, we had no way of verifying that those items had been in the apartment per se. There's potential to extract them. Decision was made not to extract them at that time. We could verify, due to other circumstances, that some of the items that were taken were collected based on evidence that we had, such as the ID card and credit cards and such. We know that they did cross-reference to be the victim's phone based on the family's description of the phone and the device itself. So there potentially were devices of Jason Chen's, or I don't know.
Do you know if any Arctic footage exists and was reviewed that shows Jasmine Pace visiting Jason Chen's apartment prior to November 22nd, 2022, and there's a specific date here, specifically November 18, 2022?
No. The simple answer is no. Due to the disappearance and the multiple contacts that we've had, our family members, friends that had Jasmine Pace, we knew her whereabouts prior to after the 23rd. And simply during the course of investigation, we proved.
Presuming that the state's testimony,
What?
And again, I must. Why not?
Sorry, I went back a little bit.
The items that were taken from Jason Chen's apartment, we had no way of verifying that those items had been in the apartment per se. There's potential to extract them. Decision was made not to extract them at that time. We could verify, due to other circumstances, that some of the items that were taken were collected based on evidence that we had, such as the ID card and credit cards and such. We know that they did cross-reference to be the victim's phone based on the family's description of the phone and the device itself. So there potentially were devices of Jason Chen's, or I don't know.
Do you know if any Arctic footage exists and was reviewed that shows Jasmine Pace visiting Jason Chen's apartment prior to November 22nd, 2022, and there's a specific date here, specifically November 18, 2022?
No. The simple answer is no. Due to the disappearance and the multiple contacts that we've had, our family members, friends that had Jasmine Pace, we knew her whereabouts prior to after the 23rd. And simply during the course of investigation, we proved.
Presuming that the state's testimony,
Ah, there was a little glitch in the court feed there, I see. Okay.
And again, I must remind you the admonition not to talk about the case, not to expose the media. With that, I hope you get a good night's rest. See you back tomorrow at 9.
That was it. Sound's not matching up now. Weird little glitch. And
I believe
okay.
the last exhibit was exhibit 222. Please continue. Therefore, we'll make exhibit 223. The letter you're wanting to write home. The letter, but since
We will be back tomorrow, yes. I just quickly want to see if this... Okay, wait. I just want to look at one other feed here quickly.
Message reads.
You can hear that, right? Okay.
Such as the ID card and credit cards and such. We know that they cross-referenced to be the victim's phone based on...
and there's a specific date here, specifically November 18, 2022.
No. The simple answer is no. Due to the disappearance and the multiple contacts that we've had, our family members, friends that had Jasmine Pace, we knew her whereabouts prior to after the 23rd. And simply during the course of investigation, we proved where she was at after the 23rd. There was no need to figure out, because essentially if we're trying to figure out their entire family history, we could backtrack months and months and months and find out every location. It's very apparent prior to November 22, she was living a normal life based on testimony, based on the things that we observed. It was only that the night of the 22nd into the morning of the 23rd that things changed in Jasmine Pace's life.
Any redirect based on the jurors' questions?
Ah, there we go.
Any recross?
So I just switched to another feed, which is the local news channel. And so we heard that little bit that glitched on the other feed. Gusta, thank you so much. Let's quickly hear what the judge said next here.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford.
Thank you.
Good time to take a break. So you got no witness.
No, Your Honor, I think this is the time to break for tonight.
They didn't rest
Ladies
today.
and gentlemen, it is 6:33. So we're going to go ahead and take our evening break. We're going to probably start tomorrow around 9, presuming the state's testimony. And again, I must remind you, we have the mission not to talk about the case, not be exposed to media. With that, I hope you get a good night's rest. See you back tomorrow at 9.
Aha. Hope they win.
Yes.
All right, any other matters to take up before we see you on?
I just need to understand timing.
Okay, wait. Now the defense attorney is saying something. So let me quickly switch back to our original feed. Here. So they will be back tomorrow. So will we be back tomorrow. Okay? So make sure you are subscribed with your notifications on.
Do not allow communication unless it's been reviewed. Both parties have looked at this letter, had no objection to the juror sending it to his wife, basically giving her comfort while he was gone. But for the appellate purposes, we're going to keep it as marked for ID only 223.
Yes.
Under seal.
Yes.
All right, any other matters to take up before we see you on?
I just need to understand timing. I had a person here ready to go, but I understand the state's moving on the case. I'm just trying to plan.
You have at least one more witness, correct?
We don't know, Your Honor. We haven't made that decision. I'll speak with Mr. Weiss about it, but we also would have multiple motions to take up, well, at least one motion to take up after the state rests. So it seems like there would need to be time anyways before a witness makes a stand.
You could have them 9:30 or 10. I think would be fine. I mean, we'll talk to the state and see how long, if they call another witness, how long they anticipate that witness to last.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. It's a recess.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, wow. So did you catch all that? With switching all the feeds so we get every second so we know what's happening. So they will be caught on Saturday. The jury will be off on Sunday. I don't get yet if they want to be back on Monday or not. It's up to them, right? So either way, we're going to be at it. We'll be watching. If it's happening, we're going to be watching that together. Perhaps Monday's one, we'll see how it goes. If they are going to be obviously live, I know it's a very busy day in the USA. We might just start even later, really, to defluff, you know. Law and lit. Thank you so much for joining membership. Thank you all for watching with me today. That was one intense day. It wasn't just fingerprint evidence. Oh, no. It was like text messages, that location evidence. Holy moly, that was so hectic. So I'm going to be time stamping everything for you right now. And I haven't yet made the stream for tomorrow public. I will make that public later if you want to just come back to the channel and just click notify me when you see it. Otherwise, you'll just, if you are subscribed, notifications on. And if you are on Patreon, you'll know. You'll know when we go live tomorrow because I always put all the notifications on Patreon. Thank you, mods. Really appreciate it. And I will see you tomorrow. Let's see. I think the state will rest. To me, it sounds like we don't know if we'll have one more witness, but even after we arrest, there's many motions. Oh, many motions. So we'll definitely be defluffing tomorrow because we might just want to watch that on a faster speed. You know what I mean? Okay, everyone. Thank you so much. Please leave your comments below as well. I like reading your comments about everything that's happening in this case. We learned a lot today. Stay safe. Happy Friday night to many of you. For me, it's already Saturday morning, almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'll have a nap and I'll see you back later today. Bye, everyone.